Honourable members, the Deputy Speaker.
Are there any constituency statements by honourable members? Member for Indi.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I'm pleased to speak about the work of Allied Health Professions Australia, who today have officially launched a national petition calling on the government to expand Commonwealth PRAC payments to all allied health and medical students. Deputy Speaker, every Australian interacts with allied health and medical graduates. When we get an X-ray, fill a prescription, see a GP or check in with a psychologist, medical and allied health professionals look after Australians at all ages and stages of our lives. To complete their training, allied health and medical students need to complete hundreds and in some cases thousands of hours of mandatory unpaid practical placements. Prac placements are like apprenticeships. Students are learning and practising their skills while caring for us under supervision. In their final year of study, students are expected to use basic skills to diagnose and to treat patients. Placements are essential training for our health workforce, but they also put significant financial pressure on students, sometimes resulting in students skipping meals, sleeping in cars, or unfortunately dropping out of their courses altogether. As the cost of living pressures rise, so do these financial pressures on our students. I've previously spoken in this place about the healthcare students in Indi, including Gemma, who's studying diagnostic radiography, Darcy, a physiotherapy student, and Zach, who's studying dentistry. I've also recently heard from Alex from Wangaratta, a fourth-year medical student who will undertake 25 to 35 hours per week of unpaid placement this year. Now, these students have all told me that undertaking unpaid placement has caused significant financial stress, and unfortunately, their stories are not unique. A national placement poverty survey from the Health Students Alliance found a staggering 81% of students took unpaid leave to undertake placement, and 78% of students struggled to pay bills due to placement. And concerningly, 53% considered leaving their degree due to the burden of placement. At this time of urgent healthcare workforce shortages, particularly in rural and regional areas, we cannot let financial pressures prevent or delay students from completing health degrees. Expanding Commonwealth PRAC payments to include all allied health and medical students is a practical solution, giving our future health workforce the financial support they need to complete their degrees. Alongside Senator David Pocock, I'm pleased to co-sponsor Allied Health Professions Australia's petition to expand PRAC payments. I urge everyone to sign this petition, share it with your friends and family as well. Let's look after the next generation of medical professionals, because one day they will look after us.
Member for Paterson.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise today to acknowledge an extraordinary young man from my electorate of Paterson. 13-year-old Luke Mullard, whose actions saved the life of a 92-year-old woman, reflect the very best of the Australian spirit. In recent months, our nation has been confronted by deeply distressing events. In times of fear and uncertainty, Australians look for reassurance that our shared values still endure. Moments like this remind us that courage, compassion and responsibility for one another are not abstract ideals, they're lived out every day in our communities. Only weeks before the tragic events in Bondi, those values were clearly demonstrated in the town of Thornton. Luke Mullard was walking home from school when he noticed smoke coming from a nearby property. Realising something was wrong, he ran towards the house and heard calls from an elderly woman trapped inside. Luke assisted the 92-year-old woman to safety, helping her to her car, where she waited until the emergency services arrived. Throughout the incident, Luke remained calm and focused. He called for help, checked whether anyone else was inside the home, and stayed with the elderly woman until it was safe to leave her in the care of emergency services. Once help had arrived and the situation was under control, Luke simply continued on to his part-time job and thought nothing out of the ordinary had occurred. It was not until later that evening, after he'd come home from work, when the police attended his family home, that Luke's parents learned that their son had been such a hero earlier in the evening. Luke did what we hope every Australian would do in a moment of crisis. He stepped forward without hesitation and placed the well-being of another person ahead of his own safety. He did not act for recognition or for praise, but because he instinctively understood that helping someone in need is simply the right thing to do. What makes Luke's actions particularly inspiring is his humility. He sought no attention and expected no acknowledgement. His response reflects values that are shaped by family, community and by example, values that give us confidence in the future. At just 13 years of age, Luke Mullard is a credit to his family, his school and the Thornton community. And more importantly, he's a powerful remindership that leadership, courage and kindness are not defined by age or title, but by action. I'm incredibly proud to recognise Luke today. His actions give us hope and remind us that the strength of our nation lies in ordinary people stepping up, doing the right thing when it matters most. Good on you, Luke.
Yeah. Member for Riverina.
Yeah. The Tim Fisher Tumba Trek is over for another year and the walking and talking is done. The conversation and perspiration has ended. It is a great event. And it reminds us of the legacy that Tim Fisher leaves. He started this trek in 1985 as a way of promoting the tourism and the business opportunities in Tumbarumba Shire. And now, of course, that's part of Snowy Valleys Council, soon to be demerged, but so many representatives of Tumut and Tumbarumba gathered there. But prior to that, we had a very good meeting with Carly Porteous and the Softwoods Working Group, Hine and Vizzy, talking about the Walwa fire and the devastating impacts upon the timber and forestry industry from that January incident. And then we had the dinner that night at the Memorial Hall, where the New South Wales Police Minister and Minister for Counter-Terrorism, Yasmin Catley, attended, and I give her credit for the job that she's doing, and particularly this week. It was great to join State MPs Dr Joe McGurr and Justin Clancy on the actual walk with Julia Ham, the Snowy Valleys Mayor, with Paul Culhane, the Mayor of Upper Lachlan Shire. We trekked 12.2 kilometres from the Bago Forest to the Henry Angel campsite. We trekked to the Burra Creek, passing the side of the Hassels mine mill before joining the famous Hume and Hovell track. One of the morning highlights was seeing a crackle of cockatoos. That's the collective noun for cockatoos. 6 of the gang cockatoos nesting. Fantastic. Also joined by the Consul General of the Czech Republic, Hanna Flanderova, and a German exchange student, Sophie, who's with Rotary International. It reminded us of all about the importance of actually sometimes going and smelling the roses, the crisp, clean air of Tumbarumba Shire. And there were people from right across the political divide, people with vastly different opinions, but 140 people trekking through the mountains. It was absolutely fantastic, and joined by a large group of teenagers, mostly Tumbarumba High School Year 11 and 12 students, but there was one apprentice there as well, all just young people using the exercise as training for their mid-year Kokoda Track expedition. And as I say, the annual dinner the previous night was also fantastic, because it gives people the opportunity, as Tim Fisher would want us to do so, to gather, to talk about the things that are common to us. And there's a lot going wrong in the world, and we all know that, whether it's the world, the nation, or even locally. But when you can get together on something as great as terrific Tumba Trek and talk about the things that we have in common, it gets you to realise that there is much more that unites us as people than that which divides us.
Yeah. Member for Maribyrnong.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. It's an honour to rise today to celebrate 5 remarkable local individuals whose lives of service have profoundly shaped the community I represent and Australia as a whole. Recognised in the 2026 Australian Day honours, these local champions remind us that the heart of our nation is found in those who dedicate themselves to the service of others. Take Brendan Schrobb from Moonee Ponds, who has been appointed a member of the Order of Australia. In the global arena of advocacy, Brendan has been a titan, a pioneer for athletes' rights. He has used his legal brilliance to ensure that those who entertain us on the field are protected by fundamental human rights offered. His work has elevated the dignity of professional sport on a global and local scale, and we are incredibly proud to claim him as one of our own. We also salute two local recipients of the Medal of the Order of Australia. Ralph Pelaire from Essendon, who is a man who transformed a family bakery into a sustainable powerhouse. Ferguson Pellaire's bakehouses are beloved by so many Victorians. Ralph hasn't just baked bread, he has nourished communities across Melbourne to East Timor and Uganda, proving that business success and humanitarian spirit can and should go hand in hand. Joining him is a true local legend, Susan Rainey from Moonee Ponds. For 50 years, Susan has been the heartbeat of the Essendon squash community. Since 1970, when she first opened the doors of the Essendon squash courts, she has been a mentor and a founding pillar of the sport. Her 5 decades of service is a masterclass in grassroots devotion. We also recognise Victoria Ryan from Airport West, who was awarded the Australian Corrections Medal, having dedicated over 30 years to Corrections Victoria and currently serving as the General Manager of the Metropolitan Remand Centre. She has navigated the complexities of our justice system with professional steel, deep empathy, proving that a safer community is built through rehabilitation and fairness. Finally, there's Kate Gavins from Ascot Vale, who was awarded the Public Service Medal. As Victoria's inaugural Chief Conservation Regulator, Kate built an agency from the ground up that prioritises transparency and the protection of our biodiversity, embedding cultural safety and community trust into the core of environmental law. Deputy Speaker, my community is home to many extraordinary people, but these 5 individuals truly represent the very best of us. They remind us that whether it's through global advocacy, transformative public service, or 50 years of local sporting devotion, one person's commitment can leave a legacy that lasts for generations. Their stories are the stories of Maribyrnong, defined by hard work, a sense of justice, and a deep-seated care for our neighbours. We are better, stronger, and more compassionate community because of their efforts. On behalf of the Maribyrnong electorate, I congratulate each of them on their well-deserved honours in the 2026 Australia Day list. I thank them for their passion, their integrity and their enduring service to our community.
Member for Fadden.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Today I rise to record my absolute joy at having attended the Australia Day citizenship ceremony at Helensvale on Australia Day this year. It was conducted at the Helensvale Community Centre and was run again this year by the Lions Club of Helensvale, and a special shout out to President Laura Bowes and all of the Helensvale Lions Club members who did a terrific job that day. Special thanks to Paul Murphy, the Citizenship Coordinator, and Steve Bowes, the Secretary. I also want to acknowledge the attendance of my fellow local representatives, Mark Boothman, who's the local MP in the State Parliament, as well as local councillors, Councillor Mark Hamill, Councillor Donna Gates and Councillor Naomi Fowler. And yes, afterwards, in typical Australian fashion, I enjoyed a scone with jam and cream. What better way to celebrate another bunch of Aussies making this their formal home. Deputy Speaker, I rise to recognise 3 locals from the Northern Gold Coast who were honoured for their service to the community on Australia Day this year. Firstly, Mr Brett Crusher Murray, OAM, was recognised for service to the media and motorsport. Brett's career spans 4 decades, and in 2009 he founded Speed Cafe, helping to reshape motorsport reporting in Australia. He's a local legend and this is thoroughly deserved. Mr Glenn Norris, OAM of Coomera, was recognised for service through emergency response organisations, including his long service with VRMAS Southport, which we locals know is such an important organisation. So to Glenn, thank you for your service. And finally to Brigadier Bruce Andrew Scott, OAM, retired, who was recognised for service to rifle shooting and to the community. His record of service spans the Army, and he also represented Australia in rifle shooting, including at the Commonwealth Games where he won gold, and he continues to serve our community through Shooting Australia. So to Brett, Glenn and Bruce, congratulations and thank you for your service. Deputy Speaker, I rise to pay tribute to the Southport Flying Club, which has become a critical part of our local aviation community and emergency response network on the Northern Gold Coast. To President Craig Hobart and to his executive team, Adam Surplus, the Secretary, and Sean Llewellyn, the Treasurer, and the rest of the committee. They've been partnering with Angel Flight Australia to establish an official Gold Coast base, improving patient access to our local hospital, but they also provide much needed local aviation infrastructure for emergency services responses, including for Polair, the rescue chopper and Life Flight. But they've also been giving back to our local veterans with a special Veterans Day with free flights last year, which about 60 veterans attended, and notably over Remembrance Day services last year at Runaway Bay. Some of the locals flew their aeroplanes in formation, which was an amazing sight and a great tribute.
Member for Whitlam.
Thank you, Speaker. I rise today to recognise Skye Lester, who last month was named Winchicaribbee Shire Council Citizen of the Year for her 16 years of service, improving outcomes for local children and young people. Skye's dedication to these causes is driven by her personal experience with youth mental health challenges and a commitment to early intervention. As President of the Bowral District Children's Foundation, Skye has been an outstanding leader. She has transformed the volunteer-run charity into a professionally managed organisation, and she's played a key role in the foundation raising and distributing over $2 million to support children's health and wellbeing. Skye has led initiatives that have reduced hospital wait times, created permanent clinical roles, and expanded school-based mental health programs. Her community engagement skills have been critical to fostering collaboration between hospitals, schools, donors, and service providers. Skye is widely respected and admired for her strategic leadership, her extraordinary energy and enthusiasm, her great generosity, her compassion, and her smiling face and sense of humour. I had the great pleasure of meeting Skye in October last year at the iconic Bowral Long Lunch, a major fundraising event for the Bowral District Children's Foundation, and also at this year's Australia Day celebrations in Berrima. I thank Skye for her wonderful work that has delivered and continues to deliver widespread and long-lasting benefits for families and in her community. Speaker, I rise today to recognise Gil Truman, a woman who lives in Bowral and who runs the not-for-profit organisation Motoron. Gil was diagnosed with motor neurone disease in 2012 when she was just 30 years old. She was on maternity leave at the time, nursing a 4-week-old baby and looking after her 2-year-old son. 3 years later, a group of her high school friends established Motoron in a collective effort to show their love and support for Gil. Gil has turned her personal tragedy into highly successful advocacy. Motoron has raised over $2 million for research into motor neurone disease over the past decade, with all funds raised going to the Macquarie University for MND research. Motor neuron disease is a progressive neurological disease with no known treatment or cure. Messages from motor neurons gradually stop reaching the muscles, causing them to weaken and eventually stop working. While some people can live a long life with MND, the average life expectancy is 27 months from diagnosis. About 2,700 people in Australia are affected by MND, and every day 2 Australians die from this awful disease, while another 2 are told they have it. Gil Truman has described her journey as a testament to the enduring power of friendship, purpose and community. I thank Gil and all those involved with Motoron for their advocacy and hard work to find a cure for this terrible disease.
Member for Captain-Cornea.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise today with a heavy heart to acknowledge the passing of George Cowan of Rockhampton, a remarkable Central Queenslander whose life was defined by service, principle and a deep commitment to his community. George was not only well known and respected across Rockhampton and the broader region, he was also family, my second cousin and someone who held a special place in my life. His mother Margaret and my mother Gloria were first cousins, and that family connection was one we both valued. George was born and raised in Central Queensland and spent almost 4 decades serving the Rockhampton community through the legal profession. He was a respected personal injury lawyer, a managing partner of his firm Reesar and Sydney Jones, and an advocate for ordinary Australians, particularly those injured at work or affected by industrial accidents. He was known as a champion for the battlers and the underdog, and his work helped shape safer workplaces and greater accountability, particularly in the mining sector. But, Deputy Speaker, George was far more than his professional achievements. He was a deeply political person with strong ties to the National Party. He believed in service, in community, and in standing up for what he thought was right. He lived his values with conviction and integrity, and he never shied away from putting in the hard work to support the causes and people he believed in. For many years, George was a touchstone for me. He generously gave his time, his advice and his encouragement, never faltered, even during the most challenging moments, and for that I will always be deeply grateful. George was also a mentor to many young lawyers, a trusted colleague and a steady presence for those who sought his counsel. He was widely admired for his fairness, his intellect and his quiet strength. Above all, he was a devoted family man, a loving husband to Catherine and a proud father to his daughters Charlotte and Eliza. His family was at the centre of his world and his loss will be profoundly felt by them. Deputy Speaker, the world has lost a genuinely good person, a man of warmth, principle and integrity. George Cowan will be deeply missed by his family, his friends, his colleagues and by all who were fortunate enough to know him. May he rest in peace.
Member for Cunningham.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise today to highlight 3 community events I have recently had the privilege to attend in the Illawarra, each of them reflecting something fundamental about who we are as a region. I was honoured to join the community at Symbio Wildlife Park to celebrate its 50th anniversary. What began as just 5 acres of land has become a world-renowned conservation park and a cherished local institution. Symbio's story is one of family stewardship across generations, from the Maplesons to the Grovers and now the Radnage family, each building on the dreams of the last. Today, Symbio is recognised not only as a major tourism attraction, but for its leading conservation work, from endangered species breeding programs to habitat restoration. Many people across the Illawarra, myself included, grew up with Symbio as part of our childhoods. It is a place of learning, connection and care, and its first 50 years are something our entire region is very proud of. Deputy Speaker, late last year I attended the 20th anniversary of SCARF, an organisation that has quietly but profoundly shaped the multicultural fabric of our region. For 2 decades, SCARF has supported refugees and new arrivals as they build safe, connected lives in the Illawarra. Founded on simple acts of kindness, the organisation has helped thousands of people find belonging in a new country. Since joining forces with the Multicultural Communities Council of Illawarra in 2021, that legacy has only grown stronger. SCARF's work reminds us that successful multiculturalism does not happen by accident. It is built through care, volunteering and a willingness to welcome others in. In December, I had the pleasure of speaking at the retirement dinner of Ken Habak, a remarkable local who has dedicated more than 5 decades to serving our community. Since 1971, Ken has worked tirelessly to support multicultural communities in the Illawarra, including 23 years as chair of MCCI. His leadership helped transform the organisation into the inclusive, modern institution that it is today. Ken's service has rightly been recognised with honours including an OAM, Australia Day Ambassador and Wollongong Senior Citizen of the Year. The turnout at his retirement was a testament to the lives he has touched and the legacy he leaves behind. Together, these events tell a powerful story about the Illawarra, a community that values care for our environment, compassion for one another and lifelong service to our community. I am proud to represent a region where that spirit is so clearly alive.
Member for Grey.
Speaker, grass fires are just a part of life on a broadacre farm, particularly on our farm the last few years, whether it's a failed bearing or some fine lentil dust getting on an exhaust. Fires are just a part of farming life. However, on December 5, Louis Bagshaw, or Lucas for Hansard, watched a fire tear across his property near Watolta on the York Peninsula. A week later, it happened again. But this just isn't about 2 fires. This is about what happens when Lucas tried to call for help. Nothing, no signal, no connection. No way to alert his neighbours. Your first thought is 000, but that's not our reality in country SA. Lucas told me straight, you do not rely on 000 in the country. He had a better chance saving his home by ringing the CFS member down the road or his neighbour than waiting for emergency services. So he tried to call his neighbours, tried to call the CFS, then threw his phone in the ute and started fighting the fire alone. His neighbours only helped because they happened to drive by, saw some smoke in the rearview mirror and turned around. They grabbed the fire unit and they came back. Because this is what neighbours do for each other in the country. Lucas went through 3,000 litres of water before help arrived. 40 fire trucks on 40 firefighters on 10 trucks finally showed up. The damage, 56 pine trees, his header, a baler and kilometres of fencing. A second fire was different, only because someone was home with Starlink. A monthly subscription they now pay on top of phone bills just to make calls from their own home. Think about that reality. In 2026, a farmer pays Telstra $50 more per month than 9 years ago with the worst service. Now we pay another $129 a month for Starlink. When the fires are out, Lucas walked inside. His phone exploded with delayed messages, arriving at 11 p.m, 5 hours after the emergency. 5 hours may as well be 5 years. And Speaker, why is this? The facts are stark. Over 9 years of coalition government, 54 mobile phone towers were put in the electorate of Grey. Under this Labor government, 0. They've made promises, but there has been little action. Telcos switched off 3G despite promising no degradation in service. However, that has proven to be not true. And now they're holding back on infrastructure and banking on satellites. But satellites won't save Lucas's home when the fire breaks out. His neighbour down the road could, if Lucas could make a call. Regional Australians deserve what metropolitan residents take for granted. We need mobile phone towers in places like Watolta or Horbury and across regional SA. Not promises, not eventually, now.
Member for Corangamite.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise today to congratulate an extraordinary Australian athlete, Jakara Anthony, on her role representing our nation at this year's Winter Olympics in Italy. Jakara is a proud Barwon Heads local in my electorate of Corangamite, and while her sport takes her all over the world, she remains deeply connected to the Bellarine Peninsula, carrying her community with her onto the international stage. To be selected as our nation's flag bearer is one of the greatest honours in sport. It speaks not just to athletic excellence, but to character, leadership and the respect of teammates. Jakara embodies all of that. Deputy Speaker, these sporting journeys, they don't begin on the Olympic slopes. They start years earlier. They start at places like Mount Buller, where Jakara and her family spent many winters building her skills. They start at local community and sporting clubs, schools and regional training grounds. They start with parents driving to early morning sessions, with volunteers marking fields, with councils maintaining courts, and with our federal government backing in the infrastructure that gives young Australians a chance to think big. That is exactly why the Albanese government is investing in sporting and community infrastructure across regional Australia, including in communities like mine in Corangamite. From our investments in the North Bellarine and Surf Coast Aquatic Centres, upgrades to netball facilities in Grovedale and Drysdale, redevelopment of the Leopold Sporting Precinct and a new sports stadium in the rapidly growing township of Armstrong Creek. Deputy Speaker, when we invest locally, we build more than venues. We create opportunity and pathways for the next generation, whether that leads to the Olympics or simply a lifelong love of sport and community. Deputy Speaker, Corangamite is full of young people with talent and ambition. They deserve access to quality facilities and opportunities just like anyone else. Our government is committed to ensuring regional communities like mine are not left behind. So, as Jakarta takes to the slopes once again, chasing a second Olympic gold medal, she does so with the support of her hometown of Barwon Heads and with the entire nation behind her. I know communities right across my electorate will be watching with pride. And I encourage all Australians to get behind Jakarta and every member of the Olympic team as they represent us on the world stage. Good luck to all our athletes. We're cheering you on.
In accordance with Standing Order 193, the time for members' constituency statements has concluded. I call the clerk.
Private members' business. Notice number 1 for a motion in relation to human rights in Iran.
I call the member for Menzies.
I move the motion relating to human rights in Iran in the terms in which it appears on the notice paper. Deputy Speaker, I stand today and move this motion to affirm the House's support for the Iranian people in their brave struggle for freedom, democracy and human rights, and against the Iranian regime's repression of and brutal violence against its own people. I'd like to acknowledge the members from across the Parliament speaking in support of the motion. In particular, my friend, the member for Bennelong, who has long been an advocate for the Iranian people and the Iranian community in his electorate. I'm honoured to represent a strong and proud Iranian community in Melbourne's east, in suburbs around Doncaster, Bulleen and Templestowe, to name a few. They are our friends, our neighbours, our children's classmates and our parents at school pick-up, our small business owners. They share with us the richness and beauty of Iranian culture through the Persian Fair at Box Hill and the Fire Festival in Ruffy Lake Park. Since December last year, when the protests started, I have been in contact with many members of the community and community leaders, as well as attending a rally on the steps of the Victorian State Parliament. I'd particularly like to acknowledge House of Persia and the Australian Iranian Society of Victoria for the support they have been providing to their communities in this deeply distressing time. As you would expect, people's primary fears are for family and loved ones in Iran. But there is also fear for their compatriots and the country they love. This distress has been made all the worse by the regime's blackout of the internet and telecommunications to hide their atrocities and the uncertainty it brings. As one member of our community, Sarnavaz, put it, many of us are living with constant fear and distress. We are cut off from reliable news from our families in Iran. We wake up every day not knowing if our loved ones are safe, able to communicate or even alive. This emotional weight does not stay at home. We carry it into our work, our parenting and our daily lives as Australians trying to cope and function while our hearts are elsewhere. We are devastated, exhausted and grieving, yet we continue to show up, contribute and hold ourselves together. The communications blackout has meant the Iranian community has had to rely on social media or, when they can get through, first-hand accounts from their relatives and loved ones. The reports coming out of Iran are truly horrific. Conservative estimates are that the regime has killed several thousand people, but others say it could be 10 times that. I've been told of the regime leaving bodies displayed in piles in the street to act as a warning to dissenters, of families having to search for hours through body bags to find their loved ones, of people injured in the protests who sought help in hospitals only to be executed. That is why I am proud to be part of a government that has taken the strongest action against the Iranian regime of any government to date. Last week, we implemented further sanctions against 20 individuals and 3 entities, including senior officials from the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, who have been complicit in violently suppressing protests, as well as causing destabilisation in the region and further abroad. This comes on top of sanctions already applied to 200 individuals and entities, including 100 linked to the IRGC. Of course, last year we also expelled the Iranian ambassador and other Iranian officials and listed the IRGC as a state sponsor of terrorism. I take this opportunity to say that the Parliamentary Joint Committee on Intelligence and Security is currently conducting a review into the listing of the IRGC. It is an important part of the parliamentary process that occurs with the listing of any organisation. Public hearings will be held shortly. Those who have already made written submissions, as well as the members of the public, may request to appear. I'd encourage organisations and communities in my electorate to do so, and you are welcome to get in touch with my office for any details with how to go about that. As I have said before, and I will say again, the Australian government stands with the Iranian people in their struggle for their democratic and human rights and freedoms, and we call on the Iranian regime to stop these brutal, repressive actions against their own people. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Is there a seconder for the motion?
I second the motion and reserve my right to speak.
The question is that the motion be agreed to. I call the member for Berowra.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. As a member for Berowra, I am delighted to represent the fourth largest Persian community in the country. Persian Australians are wonderful people with an ancient civilisation and a modern liberal outlook. There are nearly 100,000 Persians in Australia, and they contribute to every aspect of my community, from the PNCs to the sports clubs to the doctors and nurses at Hornsby Hospital. They're engineers, IT professionals, artists and small business owners. They moved here to create a better life for themselves and work every day to contribute to our country and our community. I know so many of them are here because for the past half-century the Iranian regime has made their lives in Iran a living hell. A criminal regime that abuses women and minorities. A criminal regime noted for its abuse of human rights at home and its export of terror abroad. A criminal regime whose long arm follows people and intimidates them even in this country. I've been calling out Iran for a decade for its human rights violations against its own people, women, the Baha'i and other minorities, for its terrorist proxies around the world. My proudest moment in the 6 years I served on the Joint Committee on Intelligence and Security was when we listed in full Iran's proxies, Hamas and Hezbollah. In February 2023, following the murder of Mahsa Amini, I called for the listing of the IRGC as a terrorist organisation, and at that time, as Shadow Attorney-General, I offered the Coalition support for any measures to help the government list the IRGC. When I hosted Senator Claire Chandler at a forum with the Persian community in my constituency, and Senator Chandler did a terrific report on human rights abuses in Iran, in 2023, people told me they were afraid to come because of the long arm of the embassy and the IRGC in our own country. In October 2023, I called for diplomatic relations against Iran to be suspended, even as Labor luminaries like Bob Carr were having happy snaps with the ambassador. Our government's Middle East policy has been a shambles. Australia has spent too much of the last 4 years berating Israel rather than standing up to Iran when they were warned by the Persian community and the Jewish community about the danger Iran posed to Australia. It took 2 regime-coordinated attacks on our own soil at Lewis Continental Kitchen and the Adass Israel Synagogue for this government to be dragged kicking and screaming to take action. Australia should be leading global efforts to bring the Iranian regime to justice, but the Albanese government has never acted with strength or urgency. Today in Iran, protests have spread across hundreds of cities and towns. Millions of ordinary people have found the courage to stand up and demand change. Many more have been murdered, arrested, tortured or left carrying trauma which will last a lifetime. More than 30,000 people have been murdered. And I want to talk about just a few of these people. Soleh Sotoudeh, a mother of 2 young children from Langarud who was pregnant with her 3rd child when she was killed when forces opened fire on a crowd she was in. Zibir Dastjerdi, 33, shot and killed in front of her 8-year-old daughter at a protest at Nishapur. 40-year-old Soran Zizadeh, who died because of torture he was subjected to while being held following his arrest on January 7. Reports say his body was barely recognisable due to the extent of injuries caused by repeated blows. 15-year-old Taha Safari, one of the youngest victims of the protesters, who was detained by authorities with his body handed to his family 3 days later. Or 28-year-old Nigin Gadami, shot with live ammunition cleaving her body from her stomach. Unable to get to the hospital, she died in the hands of her father. We hear of widespread sexual violence, including against children. An Iranian-born journalist said in recent days, no women's bodies are turning up, and that's because, according to eyewitness accounts, they're raped, their uteruses are removed, their scalps ripped off along with their hair, and their bodies covered in cigarette burns. This is a regime of pure evil. And we know Iran has Australia in its sights. Radical Islamist extremism should have no place in this country. It's time we looked the Ayatollah in the eye and said enough. I want the world to know we stand with the Persian people. I honour all those who speak up and who want Iran to live out its destiny as a free democratic nation, not a pariah state under a brutal criminal dictatorship. I want an Iran where the Iranian people freely choose their future, far from the jackboot of a police state. I want an Iran where women have the same rights and freedoms they enjoy in Australia. I want an Iran where women and girls can go about their lives without fear, where they can dress as they choose, pursue an education, build careers and shape their futures. I want an Iran where children go to school to learn and grow and not be subjected to political or religious extremism and indoctrination, and where families live their daily lives in peace. To those protesting Iran, I say you may live under the sword of fear, but you are counted among the champions of liberty. We see you, we hear you, we stand with you, and we will not be silent.
Member for Bennelong.
Deputy Speaker, in Bennelong, our Iranian Australian community is strong, proud and deeply connected to family and loved ones in Iran. Over recent years, I've heard from many across my electorate whose messages are clouded in desperation, many asking for hope and all asking for the stories of their family and friends to be told by those who can. Today, I want to use this opportunity of this debate to amplify the voices of the Iranian Australian community in Bennelong and to bring those voices directly to this Parliament. I want to speak about their courage and about the horrific cruelty in Iran. Earlier this year, the Iranian people once again did what free people everywhere have done throughout history. They asked for dignity, accountability and a voice in their own future. For that, they were not met with dialogue, but with force. Iran has shown the world that standing up to an oppressive regime has no borders. Across countries, cities and communities, including my own in Bennelong, hundreds and thousands of Iranians have raised their voices to shine a light on what is happening to the women, men and children who are standing up to the regime in Iran. Inside Iran, peaceful protest has been treated as a crime. Grief has been criminalised. Arbitrary arrest, intimidation, violence and the silencing of truth have become tools of state control. Women and girls, journalists, activists, minorities, individuals have been targeted simply for asserting their basic rights. Many remain unaccounted for. Tragically, many more have lost their lives. These are not abstract events on a distant news ticker for Iranian Australians. They are deeply personal, and their impact is felt far beyond Iran's borders. Families have been cut off from one another. People cannot call their parents, children or siblings. And for those who can get through, many report something even more chilling. Third parties on the phone, listening in, interrupting conversations and warning them not to speak about what is happening. Here in Australia, many Iranian Australians live with a constant anxiety of not knowing whether their family are safe. They measure time in missed calls, unanswered messages, and the terrible silence that follows a protest crackdown. And yet, despite fear and uncertainty, Iranian Australians continue to stand up and speak out in our streets, in our communities, and by bringing their stories directly to this Parliament. Their courage doesn't stop at Iran's borders, it travels with them. That shared courage inside Iran and across the Iranian diaspora carries with it a responsibility for those of us who have the freedom to speak out. Because the desire for freedom does not disappear when it's beaten down. It doesn't vanish when the internet is cut or when phones go dead, or when fear is meant to do the regime's work for it. It simply finds a new way to be heard. And when those voices are raised here in Australia, our responsibility is clear. Our responsibility is not to look away, because silence only helps the oppressor. Bearing witness matters and speaking truth matters. That's why this motion is so important, Deputy Speaker, and why I'm proud to second it alongside the fantastic member for Menzies, representative of the largest Iranian Australian community in the country. He serves that community so well, Deputy Speaker, and I congratulate him for bringing this motion here today. This motion, moved by members of the government, backs in our tough and principled stance against Iran since we came to government since 2022. We've imposed targeted sanctions on more than 200 Iranian individuals and entities, including over 100 linked to the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps. We've strengthened our autonomous sanctions framework so we can directly target those responsible. we've listed the IRGC as a state sponsor of terrorism, which importantly criminalises, here in Australia, support and cooperation of the IRGC, and we've backed that with decisive diplomatic action, including expelling Iran's ambassador to Australia and withdrawing our own ambassador too. To the Iranian people inside Iran, in my home in Bennelong, and right across the world, please know this. You are seen, you are heard, and your call for change and your action does not echo into the void. Today, it speaks loudly here in this Parliament, and for as long as it takes, we'll continue to share your stories, your struggles, and stand with you here.
Yeah. Member for Casey.
Yeah. Deputy Speaker. Women, life, freedom. Say her name, Mahsa Amini. These are just two of the protest movement slogans that have been chanted by Iranians and Persians all around the world and here in Australia since September of 2022. And we can never forget Mahsa Amini, brutally murdered for wanting to live a life of freedom. And how has this transpired over 3 years? We now live with a situation where reports, and credible reports from Iran International, look at over 36,500 Iranians killed in a massacre. 36,000 Iranians killed. For what? For protesting. For wanting to stand up for their rights and wanting to have freedom. And this protest has been going for over 3 years and it continues to escalate. And I want to send my support and solidarity to those in the Iranian community in Casey and in the Outer East, and their families and friends and their loved ones at home in Iran. You are not alone. We stand with you. We support you. And this journey has not just happened today, it has been over 3 years. And I was proud in the last term of Parliament to stand with my good friend, the former member for Menzies, Keith Wallahan, to sponsor political prisoners. And some of those political prisoners paid the ultimate sacrifice, being murdered in prison for their beliefs. And in politics, too often people do things because it's easy or because they have to do it as a Member of Parliament. And I want to pay tribute right now to Keith Wallahan, no longer in this House, but still fighting for the Iranian community. Yesterday he was in Melbourne joining the Iranian protesters to show his support and addressing the crowd. A man of conviction who has strength in his beliefs, who didn't turn up to support the Iranian community in the last term of Parliament because it was his responsibility as a parliamentarian, as he proved yesterday. He's there with the Iranian community through their journey because it is his responsibility as a human, it is his responsibility as a principled person that he is. And I congratulate him for showing, not with words, but actions, his strength. And he's a great man, and I look forward to continuing to support and work with Keith as we support the Iranian community all across the country. But the Coalition have been calling for action on the IRGC and wanting them to be listed as a terrorist organisation since 2022 and before. Since I came into this Parliament, I've been calling for that. So forgive me if it is not galling to see the government pat themselves on the back for finally realising in November of 2025 that they should list the IRGC as a terrorist organisation. After synagogues had been attacked, after the Lewis Continental Kitchen had been attacked in November of 25 by the IRGC, this government finally acted. But let's not pretend that that was a surprise. The Iranian community in Australia had been calling for that for years. The Coalition had been calling for it for years. Security experts had been calling for the IRGC to be listed as a terrorist organisation for years. The question we will never know, the question that can never be known, but many people have, is if those cries had been listened to in 2022, 3 years before the IRGC coordinated attacks in our country on the Jewish community, could those attacks have been prevented? Could this have been prevented if they had been listed in 2022, as so many in the community, including the Coalition, called for? This government does not get the right to rewrite history and pretend that they acted ahead of time. There was warnings, there was commentary. I can provide the Hansard showing myself, Keith Wallahan, Senator Claire Chandler, the member for Berowra, Julian Leeser, and many others calling for action in 2022. And it took until November of 2025. And the Iranian people in Australia, in Iran, deserve better. We will continue to stand with them and continue to fight for them.
The member's time has expired. Member for Chisholm.
Thank you so much, Deputy Speaker, and I think it's really important that we conduct this debate with grace, and I have no intention of demeaning this debate by responding to some pretty poor comments from the previous speaker. What I do want to do, though, is thank the member for Menzies for putting this motion to the House. He is, of course, my neighbour in adjoining seats in Melbourne. The human rights situation in Iran is dire, Deputy Speaker, and I want to speak in support of the Australian-Iranian community. We know how appalling and horrifying the situation is, and I know how deeply it affects the Iranian community that call Chisholm home. And that's more than 1,000 Australian-Iranian people who live in Chisholm. And long before I became a member in this place, I've stood in solidarity with the Iranian people. I've stood in solidarity with the Iranian people for years, attending many events over the years. I've long had friends from Iran who have shared with me pretty horrifying stories and have lived through some things that I would not imagine anyone should have to live through. I will continue to stand in solidarity with the people of Iran against the brutality of the Iranian regime today and every day. And I really want to acknowledge that many people in our community, many people who I know and care about deeply, carry trauma with them in the diaspora community. And I really want to acknowledge the courage that they've shown in sharing their stories with me and other members of this House. Our government stands in solidarity with the Iranian people in their brave struggle against oppression. We condemn the Iranian regime's agenda of violence against its own people and will continue calling on Iran on the international stage to protect the rights of its citizens to peaceful protest. Our government has taken stronger action to hold the Iranian regime to account than any other Australian government to date. We've bolstered our autonomous sanctions framework to target those involved in oppression inside Iran, including against women and girls. In 2022, we were at the forefront of international efforts to remove Iran from the Commission for the Status of Women, and we co-sponsored the successful Human Rights Council resolution establishing an independent investigation into human rights violations in Iran. In an unprecedented diplomatic step, we've declared Iran's ambassador to Australia, along with 3 other officials, persona non grata. They've been expelled and we have withdrawn Australia's ambassador to Iran. We've also sanctioned more than 200 Iran-linked persons and entities, including more than 100 IRGC-linked individuals and entities. Since the 3rd of February, we have imposed further targeted financial sanctions on Iran and have taken this action in coordination with our international partners, including the UK and the EU. We are absolutely committed to ensuring that our sanctions have the maximum impact. Those sanctioned under our further financial sanctions include senior officials and entities of Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps. This builds on the Australian government's listing of the IRGC as a state sponsor of terrorism. The IRGC are complicit in the oppression of the Iranian people. They continue to violently suppress domestic protests and threaten lives in and outside of Iran. I will not stop, and I know this Labor government will not stop, fighting for the Iranian people. The killing of protesters must end. Arbitrary arrests must end. Telecommunications blackouts must end. And the blatant human rights abuses must end. To the Australian-Iranian community in my electorate of Chisholm and across the country, I have one message. Know that you are not alone, and during this time, we share your horror at the events in Iran, and we understand that you may be distressed by the actions of the Iranian regime, but know that we will always support you. And as a personal commitment, my door is always open to members of the Iranian Australian community in my electorate of Chisholm. It has always been a pleasure to work alongside them, and I look forward to continuing to do so, even in these darkest of days. Thank you so much, Deputy Speaker.
Member for Goldstein.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. And Deputy Speaker, I'm happy to support the spirit of this motion because it isn't just a motion about our solidarity with the people of Iran, it's also about our solidarity with all people everywhere who want to live in freedom and safety and avoiding the tyranny of extremism, Islamic extremism and oppression as occurs by the IRGC in Iran. And you just need to look at some pretty brutal realities, Deputy Speaker. We currently have tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of people on the streets in Iran standing up for a basic thing, which is their right to be able to determine their own future, to be able to make a choice about how they're going to live out their lives, free from the oppression of a government that wants to impose a radical form of religious theocracy and force people to conform. We know what happens to women. We know what happens to homosexuals. We know what happens to other minority groups. And not just that, that they seek to export their terrorism around the world. We've seen that in the case of Australia, where they have financed directly and engaged in state-sponsored terrorism against synagogues in Melbourne. But we also know they have a direct connection with the illegal tobacco trade, which they use to finance attacks on our soil. And tragically, some government policy assists them in that process of profiteering off that practice to use it to promote things like anti-Semitism and violence against Australians of Jewish heritage. We know the consequences that have befallen the people who have chosen to stand up against the mullahs in Tehran. 30,000 odd people have been reported. We know full well that they continue to target people, shut down pathways and communicate with the rest of the world, and stop us all bearing witness to the horrors of the IRGC. And what's tragic about this situation more than anything else is we have known this situation would come for a long time. We know the IRGC simply takes power through force, and that's why we wanted to list them as a terrorist organisation in the last term of Parliament. I remember, Deputy Speaker, when I was involved in the listing of Hamas and Hezbollah as terrorist organisations, and it was a relatively straightforward process. It is distressing still to this day that it took the firebombing of synagogues sponsored by the Iranian government for our government to act and acknowledge the IRGC as a threat not just to Australia but to the international community and its state-sponsored terrorism. Now we face a choice about how we're going to respond. We know that this challenge is going to be one we have to stand by the Iranian people at every step. Last week I stood on the steps of Parliament House and spoke at a protest and spoke specifically about how disappointing it is that so many people who used to flood the capital cities of our nation for the victims of the Israel-Hamas conflict, one where terrorist organisations attacked a free state and then that free state chose to respond and defend their citizens. And I make no mistake, all civilian deaths are a tragedy. It does not matter in the context in which it occurred. But so many of those people went out into the streets and stood up for the civilian victims of Gaza. And fair enough, they have every right to do so. Yet we have seen a conspicuous conspiracy of silence against the 30,000 people who have been murdered by the IRGC in Iran from exactly the same core group within the community. And they have not stood up for the people of Iran. And we need to call this out because it highlights both the double standard and the Jew hatred that occurs with some sections of the community if they won't stand up against the oppression of the Iranian people. So now is the time that people are rising up. Now is the time that we must stand by them. And we must, of course, support them in their actions as much as possible and give them comfort and hope. And to those people in Australia who have family members on the front line standing up against the Iranian government, you have our sympathy and our support. And I know I've had people from the Iranian community in Goldstein, as well as across the country, contact me and say, please keep speaking up on this because it matters to the people behind the Tehran curtain. Now is the time for us to stand up and to be called to account. Now is the time for all of us to show solidarity where it belongs, because the consequence, if the Iranian people are successful, and of course we always look for opportunities where we can intervene to support them in achieving their shared objective of self-determination is we'll have an Iran that is free of the mullahs and their tyrannical regime, a world where we're less likely to have radical extremist ideology, Islamic extremist ideology that seeks to oppress people, less state-sponsored terrorism in Iran, in the region and around the world. But if we fail, we know that there'll be perpetuation of those terrors and those horrors on the people who've done nothing more than want to stand up and say they want their voice for their freedom and to decide their future.
Member for Newcastle.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and I rise to support this important motion moved by my friend and colleague, the member for Menzies. And I thank him for bringing the human rights catastrophe in Iran to the attention of this House. What we are witnessing in Iran is not an isolated or fleeting crisis. It's a sustained and systemic assault on fundamental human rights. Iranian citizens continue to face brutal repression for the simple act of demanding dignity, freedom and equality. Since the death of Mahsa Amini in custody in 2022, the Iranian regime has responded to peaceful protests with violence, mass arrests, draconian detention, torture and executions. Women are persecuted, beaten and imprisoned for resisting compulsory veiling laws. Protesters are crushed by a regime that rules through fear, arbitrary detention and force. Families are left grieving loved ones who dare to speak out. Australia has been clear-eyed and resolute in our response to these shocking abuses of human rights. The Australian government has stood shoulder to shoulder with the international community in calling for the protection of rights of Iranian citizens. We have used every appropriate diplomatic and multilateral forum to condemn Iran's actions and to demand accountability for those responsible, and we will continue to do so. Importantly, we have strengthened Australia's autonomous sanctions framework so that we can directly target individuals and entities involved in oppression. Since 2022, Australia has sanctioned more than 220 Iranian-linked persons and entities, including over 100 officials and organisations linked to the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps. The government has also taken the significant step of expelling the Iranian ambassador to Australia. And we have consistently and forcefully raised our concerns with Iran about its human rights abuses, its destabilising actions in the Middle East, and its foreign interference here in Australia. That decision to expel the ambassador followed deeply disturbing revelations by the Australian Federal Police that Iran had directed on at least 2 occasions anti-Semitic attacks on Australian soil. Those attacks were thwarted, but let's be clear. Agents of Iran dared to plan a violent attack in our country. And that behaviour represents a profound breach of trust, a direct threat to Australian sovereignty and an affront to the safety of our people. Australia will never tolerate foreign intimidation, extremism or terror, and when our values and security are challenged, we respond decisively. Collectively, the actions of the Australian government matter, and they bring home the threat of state-sponsored terrorism and malicious foreign interference for all Australians to see. On the 27th of January, I attended a candlelight vigil in Civic Park, Newcastle, to mourn the thousands of innocent lives lost to the brutality of the Iranian regime. I stood alongside members of our local Iranian community, people who carry immense grief, trauma and courage with them every day. The vigil was deeply moving, solemn and powerful, and marked a quiet strength and an unyielding demand for justice. I want to acknowledge Diana Abdullah, who invited me to attend the vigil. Diana shared with me stories of loss, of fear and of resilience. She introduced me to those who have lost loved ones, sons, daughters, siblings and best friends, taken by a regime determined to silence dissent and conceal their deadly crackdown on protesters and other dissidents. These conversations are ones I will never forget. To the Iranian community in Newcastle and across the country, and indeed the citizens of Iran, I want to say this: you are not alone. Your voices are heard in this Parliament, and your grief, your anger and your hope matter. Australia stands with you. We stand with the women of Iran who refuse to be erased. We stand with the protesters who risk everything for freedom. And we stand with those who have lost loved ones but continue to speak their names. Parliament has a responsibility to speak clearly when human rights are under attack. And today, I am pleased that this chamber chooses to stand together in unity and with purpose. This is important.
I thank the member. The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for McPherson.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise to support this motion moved by the member for Menzies. I do so, however, with a profound sense of frustration. While the words contained in the motion are welcome, the reality is that the action it gestures towards has come far too late. For years, the Coalition has urged the government to take stronger, clearer and more decisive action against the Iranian regime, both for its brutal repression of its people and for its malign activities beyond its borders. The question before us is not whether action is justified. That's never been in doubt. The real question is why the government waited so long. The human rights situation in Iran has been dire for years, not months. We've witnessed violent crackdowns on peaceful protesters, arbitrary arrests and executions, and the systematic oppression of women and girls. We've seen communication blackouts imposed to conceal the scale of violence from the world. Actions repeatedly documented by international partners and human rights organisations. These are not sudden developments. They're the predictable behaviour of a regime that has repeatedly demonstrated its contempt for basic human dignity and the rule of law. Let me also state clearly, the Iranian regime is not a friend of Australia, but the Iranian people are. Australia's long stood in solidarity with the Iranian people, particularly the courageous women and girls who continue to demand equality and freedom, despite grave personal risk. Our disagreement's not with a civilisation or a culture, but with the actions of a government that has consistently chosen repression over reform. Yet for too long, this government hesitated, issuing statements while abuses continued, and delaying decisive action at precisely the moment leadership was required. Even more concerning is that Iran's malign influence has not stopped at its borders. Australian authorities have taken serious steps after intelligence-linked Iranian state actors, including the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, to activities that were designed to intimidate communities and even direct attacks on Australian soil. Members of the Iranian-Australian community have also reported intimidation, surveillance and threats extending beyond Iran's borders. They were not asking for rhetoric. They were asking for protection, for clarity and for leadership. Too often they were met instead with delay. It's precisely because events in Iran do affect Australia that a strong and principled stance matters. Stability in the Middle East is directly tied to the security of global shipping routes and energy markets upon which Australia's economy relies. When regimes engage in destabilising conduct, whether through proxy activity, interference abroad or repression at home, it's not a distant issue. It has real implications for Australia's national security, our economic interests, and the safety of Australians here and overseas. The government now points to sanctions and diplomatic measures as evidence of resolve. But let us be clear, these actions were not proactive. They were reactive. The Coalition has consistently called for stronger and earlier sanctions, decisive action against the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, and a tougher stance on Iranians and Iranian officials complicit in repression and terrorism. It should not have taken sustained pressure from the opposition, from civil society and from diaspora communities for this government to finally act. Leadership means acting before atrocities escalate, not after international outrage becomes impossible to ignore. The Coalition's position has been clear and consistent. We stand with the people of Iran. We stand with women and girls who are courageously resisting oppression. And we believe Australia must take a firm, principled stance against regimes that brutalise their own people and seek to undermine democratic societies abroad. We'll continue to call for immediate accountability for human rights abuses, stronger protections for diaspora communities here in Australia, and early decisive action against hostile foreign influence. Deputy Speaker, this motion is necessary, but it should not be mistaken for leadership. Leadership requires courage, speed, and moral clarity. The Australian people and the Iranian people deserve that leadership much sooner. The Coalition will continue to hold this government to account until words are consistently matched by action.
I thank the member. The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Deakin.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise to support this important motion brought forward by the member for Menzies. As the members for Menzies and Chisholm have already outlined, we have a wonderful Iranian community in Melbourne's east. They've been deeply concerned about the policies of the Iranian regime for some time. But this concern has only sharpened since the horror and outrage of the events we've seen since the 28th of December last year. The regime has massacred thousands of Iranians while attacking and arresting many thousands more for participating in peaceful protest. It has imposed nationwide internet and telecommunications blackouts in an attempt to conceal the scale of their brutality. Deputy Speaker, the bravery of the Iranian people cannot be overstated. They have taken part in political action against a regime infamous for its brutal persecution of political activities. With the full knowledge of the evil they are confronting, the Iranian people have taken to the streets to fight for a better future. My office has been inundated with calls and emails from members of the Iranian Australian community who have been watching the events in Iran in horror and anguish. My message to them and to everyone in my community is that I commend the bravery of the Iranian people as they stand up for their dignity and their fundamental rights. I strongly condemn the killing of protesters, arbitrary arrests, intimidation, and the use of excessive and lethal force by the Iranian regime against its own people. Too many lives have been lost, and we continue to stand with you at this horrifying time. The Albanese government is part of the international call on Iran to protect the rights of its citizens to peaceful protest, to cease the killing of protesters, the use of force, arbitrary arrests, and telecommunications blackouts. They have to stop. Our government has taken strong action to hold the Iranian regime to account. We've sanctioned more than 200 Iran-linked persons and entities, including more than 100 IRGC-linked individuals and entities. We bolstered our autonomous sanctions framework to enable us to target those involved in oppression inside Iran, including against women and girls. We took the unprecedented step to expel Iran's ambassador to Australia and withdrew Australia's ambassador to Iran. The government listed Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, the IRGC, as a state sponsor of terrorism. We are at the forefront of efforts to remove Iran from the Commission for the Status of Women and co-sponsored the successful Human Rights Council resolution establishing an independent investigation into human rights violations in Iran. Just last week, on the 3rd of February, we imposed further targeted financial sanctions on Iran in response to the regime's horrific use of violence against its own people. We've taken this action in coordination with our partners, including the UK and the EU, to ensure these sanctions have the greatest impact. The 20 individuals and 3 entities sanctioned include senior officials and entities of Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, who are complicit in oppressing the Iranian people, violently suppressing domestic protests, and threatening lives both inside and outside of Iran. These sanctions build on the Australian government's listing of the IRGC as a state sponsor of terrorism and our comprehensive framework of sanctions against Iran. My thoughts continue to be with people in Iran as well as the Australian Iranian community, particularly my friends in Deakin, including Masood and Emily from Radio Nishat, who continue to be strong advocates for their community. A community that even in Australia continues to live in some fear from the reach of the IRGC and the Iranian regime, who continue to attempt to intimidate diaspora communities around the world to try and silence dissent and to try and undermine efforts to tell the truth about what's going on in that country. So I commend the principle and bravery of the many members of our Iranian Australian community in Deakin who continue to stand up to tell their stories, to tell the stories of other Iranians, and to make sure that we, as members of Parliament, are aware of what is going on and that that regime continues to be held to account. I share the horror with other members of this Parliament of what we are seeing from the Iranian regime, and will continue to stand with the Iranian people and Iranian Australians as they continue to speak up for the freedom and fighting for what is right in Iran. The people of Iran deserve to live in peace, they deserve to live in freedom, and they deserve to have all of us stand up with them. And I'm pleased to say that across the political spectrum in Australia, we do just that. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
I thank the member. The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Indi.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I rise today to speak in support of this motion and to acknowledge the deeply concerning reports that continue to emerge from Iran. I stand in solidarity with Iranians everywhere. In December last year, Iranians gathered to protest economic and political conditions in their country. They were exercising their rights to peacefully assemble and express their views. The Iranian regime's response was to murder its own people. There is credible evidence that since December, the regime has killed thousands of Iranians and detained many more. At the same time, it has implemented nationwide internet and telecommunications blackouts to limit visibility of its actions. Eyewitness accounts gathered by Amnesty International suggest security forces aimed rifles and shotguns loaded with metal pellets at the heads and torsos of protesters. Tens of thousands of people have been detained, including women and girls, university students, human rights advocates, lawyers, journalists, and members of ethnic and religious minorities. Authorities are refusing to provide information about detainees' whereabouts to their families. There are reports of ill treatment and torture. These developments are deeply, deeply distressing to Iranian Australians, especially those with friends and family back in Iran. And they should trouble every single one of us. As a constituent from Wodonga in my electorate of Indi wrote to me this week, such practices contradict the principles of justice, human dignity and the rule of law. A peaceful and secure world can only be sustained through accountable and equitable governance. Australia must categorically reject any actions that suppress democratic freedoms and affirm our commitment to upholding human rights whenever and wherever they are threatened. Australia has expanded its existing framework of sanctions in response to recent events, and I welcome this. Earlier this month, the government announced further sanctions on individuals and entities complicit in violent suppression of domestic protests and threatening lives both inside and outside of Iran. I urge the Australian government to continue to take appropriate diplomatic steps in partnership with the EU, the UK and other international partners, because we must use all available channels to promote accountability for these crimes, because that is what they are. This motion affirms our solidarity with the people of Iran. Their pursuit of freedom and democracy deserves our respect, and it deserves our continued laser-like attention. In standing with the people of Iran, we stand for human rights and the rule of law. We support those who bravely advocate for these values under the most perilous, difficult and dangerous circumstances. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
I thank the member. There being no further speakers, the debate is adjourned, and the resumption of the debate will be made in order of the day for the next sitting, and I call the clerk.
Private members' business, notice number 2, for a motion in relation to the economy.
And I call the member for Wentworth.
I move the motion relating to the economy in terms in which it appears on the notice paper. Australians really saw with a heavy heart the increase in interest rates last week and the increase in inflation in the past couple of months. This is of real concern to all Australians. And the big question is, what do we do about it? Now, I think I'm making the argument to say that we need to have stronger action on spending restraint. The government needs to step up on this, But long term, we also need much more powerful action on productivity reforms if we are going to permanently address what we see right now, which is that if the economy starts to speed up, inflation picks up, and then the interest rates have to go up again. There's been a bit of a debate between the major parties last week on whose plans were worse for the economy, under whose circumstances spending would have gone up more. Everybody is partly right, but the truth is where we are right now is not where we need to be. Spending needs to be addressed in its own right on the basis that it has grown far too fast. It's now at 26.9%, which is the highest percentage of GDP for many years outside of the pandemic, and that public sector spending is not consistent with a strong private growth economy, given the current issues in productivity in the economy. So what can we do on spending? Firstly, it is bringing in those fiscal rules and a charter and reinvigorating the charter of budget honesty. That has been absolutely ridden roughshod over by both the major parties for a period of time, but we need to have a set of rules that basically say you can't grow government spending faster than the long-term growth rate of the economy. And then it is about the difficult choices in terms of pulling back government spending and making sure that for every dollar we spend, we're actually getting the best possible outcome for that. A big area I see this is infrastructure spending. We've got a pipeline that the government has of over $100 billion. We're $32 billion overspent at the moment because of the confluence of public sector and private sector demand, and frankly, a whole bunch of those projects don't even have a strong business case to back them in the first place. I'm someone who has backed really significantly climate change policies, but they have to be done on a lowest cost basis. And so, for instance, the EV fringe benefits tax is an area where I think that we should be pulling back because there are cheaper ways of lowering carbon in our economy than through that tax. Then the other question is about how do we make better outcomes with every dollar that we spend in the public sector? And this is where the government has been very slow to move on using, for instance, AI and automation to better deliver public services. It took them 3.5 years to give us an AI plan, which I've read and is not very good on the detail. But frankly, this is the opportunity to deliver better outcomes for the community without putting more pressure on government spending. And so I think this is the area where the government really needs to be much, much, much more ambitious. But then it comes really down to how do we help the private sector and the non-market sector drive productivity over time. And the problem is with driving productivity, it's not a fast turnaround. The government, I respect, has done some important work on things like the nuisance tariffs, the passing of the environmental laws and construction codes. Those are all useful things that the government has done. But it takes time to move productivity along. And again, that means going faster and harder and recognising that these benefits will take time. This is an area where the government has said it will step up in terms of regulation reform and measures to measure how effective it is in terms of regulatory burdens on business. But it's been around 6 months now since the Productivity Roundtable, and we're no closer to having really concrete measures of how the government is going to do this. We seem to have, and I haven't seen any stronger incentives for the government in putting in the system to say this is how we're going to make it easier for people to do business. It has to translate into real-world action on the ground. There's a lot of goodwill. I believe there's a lot of desire to do the right thing, but there's got to be a pressure and a drive that we haven't yet seen from the government to really make a difference in these areas. The government is also unwilling, it seems, to really properly look at industrial relations reform. It has changed a lot of industrial relations in the last 3 years. There are many benefits to workers, but there have been no assessments of the relative cost to productivity and how to find the right balance there. And I think this is where, if the government's serious about productivity, it could go back to the PC and say, okay, assess IR on the basis not of ideology, but on the basis of the benefits to workers, the cost and productivity, and how we get the right balance here. It is an area where I do want to see the government just be, frankly, more ambitious. And finally, making sure that governments give quick answers to businesses, because agencies like the ATO and others take a long time to deliver those answers. That is a problem for the government, for the productivity of business as well.
Is the motion seconded?
I second the motion and reserve my right to speak.
I thank the member for Curtin. The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Stir.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and I thank the member for Wentworth for her remarks.
and share her view that supporting the private sector as the beating heart of productivity in this country is vital. Now, Deputy Speaker, the economy, including productivity, cost of living and growth, are central to the Albanese Labor government's agenda. Increases to productivity and growth is what this government's policy initiatives are directed at, as are help and assistance with cost of living to Australian families. Now, it is clear that inflation rates are higher than desirable, and we do not shy away from that. It is also clear that inflation is lower than its peak and significantly lower than when we came to government, but history aside, it is still too high. Inflation and what drives it is not linear. It's not black and white, one thing or another. It's a mix of fluid and ever-changing factors that need to be constantly monitored and adapted to. Factors like the time of year, private demand, climate, the labour market, global challenges and government policy all play a role in the ingredients that make up the inflation cake. Sometimes one factor plays a bigger role, sometimes smaller. It's not linear, and it's not as simple as saying just cut this, just do that, or just change this. The current data shows that our inflation challenge is a mix of temporary factors like the end of energy rebates and an increase in travel costs over the summer and persistent pressures in areas like housing. This combination underpins the fact that inflation doesn't always moderate in a straight line. The mix of factors are relevant and present, but they do not necessarily matter to the millions of Australians, myself included, with a mortgage, who will need to manage the 25 basis point increase. Families and businesses will be impacted, and many will have to make difficult decisions. A decision may be widely expected, but it is still a decision that has impact. And we are aware of this impact. The government understands that many Australians are still under pressure and that responsible cost of living relief remains important. That cost of living relief includes tax cuts for every Australian worker. In addition to the first round of tax cuts, Australian taxpayers will receive a further 2 rounds of personal income tax cuts from 1 July this year. A new $1,000 instant tax deduction will be introduced from the 2026-27 financial year, which taxpayers will be able to claim instead of individual work-related expenses. The government's healthcare and education initiatives also fall under the umbrella of cost of living relief, because every policy this government introduces is underpinned by a laser-sharp focus on economic management. The Cheaper Medicines Initiative, which began on 1 January this year and which reduced PBS medications to just $25 per script or $7.70 for concession card holders, is not just about healthcare, it is about easing the economic conditions for the average Australian household. Free TAFE, grants for apprentices, and 20% off all forms of student debt, university, TAFE, VET and apprenticeships, is not just educational reform, it is economic reform for the individual beneficiary and their household. Cheaper childcare provides more children access to early education, but it's not just about access to early education, it is an issue of economic management. Pay rises for early childhood educators is about recruitment and retention into this vital industry, because we know that we need more highly skilled early childhood educators to educate the children of other skilled professionals, if that is what they choose for their children. Education is the driver of this initiative, but it is not the only consideration. Enabling access to the paid labour market for parents so that they can contribute to the economy is a key and deliberate aspect of this initiative. These economic initiatives are being prosecuted in parallel with structural budget repair. MyEFO illustrated that the Albanese Labor government has found more than $114 billion in savings, and that the budget is in fact $233 billion better off than when Labor came to government. There is less debt in every year of the forward estimates because of policy decisions that have improved the bottom line. Finding savings and embarking on restructures of government programs to deliver efficiency gains will always be preferable to reducing services or increasing taxes or cutting important areas like defence spending, something that forms a critical part of government spending and which we simply cannot afford to reduce. So there are some signs of progress, but last week's RBA decision shows that more progress is required. Therefore, progress in this respect and progress in respect of the economy will be the focus of the government's agenda in this year's budget and beyond.
I thank the member. The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Curtin.
Last week, the Reserve Bank raised the official cash rate from 3.6 to 3.85% in response to rising inflation. Now, raising interest rates makes borrowing money more expensive, so businesses and households spend less. And this is a blunt instrument that the RBA uses to cool the economy. This is bad news for many Australians because higher interest rates directly increase the cost of living, particularly for households with mortgages, small businesses carrying debt and renters whose landlords have to pass on their increased mortgage costs. For millions of people, it means higher repayments, less disposable income and tougher decisions about everyday spending. Raising interest rates works largely by hurting poorer and more vulnerable households first. Wealthier households without mortgages or living on savings can continue spending, while those already living on the edge are forced to cut back on spending, which is ultimately how higher rates slow the economy. Annual inflation is now at 3.8%, above the RBA's formal target range of 2 to 3%. Inflation matters because it erodes our standard of living, particularly for households whose incomes don't keep pace with prices. Right now, there's ongoing political debate about what has caused the recent inflation pressures. The Treasurer points to strong private sector demand, that is, households and businesses spending more. The opposition points to high levels of public or government spending. In reality, both played a role, and finger-pointing does little to solve the problem for your average Australian. What matters now is what we do about it, and it's time for some serious ambition on economic reform. The government can put downward pressure on inflation in a few different ways. One response is reducing government spending. Spending's at its highest level since 1988, other than the pandemic. And the government needs to reinstate fiscal rules and make ministers and departments more accountable for blowouts in budget measures. Another approach is improving the efficiency of government spending. Government should be focused on delivering government services more efficiently so we get better bang for our buck. And there's an opportunity to do this with our climate and industry policy. In the absence of a market-based carbon price, support for decarbonisation relies on ad hoc subsidies and grant programs that often lack transparency, encourage rent-seeking and fail to drive economy-wide adjustment. A carbon price combined with targeted industry policies such as R&D incentives and workforce transition support would provide a far more efficient framework, replacing piecemeal interventions with clear economy-wide signals. The most important way to address inflation sustainably is lifting productivity, or working out how to make more goods and services with fewer resources. With high productivity, increased spending leads to more output. With low productivity, it leads to higher prices. It's like the speed limit on the economy. Productivity is also the main driver of rising living standards over generations. We live better than people did a century ago, not because we work harder, but because we produce far more with the same amount of effort. As Paul Krugman famously said, productivity isn't everything, but in the long run, it's almost everything. That's why it's concerning that the RBA has downgraded its medium-term productivity growth assumption to just 0.7% per year. In the 90s and the early 2000s, growth above 2% was common and supported rising wages and living standards. Today, a lower productivity ceiling weighs directly on incomes and opportunity. Improving productivity is difficult, but we've had a productivity roundtable that's not yet delivered results, and the Productivity Commission released a 5-year report in 2023 that included recommendations on how to improve productivity in education, migration, workplace relations, technology, business dynamism, the public service and decarbonisation. These remain good ideas. Reducing unnecessary regulation is an example that's critical. A typical small business must comply with thousands of pages of federal, state and local rules. Regulations are easy to add but hard to remove, and over time they accumulate. Our complicated workplace relations regime is a prime example of this. In the construction industry, productivity has gone down over the last 30 years. The government should be ambitiously simplifying our workplace relations system to improve productivity. Ambitious tax reform also matters. Australia relies heavily on taxing labour income, even as the working age population shrinks. Shifting the tax base away from penalising work and investment would support productivity and long-term fiscal sustainability. Australia's inflation challenge cannot be solved by interest rates alone. Only by expanding the economy's productive capacity can we stabilise inflation.
I thank the member. There being no further speakers, the debate is adjourned and the resumption of the debate made an order of the day for the next day of sitting. And I call the clerk.
Private members' business. Notice number 3, a motion on the education system to be moved by the member for Lalor.
And I call the member for Lalor.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I move the motion relating to the education system in the terms in which it appears on the notice paper. Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Well, Deputy Speaker, I stand here, a proud Labor member, the member for Lalor, representing community in the outer west of Melbourne, in a seat where I follow Julia Gillard, our first female Prime Minister, who gave her public life to being a champion for public education in this country. I follow her as someone who spent 27 years in state education in Victoria, who finished as a school principal before I came to this place. And I stand here proudly with the member for Bass, another teacher, a colleague on my right, and the member for Macon on my left. And I'm proud because we are doing something to build that fairer education system that we know will transform our country. Because education transforms lives, individual lives, the lives of our communities, our civil society, our economy. Education transforms our productivity. And it is therefore a central pillar of any federal Labor government. And I'm really pleased to see that the Minister, the member for Blaxland, has been getting busy on making sure that we have a fair funding model for our schools. And I note that in the start of the 2026 school year, we can proudly say that we have delivered on national agreements to make sure that our public schools are getting the funding that they need, that our public schools are getting fair funding. When we came to government, of course, we followed the Morrison government, who had made sure that private schools had all reached fair funding, but had ignored what was happening in the public sector. This was to that government's detriment, but it was to our country's detriment. We also know that there was a chronic teacher shortage. Again, something we can proudly say our Education Minister and our caucus have taken up with both hands to ensure that we have scholarships to attract people to teaching, and the results are already on the board with improvements in that area and more people signing up every day. With the introduction of paid prac, which will assist those people doing their teaching degrees to do their prac placements and not be out of pocket. All things to make sure that people are attracted to teaching. As someone who spent decades in classrooms teaching our young people, I know how complex this work is. I know how much support every school, every system, every child needs to ensure that every young person in our school system reaches their potential, because this is what drives improved society and improved productivity for our country. There are lots of good economic reasons for why there needs to be a significant spend to ensure fair funding in schools. Lots of economic reasons. As a Labor government, we don't need an economic reason to do the right thing. We only need to know that every child deserves the right to a quality education, and that's what this government is hell-bent on delivering. We have the national agreement across the country getting things right. We've got attendance. What we took up when we came to government, what we found were attendance rates going down, high school completion going down, high school completion going down this century. Teacher shortages were getting worse, and the gap between advantaged and disadvantaged students was getting wider. Only Labor had a plan for Australian students and teachers, and that's why our $16.5 billion Better and Fairer Schools agreement, that's what it's all about. And that's why it's so important. And when those opposite scream spending, I want them on the record to say they're not going to cut education funding. I want to know that up front. My community deserves to know that. We're addressing the teacher shortage because it's the most important job in the world. But we don't have enough teachers. We need to attract more people to this great profession, a profession that gives you feedback every minute of the day. A profession that lets you know by smiling children's faces or watching children struggle with something and then come to their understanding of it in your presence every day. I can't say this enough. Those golden moments in classrooms are what our country is built on the back of. Forget the sheep's back. It is those moments in our classrooms where young people grasp a new skill, grasp a new idea, come to a new understanding. That's why Labor supports public education.
I thank the member for Lawler. Is the motion seconded? I thank the member for Bass. The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Barara.
Deputy Speaker, this motion is full of self-congratulation and not about improving education. The reality is we are looking at an education system today under increasing pressure. Families, teachers and principals tell me the reality they're living with every day. Standards are slipping, classrooms are harder to manage, teacher workloads are exploding and too many Australians are being left behind. This is a central failure of the Albanese government in education. Announcements and slogans amidst declining outcomes. It's what I hear every day from parents and it's what's reflected in the data. Children increasingly can't read confidently at the age they're supposed to. Foundational learning's not being prioritised in the curriculum. STEM subjects are being increasingly taught by teachers who don't specialise in areas like maths and physics. Teachers are unfortunately seeing increasingly having to be focused on behavioural management, distracting them from teaching. This motion is about intergovernmental school funding. It's not about education outcomes. And when you look at those outcomes, too many Australian students are going backwards. The statistics are terrible. Roughly 1 in 3 Australian school students are not mastering the reading skills they need. For a child to have a successful education, it starts with the ability to read. Without it, they struggle to comprehend other areas of the curriculum and cannot fully participate in the opportunities that schools meant to provide. A University of South Australia study of students aged 11 to 14 found that the share who never read for fun jumped from 11% in 2019 to 53% in 2022. That's an extraordinary collapse in recreational reading in just a few years. If children aren't reading, they're not building vocabulary, fluency, comprehension and the background knowledge that makes every other subject easier. This motion doesn't talk about that. It also doesn't talk about an issue that's ignored far too often, and that's boys' education. The data is clear and consistent. Boys trail girls in every NAPLAN literacy assessment. Reading, writing, spelling, grammar, punctuation in every age group. Average achievement for boys falls short of girls in every NAPLAN domain except numeracy. Boys are twice as likely to score the lowest performance bands in literacy. And this isn't a boys versus girls argument. We want every child to succeed. In the last 2 decades, we've made extraordinary strides in the education of women and girls, and those achievements must be celebrated. But there is clear data and a growing sense that the education system is letting too many of our boys fall behind, and we need to do better. The most recent NAPLAN tests show that by year 9 in writing, there's a 35-point gap between boys and girls, roughly 1 to 2 years of learning. That's an educational deficit that compounds year after year, and we see the consequences later in schooling pathways. The ABS reports that in 2024, the year 10 to 12 apparent retention rate was 83.5% for women, but only 6.4% for male students. This motion doesn't talk about that, and it's a shame because rather than giving the government a pat on the back, we should be asking how we can lift these outcomes. Do we need more explicit teaching, a better and more knowledge-rich curriculum, better classroom management, less focus on screens in the early years? This motion also speaks about teacher shortages. We all hear it, from principals and parents, and we see it in hard-to-staff regions and subjects. When you look further into this, though, there's a second serious problem, and that's an expertise shortage, particularly in maths and science. The fastest growing jobs in Australia need a strong grounding in maths and science, but the most recent data shows that almost 40% of maths teachers and technology teachers were teaching out of field. Let me say that again, more than a third of those teaching maths aren't maths teachers. Subject knowledge matters. To teach advanced maths, you need strong maths expertise. To teach physics, you need to be able to confidently understand physics. And I'm not having a crack at those teachers who are working out of field. That's not a problem they've created. But it's disappointing that rather than talking about these issues, the government wants the Parliament just to give it a pat on the back. Let me turn to another concern parents raise with me regularly. Schools and classrooms drifting away from education and into activism. Let me be clear, classrooms must be a place of learning. Teachers hold a position of authority, and the teachers I know do a magnificent job. Parents send their kids to school to learn reading, writing, maths, science and all the other subjects. They don't send the kids to school to learn politics. Let's keep politics out of the classroom. Bluey is about dads and their kids, and it shouldn't be hijacked by pro-Hamas activists to be used in school as a propaganda tool aimed at children. The priorities right now should be obvious. Teach the fundamentals well, teach them explicitly and ensure every student has the chance to succeed. Finally, the government wants Australians to applaud its investment, but families are under pressure and costs are going up. Education costs rose 5.4% in the last year, and over Labor's term in office they rose 17%. This motion doesn't recognise this. If funding goes up while outcomes go down, that's not success. If disruptions rise while learning slips, that's not reform.
I thank the member. The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Bass.
Thank you, Speaker. It feels strange to me to be standing here in February. For the past 14 years, February has meant something very different to me. Every February, I was welcoming new students into classrooms, learning their names, their stories, and working closely with families to understand what each child would need to succeed that year. Some years I was teaching directly, other years I was supporting early career teachers, helping them to build their confidence and develop the skills they needed to support students with additional needs, students learning English as an additional language or dialect, and students who required extra care and understanding. I've walked into classrooms at the start of the school year with no mat, no puzzles, no games, and no basic resources to teach literacy. I have seen teachers expected to make do, to improvise, or to pay for these essentials themselves. I've worked in remote schools where staff were forced to make impossible choices about what could be afforded and what could not. And that is why the Better and Fairer Schools Agreement matters. Through this agreement, the Albanese Labor government is delivering an additional $16.5 billion in Commonwealth funding to public schools over the next decade, the largest new investment in public schools by any Australian government ever. The funding is long-term, it is reform-linked, and is designed to reach classrooms, not the upper echelons of the education departments. The investment is not abstract, it's not theoretical. It is about meeting the needs in classrooms, staff rooms and school communities across our country. When I think about what this funding must deliver, I think about the outcomes that it can and should make possible. It should mean that children who need that extra support in the early years receive it early, before they fall behind, because we know that timely intervention will build confidence, improve learning outcomes and strengthen the child's sense of self-worth for life. It should mean that students feel safe at school, supported by clear national action to prevent and respond to bullying, and that schools are backed to act quickly and consistently when concerns arise. It should mean that students facing mental health challenges can access a school counsellor, social worker or psychologist when they need it, not months or after years on a waiting list. And it should mean that teachers are properly supported to do their jobs, that they no longer need to buy basic classroom resources out of their own pockets or to quietly keep cupboards full of food stocked at their own expense, because they know that many of their children are arriving at school very hungry. It'll mean that new teachers are welcomed, supported and valued so that they see teaching not as a short-term sacrifice but as a respected, long-term profession. And it should mean that experienced teachers can stay in the classroom with manageable workloads, time to rest and the space to be present with their own families rather than burning out under constant pressure. It should also mean that remote schools are never again forced to choose, such as mine was, between paying the water bill and fixing our ageing computers, because access to a quality education should never depend on the postcode in which you live. Deputy Speaker, this funding is not a blank cheque. It is tied to reforms that we know lift outcomes. We know stronger literacy and numeracy foundations are required. We know the evidence-based teaching that works, and we have targeted support for the students who need it most. It is about making sure that children catch up, keep up and finish school with real options ahead of them, whether that's free TAFE, university or entry into the workforce. And we are seeing signs of progress. More people are choosing to study teaching, more are starting the degrees and more are being supported to finish them. And that momentum matters, but it will only continue if this investment is delivered as intended. The Commonwealth is stepping up. We are providing the funding, the national leadership and the reform framework required. And now it's the states and territories that must ensure that this investment reaches the classrooms, supports the teachers and makes a real difference in the communities that need it the most. Education is a shared national responsibility, and it works best when governments work together and that we stay focused on the outcomes. When schools thrive, they spark excellence. They bring pride and purpose for students. Teachers feel empowered and our communities grow stronger. And that is what this investment is about. And that is a responsibility that we all share. Our investment is targeted, our reform is real, and our expectation is clear. Better outcomes for all students. I commend this motion to the House.
I thank the member. The question is that the motion be agreed to. I call the member for Monash.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I passionately believe that your potential should not be determined by your postcode, and unfortunately that is not a value shared by this federal Labor government when it comes to regional communities like mine in the electorate of Monash. Before I begin my remarks though, I want to acknowledge my mum Margie, who graduated 50 years ago from the Victorian Teachers College with her friend Fran Haloko, and they've remained best friends for 50 years. But my mum still tells stories of some of the students that she most loved, that she supported through different challenges. My mum taught at some of the most disadvantaged schools in Victoria, and that has really stayed with me, and I really appreciate that. My mum actually gave up a career she really loved to raise myself and my 3 siblings, and so I just want to put on the record how special and loved that she is today. Across our schools, principals, teachers, education support staff, counsellors and volunteers in my electorate of Monash, I want to say thank you, because your commitment to making sure our students, our young people, are not just supported academically, but as a whole is incredibly important to our entire community. On behalf of the people of Monash, I say thank you. What stands out to me is their example which reflects something we so often see across our education system. People, young and old, doing far more than what is written in any position description. It's that quiet, consistent effort that holds school communities together. And as we discuss this motion, it's important that we keep those people at the front and centre of our remarks as well, because policy, funding and reform only matter when they're genuinely supporting the people there to make a difference and shape, develop, inspire and encourage the young people in our communities. I want to acknowledge a couple of really special people in my electorate. After 41 years of teaching, 21 of those years at Nyora Primary School, Karen Farbus retired at the end of 2025. Over her years as both principal and a teacher, Karen has made a lasting impact on students, families and the wider community. Nyora Primary School put together a special collection of letters and memories to celebrate her contribution and the real difference that Karen has made to every individual life she's touched at that school. So to Karen Farbus, I say thank you. I want to acknowledge educational support staff who work incredibly hard under incredibly difficult circumstances at many of our schools across Monash. They too are often overlooked, yet they're essential to keeping classrooms functioning, particularly as schools manage increasing complexity and ongoing teacher shortages. And I hear from a lot of parents locally who are grappling with challenges that have emerged, particularly since COVID and remote learning, where young people are more reluctant to attend school. I've seen an increase in school refusal, and so those teacher support staff are doing a really important job. And I say thank you for the huge hours that you put in and your dedication and your care to students in Monash. There are also those teacher support staff that are on the front line of managing a number of behavioural and additional learning needs presented by students. And in supporting students directly and assisting in classrooms, education support staff reduce pressure on teachers who are already stretched thin. And I'm talking to a lot of parents in my electorate of Monash who tell me that classroom sizes are just expanding and expanding under this Victorian Labor government, who don't care about regional communities. And many parents in my community are experiencing the impact of that every single day. So at a time when schools are struggling to recruit and retain, these education support staff are absolutely critical. I I also want to say that we've got a number of other schools doing terrific work in my electorate. New Haven College, 144 new students joined in 2026 with the Preps Welcome to the College with a special parade. Langatha Primary School had a preppy so eager to start, Rex Williams, that he turned up a day early. That's been shared with me and the local paper. And in Wonthaggi Primary School, they've returned with work well underway on some exciting new developments. Enrolments are up on last year, with lots of brothers, sisters and cousins joining the current cohort of students.
I thank the member. The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Chisholm.
Thank you so much, Deputy Speaker, and I'm really pleased to rise today to speak on what the Albanese Labor government is doing to improve our education system, and I do thank the member for Lawler for bringing this motion to the House. We're really putting the effort in to ensure that the system of education in this country is fairer, more accessible and better resourced. It's so important that we do this work so that all children and our teachers have assurance that the system is going to support them and their ambitions. Our government understands that our job is to keep advancing the aspirations of our youth, ensuring that those who care for them are secure, and we know that that starts with full and fair funding for our public schools. When I came to this place in 2022, it followed a campaign that was committed to undoing the damage of a near decade of neglect experienced by our public schools. It followed a commitment to putting public schools on a pathway to full and fair funding, and we continue delivering upon that commitment today. And I really want to thank everyone who was involved in the campaign to deliver full and fair funding. It was a really important focus for election campaigns, but more broadly, a really important public policy conversation to have. The Better Fairer Schools Agreement delivers on full and fair funding, a 10-year agreement with state and territory governments putting an extra $16.5 billion in the education system over the next decade and another $49 billion the decade after. This represents the biggest new investment in public schools by any Commonwealth government. It represents real resources for our schools, real funding for our teachers, and real tools to give our children the quality education that they absolutely deserve. It's not just about money though, Deputy Speaker, it's making sure that the money is going to the right places. It means investment in phonics checks and numeracy checks, areas that we know are absolutely essential in children's development. This money will go to evidence-based teaching and catch-up tutoring for kids who do need that little bit more support. We owe our schools the very best. We owe their teachers, students and families a standard of education that reflects a wider commitment to improved student-to-teacher ratios, stronger initial teacher education, and getting our educators the respect they deserve for the incredible work that they do. That's why, for the first time ever, our government is delivering paid prac, curbing the teacher shortage by incentivising degrees in education and providing practical financial support for practical training. It means giving the most important jobs in the world a secure pathway for training, so that when the time comes for our aspiring educators to teach professionally in the classroom, our students get the very best. And I have many teachers in my family, including both of my siblings who are teachers, and we have some absolutely incredible teachers right across the Chisholm electorate. And so I want to acknowledge the work that they do each and every day, thank them for their contribution they make to our nation, and commit to doing everything I can as a local member to ensure that we always have their back. We know teachers get into the education system for one simple reason: to educate our kids to take on the future. It's the role of representatives in this place to ensure that they receive the appropriate support and compensation for that work. And it's because of our government's focus on education that we've been able to increase the number of students who are studying education courses, studying to be teachers, when under the previous government it was unfortunately falling. Our government is working with state and territory governments to deliver for our schools. We saw money ripped out, billions of dollars, tens of billions of dollars ripped out of public schools, and we're making sure that we correct that course and we make sure that we fully fund and fairly fund our public schools in this country. This is an important priority for our government. It's an important priority for any Labor government. And we know that the investments we make today are about the future. It's about the long-term stability of the education system. It's about making sure that we have a sustainable workforce of teachers who know that government is supporting them. And it's about children getting the best education they can to pursue opportunities in the future. Thank you so much, Deputy Speaker.
I thank the member. The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Fadden.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. And there's nothing more that I enjoy speaking about in this place than education. And I say that because we think in this place often of the future of our nation and what that looks like. I also think of education through the prism of the son of a school teacher. My mother, Therese, gave her entire career to teaching, a vocation that she personally took very seriously, one that she applied herself to. She specialised in special education of those children who needed that little bit more effort. And I know that she is representative of the teaching cohort that we are so very blessed to have in that profession across our country. But this Labor government continues to put up motions like this one today so that they can self-congratulate for nothing more than a photo opportunity for the minister, a big dollar headline, and bingo, problem solved. But the reality is this: they keep using the words better and fairer, but the truth is the outcomes just are not living up to that. Right. Their Better and Fairer Schools agreement is a, quote, record investment, but by its own evidentiary fact is an admission that the system wasn't being properly funded by this government for years beforehand. And it's this that provides me with the greatest deal of concern into the future, that the Labor government, who pride themselves on being some sort of righteous custodians of the education system, quite frankly can't manage money. And that puts frontline education services at risk. What also happens is that when you can't manage the federal budget, the pressure that our schools are feeling when you talk to our school principals and teachers and administrators is that students are coming to school feeling the pressures of social and economic hardship. Now, if this government was serious about making the education system better and fairer, they would do more for families in order to provide food on the breakfast table, lunch in lunchboxes, and dinner served at night. But instead what we've got is kids turning up for school without food, without shoes, and that is not an equitable outcome or what our children deserve in this country. And so I think about some of the schools in my electorate and I visit many of them. Some of the things that they're doing is the initiative, for example, that Principal Landon Dare has introduced at Arundel State School, which is the Mental Wealth Day, because they recognise that some of the greatest pressures on our students are no longer just in the classroom. That is an initiative that is extremely well supported by the community who have really bought into that. So our schools continue to bear these social challenges and these government failures. And now on the horizon, what I'm hearing from schools is their uncertainty around what this Thriving Kids initiative will look like when it's rolled out in order to try and offload some of the NDIS burden that this government has created for itself. That is a big factor of uncertainty for our schools, for our parents and for our students. But as always, our teachers will do what they do best and press on hard in the classroom. Now, just in closing, I wanted to give a couple of quick shout-outs because at the end of last year, we had a couple of departures from local schools. Steve Josie from Labrador State School, who's moved down to Broadbeach, his departure is sorely missed by our community, and it was wonderful that he was able to attend the Grade 6 graduation last year with a cohort that he'd seen through for many years. And also my best wishes to Murray Gledhill, who up until last year was the principal at Coomberbar State School, encountered some health issues, and also he was able to attend the Coomberbar State School Grade 6 graduation. And what that shows is the intent of these two men in giving their all to those schools, their genuine engagement in what's best for the school groups, and I wish both of them well in the next part of their journeys.
And I thank the member for Fadden. The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I give the call to the member for Hasluck.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. At the outset, I want to acknowledge the start of the 2026 school year for students, for the families, for the teachers and school staff right across Australia, and especially back home in Hasluck. The beginning of this school year is always a time of energy and optimism, from new students nervously holding their parents' hands to Year 12 starting to think about life beyond school. Public schools sit at the heart of Hasluck. They serve families in fast-growing suburbs such as Ellenbrook, Brabham and Averley, as well as our long-established communities around Naranda, Bassendean, Ashfield, Midland, and they reflect the diversity of our electorate, culturally, socially and economically. And they do so with professionalism and pride and care in all that they do. Schools such as the Ellenbrook Secondary College and Averley Secondary College are supporting students in rapidly growing areas, offering academic pathways alongside vocational education and training that helps our students prepare for work and further study and apprenticeships. In Ellenbrook too, we now have a university study hub to help bridge the gap for students living far from universities. And I have to say, on visiting, it is always full. Students are loving that collegiate atmosphere to be able to study when they're not on campus. And schools like Governor Stirling Senior High School and the Muditch Noongar Community College and Hampton Senior High School offer specialist focus areas in the arts and sports that help students thrive through creativity and teamwork and discipline, right from tiny tots all the way through to Year 12. And at the primary level, especially schools such as Midvale Primary, Brabham Primary, their focus on early literacy and numeracy, student wellbeing and community engagement lays the foundation for lifelong learning and for really upstanding citizens. And this is in the context in which the Better and Fairer Schools Agreement matters so deeply. This agreement represents the largest Commonwealth investment in public schools by any Australian government, and it is tied to reforms that focus squarely on lifting student outcomes. It recognises that fairness in education means funding schools according to need and giving them the certainty to plan, invest and innovate for the long term. The agreement, it lifts the funding to 100% of the school resourcing standard. It becomes another proud Labor legacy. And of course, funding alone doesn't educate students, teachers do. And this is why this motion rightly acknowledges the vital role of teachers and the national effort underway to address workforce shortages. Teachers in Hasluck give themselves every day. They are educators, mentors, role models and trusted adults for young people navigating an increasingly complex world. And it's encouraging seeing more Australians choosing to study teaching, supported by measures such as our paid teaching practicums, teaching scholarships and our stronger initial teacher education. These initiatives, they help ensure that more people can enter the profession, complete their training and stay benefiting students and school communities alike. And the motion, it also recognises the importance of preventing and responding to bullying in schools. And of course, this is an issue that families and educators take seriously, and it's part of the reason why we introduced the social media ban for under 16s. Many Hasluck schools already invest heavily in wellbeing teams, pastoral care programs and inclusive school cultures, working hand in hand with parents and the community more broadly. And the national coordination strengthens this work and ensures our schools are getting the support they need to keep students safe. So as the 2026 year unfolds, public schools across Hasluck will continue to nurture curiosity, resilience and ambition in our young people, right alongside those private education institutions that are very much part of our fabric. Our schools acknowledge our support acknowledges the dedication of teachers, leaders and support staff, and the trust of families and a shared belief that every child deserves a fair go. And when I visit schools from Cyril Jackson, we're looking at their intensive English language centre, Woodbridge Primary and their extraordinary art exhibitions and dance programs, Guildford Grammar with the absolutely magnificent cohort of students that are moving particularly into pathways around academia, to our Australian Islamic College at Helena Valley. We have got a variety and a diversity of schools to support the student needs and their aspirations for the future.
And I thank the member for Hasluck. The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I give the call to the member for Grey.
Thank you, Speaker. We're here talking about Labor's motion, the Better and Fairer Schools Agreement. Well, I think it should be called the Better and Fairer Schools Agreement for our cities. Because as the member for Monash rightly pointed out earlier, your postcode does impact your education outcomes. And that's felt no more in country and outback South Australia. Speaker, in the electorate of Grey, I have the most primary, middle and senior schools in the entire country, 146 schools to be exact. And I'd like to thank the hundreds of teachers and community volunteers that support those schools each and every day. The school isn't just the teachers and the students that make it, it's the bus driver, it's those that run the canteen, it's those that take the kids to sports games on the weekend. So thank you to all that you do for your local communities. But Speaker, there's also a huge gap in early childhood education in the regions. Again, the electorate of Grey has the worst access to childcare in the entire country. We are 150 out of 150. Around only 2/3 of families have access to early childhood education, to childcare. And the reality is, with Labor's inflation-driven cost of living crisis, you need two incomes to raise a family. And so if you're in a small town and you're a small business owner and you're trying to grow your business, it is very difficult, near on impossible, to attract young people to your community. Indeed, young people leave because there is no access to childcare and it forces a parent to stay at home. And same with tertiary education, Speaker. If you want to be a doctor, if you want to be an engineer, if you want to do anything other than nursing, you've got to go to Adelaide. We have one brilliant tertiary site in Whyalla, in the electorate of Grey, but of course Whyalla is a 5-hour drive from Sojourner, it's a 6-hour drive from Cooper Pedy. Again, you've got to go to Adelaide for an education, and that's why Grey has the 4th lowest tertiary education outcomes in the entire country. Back to childcare, Speaker. You might not know that it's a state election in South Australia, and the Premier Malinowski, so I should call the Mayor of Adelaide, because of course if you do live outside of Adelaide, you appreciate you live in the state of Adelaide, not the state of South Australia. We have the worst access to childcare, and he's been out spruiking new centres. Well, fantastic if you live in Kadina, Corn or Kimber, making some re-announcements of some childcare centres. But what about those in Port Broughton, Crystal Brook, Tumby Bay, Cummins, Woodner, Wilmington? There's so many communities in the electorate of Grey that are gaps in childcare. And I'd like to thank the Childcare Desert Advocacy Project and the 23 councils that are advocating for early childhood education in your communities. Speaker, regional families in my electorate are being absolutely crushed by this Labor government's cost of living crisis. And Speaker, the financial pain isn't just limited to power bills, grocery bills, health costs and insurance premiums. The pain is being felt in the education of our children, from our littlest learners right through to our school leavers. Speaker, the lack of support for our regional independent schools is tangible. These are not elite institutions. They are vital community hubs serving the bush. Yet under this government, they are forced to pass on soaring costs. While inflation sits at about 3.8%, non-government schools have surged by 5.4%. Why? Because unlike government schools, where taxpayers absorb the blow, independent schools must survive the market. When energy prices skyrocket, when insurance premiums rise, And when this government piles on red tape, these schools have no choice but to ask families to pay more, and parents are ultimately paying the price for Labor's inflation. Families in regional Australia are making immense sacrifices to educate their children, yet they are being punished by a government that offers no transparency or relief. A 2022 Mitchell Institute study confirmed this, causing parents to leave the workforce and there is regional staff shortages. Beyond this, fresh analysis from the Parliamentary Library paints a devastating picture. In September 2025, over 3,624 childcare services were charged above the fee cap. That is almost double the 1,889 services we saw in June 2022. The government's hourly rate cap sits at $14.63, yet more than 37% of services are forced to charge more. And that'll do, Speaker.
And I thank the member for Grey. The time allotted for this debate has expired. The debate is adjourned and the resumption of the debate will be made in order of the day for the next sitting, and I call the clerk.
Private member's business, number 4. A motion on small businesses to be moved by the member for Goldstein.
And I give the call to the member for Goldstein.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I move the motion relating to small businesses in the terms in which it appears on the notice paper.
And you have the call.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, small businesses, family businesses, sole traders and the self-employed are the backbone of the Australian economy. They're more than just that, though. They are the people who stand up and back themselves to be able to get ahead, to support themselves and their families. They are the employers of the nation. They are the people who take risks and should enjoy the reward and responsibility that comes with those risks. But we know very well that things are not all right in the land of small business. Under the Albanese government, we have seen the highest number of small business insolvencies on record. We have seen 41,000 small businesses go insolvent under the Albanese government. Last year, we had the highest number of small business insolvencies in Australia's history on record. Never have more small businesses collapsed than under this government. And it's pretty clear the reason why, Deputy Speaker. We have a cost of small business crisis in this country. We've had recent data from the Australian Bureau of Statistics which clearly shows that as a consequence of government spending, inflation is out of control. So many small businesses rely on loans to be able to manage their liquidity or to buy assets, and interest rates are going up. A lot of them depend on non-bank lenders, so they pay a higher rate because they have a lower level of security. So they are doubly impacted every time inflation persists and interest rates go up. But it's not just that. They deal with the consequences of state taxes. Increasingly, state taxes are indexed against inflation. So when inflation goes up, their tax bill goes up as well, in addition to the problems of industrial relations inflation that this government has legislated. And make no mistake, Deputy Speaker, this government has put in a series of measures over the past 3 years which are still going through our industrial relations landscape, which is making it more expensive, more complex and harder to employ Australians. So if you've got a growing small business, you'll be finding it harder to employ the people you need to be successful, and you'll have to pay a higher price. And every single one of these costs is not picked up by some small business owner. It has to be passed on to the consumer. And while large businesses enjoy the benefits of scale and can defray these costs across millions of items, small business gets exposed at the pinch point of the Australian economy, and they're the ones most likely to feel the consequences and, tragically, as we know, Deputy Speaker, have collapsed. Now, when we confronted the Minister about this only last week in the Parliament, she said that maybe those businesses were dodgy. That is the level of empathy from this government towards people who have lost their livelihoods. You're a bit dodgy. That's the attitude of the Albanese government and the Minister for Small Business. No empathy, no concern, but what they did want to do was cover their tracks, because once she was caught out with her interjection in accusing businesses that had collapsed as being dodgy, she gave the middle finger, frankly, to millions of Australians who have backed themselves and know they can't rely on their government. We've got to make change in this country, because we have a government program that has been introduced by this government. Only 1/5 or thereabouts of the total funding's been accessed, because small business doesn't need more bureaucracy, Deputy Speaker. Small business needs a lifeline of support, and they are being choked by the Albanese government because of inflation, interest rates and higher costs. What we need now, more than ever, is small business, family business, sole traders and the self-employed having the back of their government. We in this parliament need to stand up for small businesses, family business, sole traders and the self-employed and back them in, because they are the employers of the nation. We need to stand with small and stand up for their right to be successful and to prosper. They have a right to their profitability, and we need to encourage them to do so, because the next generation of Australians are going to grow their wealth and their economic opportunity by backing themselves. And the consequence, if we do that, is we are going to have a thriving economy made up of those people who chance their hand, take a risk and back themselves. The consequence of what happens when we don't do that, we are living right now. Rising costs, collapsing businesses, and with that, private jobs and a private sector employment crisis.
And I thank the member for Goldstein. Is the motion seconded? It is. And I thank the member. The question before the Federation Chamber now is that the motion be agreed to, and I give the call to the member for Moreton.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. And Deputy Speaker, I'd like to thank the member for Goldstein for giving me the opportunity to talk about small businesses this morning and the supports that they would be deprived of if those opposite were sitting on the government benches. Because the member for Goldstein said that we need to back small business, and that's right, we need to back small business. But the opposition does not back small business. They didn't back small business when they voted against tax cuts. They didn't back small business when they didn't back in the instant asset write-offs. And they didn't back small business when it came to making sure that we're investing in more towards innovation. And Deputy Speaker, in Moreton, in my seat on Brisbane's south side, Moreton has so many small businesses. And whether you're brewing the state's #1 beer at Slipstream in Yorongpilly, whether you're manufacturing gaskets at Queensland Gaskets in Salisbury, whether you're serving up, and this is a controversial one, whether you're serving up the best char siu in the country at Burlington's in Sunnybank, or whether you're medevacing people home if you work at Retrieval Medics International. Doesn't matter which of those businesses you talk to, one thing is clear every time. Small business wants the same thing. They want stability, they want certainty, and they want those things so that they can plan for the future. They want those things so they can invest in innovation to make business more productive. And they want those things so that they can employ Australians, Queenslanders, and people from my local community. And what we've seen over the past few months, the past few days, for a long time now, is an opposition that has nothing stable and nothing certain about it. The on-off relationship between the Liberals and the Nationals has been tumultuous, to say the least. And the will they, won't they that continues to come on, week off, is not just unedifying, it's downright disappointing. And it's disappointing because this is serious. It's not a sitcom, it's not a game. Australians and Australian small businesses deserve better than the spotlight not being on them, but the spotlight being on the coalition. And if they really cared about small business, they wouldn't have opposed those tax cuts that are benefiting 1.5 million sole traders, and they wouldn't have called those tax cuts a cruel hoax. They wouldn't have opposed energy bill relief for millions of small businesses across this country. They wouldn't have called our fee-free TAFE measures wasteful spending if those opposite sat on this side of the chamber. Hundreds of thousands of new tradies would not be working for small trades businesses as they are today. And worse, they would have been denied the opportunity to start small businesses of their own. On this side of the House, we don't just talk about ourselves, we talk about taking action. Under the Albanese Labor government, we've invested $2 billion in targeted supports for small business. We extended the instant asset write-off. We delivered the first of its kind national small business strategy. We invested $33.4 million to improve payment times, ensuring small businesses are paid what they are owed sooner. We're extending unfair trading practice protections to small businesses, making their engagement with large business fairer. We're investing $80 million to help business adopt new digital technologies and boost their cyber resilience. Small businesses are eligible for the Cheaper Home Batteries program, helping small businesses save even more on their energy bills. And let us not forget that it was this government that reopened global markets, allowing our local producers to sell their wine, to sell their lobsters, to sell their beer and much, much more in this country. And these policies are making a real difference to small business. Business like Endure in Archerfield, in my local electorate, have benefited from funding from the federal government's industry growth program, which provides grants that are aligned with the 7 government priority areas for the $15 billion National Reconstruction Fund. Another Moreton success story is Bureau Technologies, which received funding through the Cooperative Research Centre Projects Grants Program and has developed breakthrough solar technology to convert carbon-neutral biogas to green methanol fuel on par with fossil fuel prices. Deputy Speaker, it's clear that Labor stands behind small businesses and delivering real outcomes.
And the member's time has expired. The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I give the call to the member for Forrest.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker, and I'm glad the member for Moreton mentioned the spotlight. And where the spotlight on the debate for small business should rightly be was on the disgraceful statements made in the House of Representatives just last week by the Minister for Small Business, who, when confronted with the 41,749 small business insolvencies that have occurred on the watch of the Albanese government, simply said maybe they were dodgy. That's not a sick joke. That is actually the statement that the Minister for Small Business made in the House of Representatives. Each one of those 41,749 small business insolvencies represents the blood, sweat and tears of a family, perhaps a husband and wife, perhaps a couple of mates, who have decided, in pursuit of the great Australian dream, of building something, creating opportunities for others, taking a risk and asking nothing more than for government to get out of the way and allow them to enjoy some reward for effort, instead have been crushed by the ever-increasing tide of costs due to the Albanese government's failure to control inflation, drowning in the red tape and regulation that restrict the entrepreneurialism that should be unshackled if we want our economy to grow once more. And so with each one of those 41,749 small businesses that have gone insolvent, the dreams of those small business owners just extinguished, and the Australian economy poorer as a result, what do we get? We get lectured from those opposite about the state of our own internal party affairs. We get lectured that government programs that take money off businesses to recycle the money back to some selected few businesses is somehow creating the conditions for Australian small businesses to prosper. The reality in my electorate and indeed across the country couldn't be further from that. Because if a government can't get out of the way of small business endeavours, it leaves Australia poorer as a country. Our capacity to pay for those vulnerable, for those who deserve a helping hand up in our economy is dependent on continued economic growth. It is not dependent on 4 in 5 jobs being dependent on taxpayer money in some respect. It is dependent on a healthy private sector driven by that small business entrepreneurialism. This is a relatively new phenomenon for Australia because we have never seen anything like the level of small business insolvency that is occurring under the Albanese government. A some 260% increase in the insolvency rate since Labor was elected in 2022. With those insolvency figures exploding, and each one of them representing the very real dreams of Australians going up in smoke, you would expect a government to take a serious look at what is occurring and why it is that businesses are collapsing left, right and centre. You would see, if you took an honest look, as this government should, that costs across the economy are exploding, and there is a disproportionate impact on certain sectors like the construction, hospitality and retail sectors. Indeed, construction and hospitality alone account for some 42% of insolvencies. And in the hospitality sector, we're seeing insolvency rise at more than a 50% year-on-year rate. This is ASIC data. This isn't hyperbole from the opposition. And so instead of responsible government taking deep action to address this, we're seeing things like the general interest charge levied by the ATO made non-tax deductible by the government, a government which is so drunk on spending, so addicted to throwing money out the door on ever bigger government programs that small businesses who are already facing severe cost challenges are slapped in the face with the interest bills that they pay to the ATO no longer being deductible like every other form of interest. It's unfair, it targets those who are having a go in our economy, and it is emblematic of this government's approach to small business. And like I say, these are businesses, mums and dads, husbands, wives, couple of mates. These are people who deserve a break. And instead, those cost pressures with soaring energy bills, rising insurance premiums, employee costs through the roof, driving insolvency at a rate unseen in this country and without response from this government.
I thank the member for Forrest. The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I give the call to the member for Deakin.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I note that the member for Forrest has encouraged the government to carefully read the insolvency statistics. One thing I would note about those statistics is insolvency does not equate to the closing of a business. For example, in 2021, the coalition government introduced small business restructuring, a debt management regime which now accounts for about 20% of insolvency data. So the definition of insolvency, to be a nerd, Section 95A of the Corporations Act, includes in the definition of insolvency those on small business restructuring, the vast majority of which actually don't stop trading. They continue to be under the control of their existing directors and continue trading. It's a way of managing the debts of small businesses, which have come to form trouble over time. But many recover. The same is true of some other businesses that go under administration. I've been involved over the years with many deeds of company relaunch, and it is not always the end of the road. But the underlying truth of what's raised needs to be discussed. It is a difficult time for many small businesses, including in my community. My home my home in Deakin has about 16,000 businesses in it, the vast majority of which are small businesses. It is a challenging time, and they do deserve further support. We saw in the decade leading up to COVID an increased reduction in competition, market power concentrating. So the Albanese government has been bringing forward a lot of initiatives going to that very issue. We've got changes to unfair contracting laws, helping to balance the relationship between small and large businesses. We're currently working on reforms to extend unfair trading policies also to small businesses as well. And that's in addition to all the work being done in the National Small Business Strategy. Cutting regulation, we've already seen the beginning of that with the Omnibus Act, and there's more work being done to review around 400 more opportunities to improve regulation for small businesses, cutting that red tape, as well as looking at another phenomenon, white tape, which is the bureaucracy and challenges that sometimes large businesses impose on small businesses. But there are challenges to the operating environment, and I think across the board we share a desire to create an operating environment where small business can thrive. There are clear roads for us to get there. We need to get rid of nonsense red tape. We need to make sure that unnecessary complexity that arises from the Federation with state and federal regulations and regimes sometimes causing unnecessary difficulties for small businesses just trying to have a go, but also our efforts to reduce the cost of energy by including them in the solar batteries program and actually getting on with the job of transitioning our power grid. Looking at the franchising code to again deal with that power imbalance. We have tax cuts that have been extended to 1.5 million sole traders, also very important businesses as part of our local economies doing a lot of work. Small businesses in our country account for the employment of about 5.16 million Australians. That is well over 30% of the workforce is relying on small businesses. But we need to ensure that we have a competitive environment where small business can thrive, that we have more competition, because it is competition that has brought in higher productivity over the years. And it was noted in an RBA article last year, the fact that we had such a reduction in competition and the reduction in the number of firms dominating different sectors has probably cost us activity of around 1 to 3% a year. So that has directly undermined the mission we have to increase productivity and competition. So competition is going to be key for us increasing productivity. It's, as I'm sure our friends in the coalition would agree, it is a fundamental part of capitalism that competition is a good thing, and we need to encourage that as much as possible. So the work being done to ensure that small businesses are getting a fair go vis-a-vis dominant players in a market is actually incredibly important work. But a lot of the regulatory reform that I've heard proposed from the other side is really just code for cutting the wages and conditions of working people. That is an experiment that has been tried and failed for a decade. We saw, again, in the lead up to COVID, a reduction in competition and productivity results that really began a long-term program of being very low. So we've got to do everything we can to increase competition and productivity within our sectors. The focus not only on evening the playing field for small businesses vis-a-vis larger businesses also needs to be complemented by a dedication to training, making sure that the workforce has the skills it needs to increase the productivity of our business sectors. We also need to be honest within government and make sure that we are being as productive as we can. And that's why I'm so pleased to see the work being done by the Minister for Finance and continuing to review all of our regulations, making sure that businesses don't have to provide the same piece of information more than once. Unnecessary inefficiencies that don't go to any of the policy positions of any side of politics. Sometimes it's easy in politics to attack a regulation that is really going towards a policy ambition of your opponents. You say, well, anything that goes with what they want is just bad regulation. But there are sometimes just regulations that don't serve a public policy purpose. So we do share a desire to ensure that we have the best operating environment for small business, and I'm proud to be part of the government that is doing the real work.
And I thank the member for Deakin. The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I give the call to the member for McPherson.
Thank you, Acting Speaker. Acting Speaker, I'm very pleased to speak to this motion moved by the member for Goldstein, because it gives us an opportunity to not only talk about the importance of small business, but to talk about what we are seeing in government at the highest levels right now. But it's important for a number of reasons, and I've been the beneficiary of small business. I grew up in a small business family, and I understood very much the sacrifices that were involved in that. And I saw my parents work very hard. They took on multiple jobs, and they always had to make sure that others are paid before them. And it's those sacrifices that go to the heart of the Australian character. It's something that as a country, we should make sure we support, we encourage, and we allow to thrive. Because it's more than just the profit. It's about giving people agency over their own lives. It's about backing themselves, or allowing them to back themselves so that they can take risks and build something that lasts, and in doing so, support the employment of thousands of Australians. And it's that spirit, it's that pursuit of reward for risk, of resilience with responsibility, that sits at the heart of the small business community in my electorate of McPherson on the southern Gold Coast. Now, where we're at as a country, and what we've seen over the last couple of days, are statistics that are coming out that are shocking, and they are quite frankly frightening. 41,749 small businesses have collapsed, with 2025 being the worst year for small business insolvencies since records began. Now, I was in the House of Representatives, I think it was last week, and I sat across from the Minister for Small Business when I heard her attack the Shadow Minister for Small Business and say that, well, the reason that these businesses have gone insolvent is potentially because they were dodgy. Now, to hear that level of not only distrust, but just arrogance coming out of the person who's supposed to be standing up for small businesses in this country is unacceptable. Now, this Prime Minister now holds an unenviable record, being the worst Prime Minister in Australian history for small business insolvencies. And I heard the member for Deakin before, who I think is a fantastic individual, but he did say that insolvencies don't necessarily mean the end for small business. Now, this combined with what the Minister for Small Business has been going on about, combined with the Treasurer and his recent comments about the state of our economy, paint a consistent profile of a government that is ignoring the reality of the situation that they have created. And the reality of that situation is that small businesses across this country, including in my electorate, are hurting. They're struggling. And what is the consequence of this? We're actually fostering a new generation that is turning around and saying, well, we don't want to engage in that risk because we're seeing our parents, we're seeing our families, we're seeing people around us who have done that, and government has actually punished them. And it's not because of their own doings. I don't believe it's because small businesses are dodgy. I believe it's because we've got a government that is not creating the economic conditions to allow its citizens to thrive, to take risks, to back their judgment and to support growth. It's too expensive. And I think, and it's not only just that it's too expensive, it is overly burdensome in terms of the obligations that government places on small business owners. And small businesses are being hit across the spectrum at the moment. If they're not being hit for industrial relations issues, they're being hit for the cost of energy. I spoke to a small business in Robina Town Centre in my electorate not too long ago who had suffered electricity bills of over $7,000. Now, these are unsustainable figures. We need to make sure that we hold this government to account because they need to, and somebody needs to, stand up for those individuals who are putting in their all and who are still hitting the brick wall. The government is treating small businesses like an ATM. And while they're spending faster than the tax base can support, they're thinking, well, if we just tax more, if we regulate more, if we control more, we are actually going to, as a government, be able to deliver some of the services that Australians need. That is not the solution. That is not how you generate growth in this country, and it's not how you generate growth anywhere. For as long as I'm in this place, Mr Acting Speaker, I will make sure that we hold this government to account because small businesses expect nothing less and they are not getting what they deserve from an out-of-touch Albanese Labor government.
And I thank the member for McPherson. The time allotted for this debate has expired. The debate is adjourned and the resumption of the debate will be made in order of the day for the next sitting, and I call the clerk.
Private members' business, notice number 5 relating to Australia Day awards to be moved by the member for Page.
And I give the call to the member for Page.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I move the motion relating to Australia Day awards in the terms in which it appears on the notice paper.
And the member for Page has the call.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, I'd like to acknowledge and thank and congratulate members of my community who received Australia Day awards recently in Lismore. The Citizen of the Year was awarded to Rebecca Batista. Congratulations, Beck. Young Citizen of the Year to Charlie Murray. Service to the Community Award went to Bruce Sheaf. The Service to the Community Group Award went to Rainbow Ruse. Junior Sportsperson Cooper Williams. Sportsperson of the Year Connor McCarthy. Congratulations, Connor. Sports Team of the Year to the wonderful club, the Morris Brothers Rugby Club. Rugby Leagues Club. Better get that right. The Environment Award to Ina Ergerman. The Arts and Cultural Award to Jacqueline Wagner, the Economic Excellence Award Felicity Hyde, and the Academic Excellence Award was given to Cross Ingle. Michael Berry received an OAM for service to the community of Dunoon, and Jeffrey Plant received an OAM for service to town planning. Congratulations to all the winners and nominees in Lismore. Deputy Speaker, I'd like to acknowledge and congratulate all members of my community who received Australia Day awards recently in the Clarence Valley. Citizen of the Year, Alan Woods. Young Citizen of the Year, Rennie Dooley, and Local Heary, Hayley Hodgsons. The Community Achievement Award went to the Cane Harvest Festival Committee. Wasn't that a great event? And great to see that back. Congratulations to all the winners and nominees in the Clarence Valley. Deputy Speaker, I'd like to acknowledge and congratulate members of my community who received Australia Day awards recently in the Richmond Valley. Helen Cowan was named the Richmond Valley Citizen of the Year. The Young Citizen of the Year went to Connor Shepherd. Volunteer of the Year, Phil Cornish. The Young Volunteer of the Year, Isabel DeWitt. the Sportsperson of the Year, Tony Curtis, the Young Sportsperson of the Year, Crystal Gill, and the Community Organisation of the Year to the Frangipani Care. Frederick Church received the Australian Fire Service Medal. Congratulations to all the winners and nominees from the Richmond Valley Area and Australia Day Awards. Deputy Speaker, I'd like to acknowledge and congratulate members in my electorate who received Australia Day Awards in the Ballina Shire Council area. Senior Citizen Kenneth Brown, Volunteer of the Year John Smith for the Marine Rescue Ballina where he helps out, Arts and Culture Award Jim Hawkins, and the Community Event of the Year went to the North Coast Show and Shine, which was a wonderful event. Congratulations to all the winners and nominees from the Ballina Shire Council area. Deputy Speaker, I'd like to acknowledge and congratulate all members in my community who received Australia Day Awards in the Coffs Harbour City Council area. Citizen of the Year, Keelan Birch. The Young Citizen of the Year, Tamayada Ozzo. To Senior Citizen of the Year, to Lorraine Campbell. And the Aussie Spirit Award was awarded to the Lighthouse Care Pantries. And the Aussie Spirit Award was also awarded to David Cole. Catherine Yeomans received an OAM for service to the community through a range of organisations. Congratulations to all the winners and nominees from the Coffs Harbour area. Deputy Speaker, I'd like to acknowledge and congratulate members of my community who received Australia Day Awards in the Kyogle Council area. In Kyogle, the Citizen of the Year, Chris Olive, Senior Citizen of the Year, Tom Rogers, the Junior Citizen of the Year, Ruby Stafford, the Junior Sportsperson of the Year, Nate Walters, the Junior Student of the Year, Dakota Jane, the Senior Student of the Year to Lacey Chatterton, and Danielle Mulholland received an OAM for service to local government and to the community of Kyogle. Congratulations to all those winners, Deputy Speaker. And Deputy Speaker, I'd like to congratulate all the winners and recipients of local government, Australia Day Awards in Wollongong. The Citizen of the Year was awarded to David Hannett, Senior Citizen of the Year to Glenda Compton, Young Citizen of the Year to Ethan Green, Sportsperson of the Year went to Ebony, the Business of the Year went to the Pit Stop Cafe, the Community Organisation of the Year to Wollongong Cares. Deputy Speaker, I'd like I had the pleasure of attending the Benalbo celebrations and would like to acknowledge and congratulate members of the community who received Australia Day Awards there. To the Citizen of the Year, Helen Tart, to the Achievement in Sport, to the Emerald Dean, to the Community Event of the Year was to the Working Dog Rally Gold Coast Tweed, Motorsporting Club, co-hosted with the Benalbo Sport and Recreation Club, President Glenn Brinkman. The Organisation of the Year was the Benalbo CWA. To the Business of the Year, to Kelvindale Farm proprietors Kevin and Lynn Gambley, great family. Congratulations to all the winners and nominees from Benalbo. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
And I thank the member for Page. The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I give the call to the member for Barton.
Thank you,
Member Barton, just resume your seat.
Yep.
Is the motion seconded?
Sorry. Yes, I second the motion and reserve my right to speak.
And I thank the member for Capricornia. The question before the Federation Chamber now is that the motion be agreed to, and I give the call to the member for Barton.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Today we reflect on what makes Australia a very lucky country. And when I look around in my electorate of Barton, I am constantly reminded that it is everyday people that we must thank for it. People committed to open, diverse and inclusive society. A society where, regardless of your individual differences, if you have a dream and the bravery to pursue it, you can achieve it. But some Australians go beyond achieving their own dreams. They look to their community to help others' dreams come true. I rise today to recognise and celebrate one of them, Mr. Kenneth Robert Dunlop, known to many Australians as Ken Dazzler Dunlop, following his award of the Medal of the Order of Australia for his service to professional wrestling. Ken was the first openly gay pro wrestler in Australia, the significance of which he personally plays down. Despite his retirement, his focus remains on lifting up the grassroots sporting tradition he loves and bringing the next generation of athletes along in its success. Ken's career in professional wrestling began in the late 1970s, at a time when there wasn't large television contracts to keep the industry afloat. Instead, this grassroots tradition, which Ken informs me dates back to 1885 in Australia, depended on the dedication of people like him. Over 2 decades, Ken travelled long distances to perform night after night to audiences in their hundreds, crammed into regional venues, leagues, clubs and town halls across the country. This chapter in Australia pro wrestling history has only been recorded because of people like Ken
and his autobiography, My Squared Circle. It is no exaggeration to say that Ken was instrumental in keeping Australian pro wrestling alive and can be credited for its continued success and popularity today. When I went to visit Ken not very long ago in his home in the electorate of Barton, I was unsure of what to expect from someone known as Dazzler. But if you look him up, you'll quickly understand why he's nicknamed this. Given to him by his beloved mentor, Roy Heffernan, eventually stuck. There are many images of Dazzler in his heyday, adorned in wrestling suits that were colourful enough to make a rainbow lorikeet blush. He is often depicted with championship belts slung across his shoulder or in mid-flight somersaulting off the top ropes. But I didn't meet Dazzler that morning. I met Ken, a gentle, softly spoken bloke with a heart of gold and an undying love for his sport and the generations of Australians, both young and old, who have fought to keep it alive. Dazzler built a reputation as trustworthy wrestler who took the safety of fellow wrestlers very seriously. He was someone who made his colleagues look good in the ring for the entertainment of the crowd and who passed down technical expertise to the up-and-coming generation. He continues this stewardship in his retirement. He's built not just a career, but a home and a family in the sport that he absolutely loves. When I asked Ken who helped him develop his wrestling style and his persona, he simply said, well, back then you had to just do it yourself. And it's true. Ken had to forge his own path in what was, at a time, a rough and ready macho subculture. He told me there were many days when he asked himself, should I just give up? Should I just walk away? In the end, it was his love for and dedication for the sport that kept him pushing through the dark. Ken's message to the younger generation is if you have a dream, whether that be pro wrestling, coming out, finding your true self and calling, you can reach out to your community. There are people to talk to. There are people who will help. It is clear that Ken's service to the community extends far beyond the boundaries of the squared circle, and he should be proud that because of people like him, the younger generation no longer have to do it all by themselves. Deputy Speaker, Ken is the embodiment of the Australian spirit. This is the spirit that makes our nation the lucky country. It's not chance, it's not fate. It is the choice and grit of people like Ken, who create and sustain our community. They make it a diverse, open and inclusive nation that we can all be very proud of. Congratulations, Ken. You absolutely deserve this award.
I thank the member for Barton. The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I give the call to the member for Capricornia.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise today to acknowledge and congratulate an outstanding Central Queenslander, Professor John Rolfe, AM, of Rocky View, who was recently appointed a member of the Order of Australia as part of the Australia Day Honours. This is a richly deserved recognition for a man whose life work has strengthened regional Australia, shaped public policy and deepened our national understanding of the economic, environmental and agricultural challenges facing rural and regional communities, often in complex and contested policy environments. Professor Rolfe is Professor of Regional Economic Development and Deputy Dean Research in the School of Business and Law at CQ University in Rockhampton and a Fellow of the Academy of the Social Sciences in Australia. He's one of Australia's leading resource economists and his influence extends well beyond Capricornia and Queensland, reaching national and international decision-makers alike. Over more than 3 decades, Professor Rolfe's research has informed governments, industry and communities on how to balance economic development with environmental stewardship, particularly in regional and agriculture settings, where policy decisions have lasting social and economic consequences. His expertise spans non-market valuation, regional development, agriculture economics, environmental economics, resource management and economic impact assessment, all areas of enormous importance to our region and Australia more broadly. Professor Rolfe has led more than 40 major research projects over the past decade alone. He has secured over $7.4 million in research funding from sources including the Australian Research Council, federal and state governments, research and development corporations and industry partners. Just as importantly, he has supervised numerous PhD and master students, building the next generation of regional economists and researchers who will continue this important work into the future. His academic contribution is extraordinary. Professor Rolfe has published 115 refereed publications and a further 250 non-refereed articles and reports, with thousands of citations across global research platforms. He has co-edited 2 internationally significant reference books on non-market valuation and benefit transfer, published in 2006 and 2015, which continue to guide researchers and policymakers worldwide. But, Deputy Speaker, Professor Rolfe's impact is not confined to academia. He has played a central role in applying vigorous economic analysis to real-world policy challenges, from agriculture productivity and regional development to environmental protection and water quality flowing into the Great Barrier Reef. He was a leader of the 2013 and 2017 Great Barrier Reef Science Consensus Statements and currently chairs the Independent Science Panel for the Gladstone Healthy Harbour Partnership, a role he has held since 2016. He has also served as Independent Chair of the Gladstone Regional Community Consultative Committee, contributed to the Environmental Economics Research Hub, advised the Australian Council of Learned Academics, and was appointed by both the Queensland and Australian governments to the Great Barrier Reef Independent Science Panel. These are positions of trust, requiring not only technical expertise but judgment, independence and integrity. Qualities Professor Rolfe exemplifies consistently and without compromise. Importantly, John Rolfe understands regional Australia not just as an economist but as someone who has lived it. With a background in agriculture and experience operating a cattle property in central Queensland, he brings practical insight to his work that resonates deeply with regional communities and strengthens public confidence in evidence-based decision-making. Professor Rolfe has also been part of CQ University since 1989, serving not only as an academic but also in senior leadership roles, including head of campus, head of school, director of a research centre and deputy dean of research. Has also served as editor-in-chief of the Australian Journal of Agriculture and Resource Economics and as president of the Australasian Agriculture and Resource Economics Society. Deputy Speaker, Professor John Rolfe, appointment as a member of the Order of Australia, recognises a lifetime of service to regional economic development, evidence-based policy making and the pursuit of outcomes that genuinely benefit communities. It's also a reminder of the calibre of expertise that exists in regional Australia, an example of the pathways to leadership that can be achieved by regional communities. Professor Rolfe's success highlights the vital role our universities and researchers play in shaping a stronger, more resilient nation grounded in regional strength. Thank you.
And I thank the member for Capricornia. The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I give the call to the member for Gilmore.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Well, I'm so proud of the 6 outstanding residents who were recognised on the 2026 Australia Day Honours list for their selfless service to communities right across my Gilmore electorate. Eurobadalla Meals on Wheels President Philip Armstrong of Browley was awarded the Medal of the Order of Australia for his service to the community. Mr Armstrong has been a member of the Moruya Rotary Club since the year 2000 and, through his roles as Treasurer, President and Foundation Chair, has been involved with drought relief and bushfire recovery efforts. He is a former District Governor for Rotary International District 9710 and was named Rotarian of the Year for 2019-2020, the organisation's highest honour. A former international chair and board member of Campbell Page Australia, Mr Armstrong is also a former CEO, state board member and life member of Banksia Villages and has been involved with aged and community services in New South Wales and the ACT. Now a resident of Rosedale on the far south coast, William Baker was awarded an OAM for his service to the community of Queanbeyan. A retired lawyer, Mr Baker is the president of Treehouse Queanbeyan, a charity that supports children with developmental delay or disability, and he founded the Treehouse Family Fund. He was a founding member and former president of the Queanbeyan Business Council and has held executive roles with the Tilapia Swimming Club, Triathlon ACT ACT, and the New South Wales Country Children's Services Association. Mr Baker was chair of the selection committee for the Sydney Olympics Australian triathlon team and has been involved with many children and youth organisations. Decorated former police officer and Rotarian Kenneth Hutt of Berry was awarded an OAM for his service to the community. A member of the Berry Rotary Club, Foundation Director and former International Director, Mr Hutt went above and beyond literally to raise funds for Rotary's End Polio Now campaign. The Berry adventurer reached dizzying heights by paragliding at locations around the world, including Mount Everest in the Himalayas and Le Boucher Peak in Nepal. A member of the Sports Aviation Federation of Australia, his efforts featured in the 2022 Fly from Everest documentary. Mr Hutt's incredible dedication secured him a swag of Rotary awards, including the Paul Harris Fellow and the Humanitarian Overseas Service Medal with Indian Ocean class. Margaret Snelling of Kiama was awarded an OAM for her service to hockey, but her contributions go way beyond the hockey field. Mrs Snelling was a player, committee member, umpire and coach with the Kiama Hockey Club for more than 40 years and was made a life member of the Kiama Ladies Hockey Club in 1991. She is a life member of Illawarra South Coast Hockey, played for the New South Wales Veterans Ladies team and shared her passion with young players, kicking off Minky Hockey in the 1970s. Mrs Snelling has dedicated 65 years to Kiama's Saints Peter and Paul Catechist Ministry, where she coordinated the parish knitting group and taught scripture at local schools. And she was a delivery driver with Kiama Meals on Wheels for 50 years. The fifth OAM for Gilmore was awarded to Shane Wicks from Gerringong. The retired New South Wales ambulance paramedic is a life member and former captain of the Gerringong Rural Fire Brigade. He has been a flood rescue operations officer with New South Wales State Emergency Service and is the president of Surf Life Saving New South Wales South Coast Branch. A volunteer and life member of the Gerringong Surf Life Saving Club, Mr Wicks keeps locals and visitors safe on our beaches and takes his paramedic experience onto the field as Gerringong Lions Rugby League Club's medical support officer. He also provides important mental health support for young people in our community. Mr Wicks has been awarded the National Medal, National Emergency Medal and the New South Wales Public Schools Parent of the Year. Kiama's Mitchell von Borstel was honoured with the Australian Corrections Award. Mr von Borstel began his career at the Long Bay Correctional Complex in 2007 and he has risen through the ranks to Senior Assistant Superintendent at the Security Operations Group, where he engages in high-risk interventions and critical incident responses at sites across New South Wales. Congratulations and thank you to these 6 sensational Gilmore residents.
And I thank the member for Gilmore. The time allotted for this debate has expired. The debate is adjourned and the resumption of the debate will be made in order of the day of the next sitting. It being 1:30 p.m, the Federation Chamber will suspend until the chair is resumed at 4 p.m.
Are there any statements by honourable members? I call the member for Fowler.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Despite the real cost of living pressures, Lunar New Year remains a vital anchor for our families of Fowler. Right now, our local stores are filled with red envelopes and festive treats, candied ginger, coconut pieces, lotus seeds, and the sticky rice cakes wrapped in banana leaves called bánh tét, and the savoury squared counterpart called bánh chưng. These are simple but powerful signals of memory and belonging. Our streets are transformed, and I invite members of this House to visit and witness the resilience of my wonderful community. These traditions connect generations. Families gather to share food and to hand out lisi, which is the red envelopes given to young people carrying wishes of luck, health and a good year ahead, including money as well, which as a child I certainly used to look forward to. We are farewelling the year of the snake and welcoming the year of the fire horse. In many traditions, the horse represents rapid change, strong energy and challenge. It reminds us that while the year ahead may move quickly, it demands our collective grit and resilience. There is a lesson here for this House. When pressure rises, progress comes not from noise or division, but from the same cooperation and respect we see in our local communities. I thank the staff of Liverpool and Fairfield City Councils for their tireless work in fostering the sense of belonging through the cultural activities they put together year in, year out. May the year of the horse bring health, prosperity and strength to the people of Fowler and to all of Australia. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Are there any statements? I call the member for Werriwa.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise to advise that our community and the local Labor Party family lost a long-standing member when Mr Walter Edward Glynn passed away just before Christmas last year. Wal was 91 years old and had been married to his wonderful wife Nell for 70 years. Wal rose to the rank of Major in the Australian Army, serving as a training officer in Malaya. After he was discharged, he continued his career in education, lecturing at the Sydney Institute of Education. Wal also served his community with distinction, spending 8 years as a councillor on Campbelltown Council. Wal was also heavily involved in his church and community charities. I was privileged to be mentored by Mr Glynn. I find Wal's support when we were serving as councillors invaluable, especially when I first decided to run for Werriwa. He was always ready to let me know about any community issues and help me find solutions that were beneficial for our community as a whole. It's to his wonderful family I send my sympathy, his wife Nell and children Anthony, Michael, Catherine, Gregory, Bernard, Elizabeth, Monica, Jim and Lucy, and his numerous grandchildren and great-grandchildren. Thank you for letting him serve our community over so many years. Rest in peace, Wal.
I call the member for Hinkler.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The Australia Day Honours List for 2026 features great Aussies from my electorate of Hinkler, including one of my former teachers. A prestigious member of the Order of Australia Medal was awarded to Terry Doherty for significant service to basketball in administrative and referee education roles. Terry was the head of physical education at Bundaberg High, and while he developed some wonderful talent in the sport of basketball, he was no miracle worker. I certainly was not going to be a boomer. Following Terry's recognition, Bundaberg Basketball Queensland issued a congratulatory message saying, "This national recognition reflects decades of leadership, service and commitment to the game." Terry's more than 50 years of contributions to Queensland basketball have included refereeing, the education of referees and referee coaches, and the development of referee and referee coach education. Throughout the 70s, 80s and 90s, Terry was commissioner or referee coach at dozens of Queensland and Australian championships. In 1985, Terry was appointed the inaugural Australian Basketball Referees Commissioner, and he was a pioneer in the education of basketball referee coaches. In 2017, International Basketball Federation Hall of Fame member and Basketball Australia Hall of Fame legend, the late Al Ramsey, described Terry's contribution to basketball refereeing saying, there are few, if any, who have given so much to basketball officiating in Australia. Terry was an inductee into the Queensland Basketball Hall of Fame in 2024. Terry, congratulations on the Member of the Order of Australia medal.
Call the member for Dixon.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. An automotive precinct, specialist robotic spaces, purpose-built studios for dance, drama and media, and a dedicated wellbeing centre. I'm not talking about a university campus, I'm talking about Bray Park State High School in my electorate of Dixon. Recently, I visited Bray with the Education Minister, Jason Clare. The first time an Education Minister has visited a school in Dixon in over a decade. The Minister and I saw firsthand what modern, future-focused education looks like in my electorate. There's nearly 2,000 students at Bray Park State High School, and my community just loves their high school. From hands-on trades to cutting-edge technology and creative industries, students are gaining real-world skills in real-world environments. Just as importantly, the school recognises that learning doesn't happen in isolation. The new Wellbeing Centre ensures that students are supported both inside and outside of the classroom. The Albanese Labor government is investing in our kids. We've increased funding by 25% into our state schools over the next 10 years. That's $2.8 billion extra for Queensland state schools like Bray Park State High. This investment, coupled with our wonderful teachers and principals, will deliver into the future.
Kooyong.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. 2 weeks ago, Australia's east coast was scorched by extreme heat, with temperatures in Kooyong soaring to 43 degrees and temperature records being broken across 3 states. This was the worst heatwave since Black Saturday 2009, when almost 400 Victorians died from heat and 173 from bushfires. Experts warn that 50-degree summers have arrived, and these heatwaves are deadly. Extreme heat strains every system of the body, worsening heart disease, diabetes and respiratory illnesses. But despite killing more Australians than flood, storms and bushfires combined, heatwaves remain a silent killer. And that's why I'm urging the government to confront this danger head-on by naming heatwaves in the same way that we name cyclones. Doing so would increase public awareness of the immediate risk associated with extreme heat, and it would help trigger timely health responses in households, by local governments and by healthcare services. Deputy Speaker, in a rapidly warming world, we can best protect people by slashing the carbon pollution that drives climate change. But in the meanwhile, by recognising heat waves as the lethal events that they are, and by acting decisively to prepare for them, we can protect vulnerable people and we can save lives.
The member for Whitlam.
I rise today to recognise Dr Mohit Talani, a dentist who serves the Shellharbour region in my electorate of Whitlam. Dr Talani graduated as a dentist from Griffiths University on the Gold Coast and subsequently completed Master of Public Health and Master of Health Management degrees at the University of New South Wales. He also holds a Bachelor of Medical Science honours from the University of Sydney. He is Deputy Chair of the Australian Dental Association New South Wales Advocacy Committee. In addition to his daily dental work, Dr Talani dedicates time to various community initiatives. He has volunteered with the Royal Flying Doctor Service Southern Eastern Section and supports Project Smile, which aims to provide free dental care for people in the community experiencing financial hardship. Dr Talani was named Shellharbour's 2025 Citizen of the Year for being an exceptional professional, community volunteer and an excellent example of an admirable leader who has selflessly dedicated himself to various dental health initiatives in the local community. In announcing the award, Shellharbour City Council noted that Dr Talani had opened the doors to offer free dental treatment for more than 3,000 people in need, and he was an encouraging role model for modern-day young professionals aiming to make a difference in the community. I thank Dr Talani for using his professional skills to have such a positive impact on our community. Thank you.
Call the member for Nichols.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Last month, Brother Doug Walsh was laid to rest in my electorate in the Kilmore Cemetery, a stone's throw from Assumption College, one of the many institutions he graced in his life of service. Peter Doug Walsh was born in Werribee, Victoria, in 1937 to Agnes and David Patrick Walsh. He's survived by his twin sister Maureen. He was educated in the Mallee in regional Victoria and joined the novitiate in 1955 on his way to becoming a Marist brother. He taught across Australia, including Northam and Subiaco WA and Tarralgon and Kilmore in Victoria. He also founded initiatives to alleviate suffering in the poorer parts of Manila in the Philippines. In later years, he worked with St Vincent de Paul in Collingwood and Heidelberg. He was the boarding master at Assumption College in the late 1980s and early 1990s, coinciding with my time there. And he once told me that though Assumption College boarders were, in his words, a serious handful, he wanted to work with people who were more at risk, hence his move to St Vinny's in Melbourne. Many Assumption boarders would concur that Dougie was the epitome of that hard but fair educator, a throwback to the attitude that discipline is critically important for young people. They occasionally need a serious kick in the backside to understand boundaries. Many a wayward young man from the country at Assumption learned some tough lessons in life from Dougie, and his example and spirit is perhaps needed in the way we guide young people now. Thanks, Brother Doug, for your life of service as an educator, and to those in need, may you rest in peace.
Call the member for Solomon.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. This year marks 75 years since the battles of Kapyong and Marianne Sam, where the 3rd Battalion of the Royal Australian Regiment, Old Faithful, my old battalion, and Canada's 2nd Battalion, Princess Patricia's Canadian Light Infantry, showed remarkable courage. Incidentally, Deputy Speaker, on Friday back in Darwin, I caught up with the new CEO of the Larrakia Development Corporation, Anthony Whitfield, and through chatting with Anthony, discovered that his father had fought in these battles with the Australian Army, and there's great connections everywhere. But in the 6 months since from those battles, or between those two battles rather, Australia and the United States were formalising a security partnership, ANZUS, that has grown stronger ever since. So this year we also marked the 75th anniversary of the ANZUS Treaty. Last week I was pleased to open an event of the United States Studies Centre, and that organisation is a testament to the deep relationship between Australia and the United States, and I was pleased to open that event on behalf of Dr Gordon Reid, who is the government chair of the Parliamentary Friendship Group with the United States. I, like Gordon, take a longer-term view of the Australia-US relationship that stretches back 75 years to those battles in the Korean War and to the establishment of ANZUS.
Thank you. I call the member for McKellar.
Thank you, Speaker. Last week we saw deeply concerning reports that the ATO Small Business Debt Helpline is facing record levels of calls. This should be a wake-up call to the government, as it is a clear signal that financial pressures on small businesses continue to mount. My team and I have spent many months door-knocking local businesses, and I have heard firsthand just how hard the past few years have been. Across McKellar, too many shop fronts now sit empty, and behind every one of those closures is a family under strain. In McKellar, as in regions right across Australia, small businesses are not just the backbone of the local economy, they are the heart of our community. They are our friends, our neighbours, our tradies, florists and cafe owners, people we see every day delivering the services we both need and love. Importantly, small businesses employ 6.8 million Australians, nearly half of our workforce. Part of my aim in door-knocking so many businesses is to ensure owners are aware of the supports available to them, and also to simply listen. Over and over, I have heard the same thing. The last few years have been incredibly tough for small business. That's why I'm calling for a $20,000 tax-free threshold for small businesses. This would put up to $5,000 in tax savings back into the hands of small business owners to reinvest as they see fit to grow and stabilise their businesses. With the budget approaching, I urge the government to act. Thank you.
I call the member for Gorton.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. There's no question more people are choosing my community in Melbourne's western suburbs to call home. We're one of the fastest growing electorates in the country. Here's a snapshot of data within the City of Melton local government area. Over 75 babies are born a week. 79 families move into the municipality every week. We have a 6.61% annual population growth rate. We're young, with a median age of 33 years old, and diverse, with 36% of residents born overseas. These stats mean we need to strategically plan better road and rail connections, more houses, more schools, public transport options, healthcare and community hubs to cater for this growth. We want to make sure that people who live in the West have the employment and education opportunities they need right in our own backyard. It was great to meet with the City of Melton team last week on their advocacy priorities. It's so important that the federal government work closely with the state and local governments to deliver the infrastructure we need for our communities. And we already have a number of ways we're doing just that. $1 billion to upgrade the Western Freeway, $300 million to make Calder Park Drive interchange a reality, $15 million to build the Plumpton Aquatic and Leisure Centre, and countless more projects just like this. I know that this Labor government cares about building better infrastructure, health, education opportunities for the western suburbs in my community, and that's what I'm here in this place to fight for.
Call the member for Flynn.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. From the Gemfields to Gladstone, Mount Morgan to Mundubbera and everywhere in between, the Flynn electorate has many gun clubs filled with members of all ages and backgrounds. Today I rise to speak about law-abiding gun owners in the region, as well as their clubs and their members that promote the safe and effective use of firearms. Data released by the Queensland Police Weapons Licensing revealed there are over 1 million registered firearms in Queensland. Furthermore, there were over 218,000 issued weapons licences to almost 200,000 individual licensees. This equates to about 5 registered firearms per licensee. Deputy Speaker, like many people in Flynn electorate, I have a gun licence as well. The Flynn electorate has a wide range of shooters and shooting activities, including target rifle shooters, small bore, air rifle shooters, clay target shooters and pistol shooters. There are also many licensed rural shooters who use firearms for pest control, hunting, feral pigs, wild dogs, foxes, feral cats, deer, goats, and that cause billions of dollars of damage to the Australian agricultural sector each year. Licensed rural shooters are critical in protecting food production, safeguarding native ecosystems and biosecurity. Deputy Speaker, law-abiding gun owners and gun clubs can often be demonised by the media and politicians, but I say thank you for your important role that they play, upholding safety standards, supporting regional communities and passing on a culture of responsibility.
Thank you. I call the member for Petrie.
Deputy Speaker, I am proud to speak on a major new development for our community, the opening of the Medicare Urgent Care Clinic in Deception Bay. Located on Bailey Road, this clinic is a game-changing addition to our local healthcare. It's open 7 days a week and, crucially, it offers fully bulk-billed walk-in care. It's open Locals don't need to make an appointment or worry about out-of-pocket costs when they need help. For too long, the community have had to travel to hospital emergency departments for issues that didn't require emergency care. From sprains to minor injuries to infections and illnesses that need prompt attention. This new clinic helps ease the pressure from busy local hospitals, freeing up emergency departments to focus on the more serious cases. My wonderful team of local volunteers and I have been out to let the community know that the clinic is open. I spoke with Jen from Deception Bay, who recently had a fall that required stitches. Her GP doesn't do emergencies and her local hospital's wait time is too long. Jen went to the new Deception Bay Urgent Care Clinic where she had minimal wait time and comprehensive care. Importantly, she didn't pay a cent. For too long, Deception Bay residents have been overlooked and undervalued, missing out on health services they need. Not anymore. This community deserves better, and this new urgent care clinic is an important first step. It's a win for Deception Bay, it's a win for affordable and accessible healthcare, it's a win for Petrie. Thank you.
Call the member for Mayo.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. In my electorate there are countless community groups, volunteers and local leaders who are making a difference to people's lives. And I wish to offer my congratulations to a group of outstanding citizens in my electorate who have recently been honoured with Member of the Order of Australia for their achievement and service. So I would like to acknowledge Professor Neil Pillar for significant service to lymphology as a clinician and an academic, to Dr Lainey Anderson for service to community history, and many in South Australia would know Lainey and her great journalistic work, Mr Alan Burns for service to the community through emergency response organisations, Mr Stephen Day for service to charitable organisations and to the financial sector, Mr Graham Hill for service to youth and to vocational education, Mr Eli Murr for service to road safety advocacy, incredibly important in Mayo, Mr Robert Peat for services to the performing arts and to the much-loved Mr Rex Liebelt for services to the agricultural show sector. He makes a very mean banana cake. Never go up against him in any of our country shows. He wins. He's got more, blue ribbons than anyone else in South Australia. Meritorious awards went to the Australian Correctional Services Medal to Ms Julie Telfer and the Australian Fire Service Medal to Mr Martin Chaney. Congratulations all and happy Australia Day to everyone in our community. Thank you.
Call the member for Bonner.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise to acknowledge the extraordinary people who have been recognised on the 2026 Australia Day Honours List for their contribution to my community of Bonner. Emeritus Professor Roderick Drew, AM, recognised for significant service to horticulture research and to agricultural development. Professor Drew is the President of the International Society for Horticultural Science and is the first Australian to fill the position. Dr Rodney Straw, AM, for his service to veterinary surgical oncology and to tertiary education. Dr Straw was the world's first veterinary fellow in surgical oncology and has been a leader in animal cancer research. Kenneth Brown, OAM, is being recognised for service to media. Brownie's Coast Watch was a staple for Baysiders and local boaties for decades. He has been a trusted voice for Queensland boating and fishing communities since founding the show in 1989. Auntie Aileen Merle-Dipple, OAM, for her service to the Indigenous community. Auntie Merle has worked tirelessly through the Wynnum Aboriginal Torres Strait Islander Corporation and as a volunteer at Georgina Hostel and Aged Care and as a founding member of the Minjerribah Mulgumpen Elders and Council Aboriginal Corporation. And Dr Bronwyn Herbert, OAM, for service to youth social welfare. Dr Herbert has dedicated her life to social work with involvement with Silky Oaks Children's Haven, Bayside Family Daycare, Moreton Bay College and St Peter's Anglican Church. I thank you all for your service to our community and we are stronger because of you.
I call the member for Barara.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. Royal Life Saving Australia has released some pretty disturbing statistics. 1 in 4 Australian adults can't swim and 40% of children graduate primary school without being able to swim. In places like Hornsby and my electorate, we have the Hornsby Aquatic Centre, which offers great learn-to-swim classes, but it also takes care of Australians who want to learn to race and be part of the competitive nature of Australian swimming. We've got 2 very important swim clubs that I recently visited, the Barara RSL Sub-Branch Youth Swimming Club. It's been going since 1969 and it races every Sunday. I want to thank and acknowledge the President, Dean Burgess, Executive Kerry Burgess, Corey Hassan, Hayley Matthews for their leadership of the committee. I also want to acknowledge the wider committee, Christy Livy, David Duncan, Ian Thompson, James Keevy, Claire Dewar and Ashley Robinson. At the Hornsby Swim Club, which has been going for 63 years and meets on Friday nights, I want to acknowledge President Beck Shepherd and their committee, Lachlan Hinds, Lachlan West, Barbara Judson, Susan Martin-Blake, David Grant, Rachel Gibbons, Alan Hitchens and Margaret Gucker-Dizok. These are 2 very important clubs with very important committees who volunteer their time to create safe and welcoming spaces and have built the sort of club cultures that keeps people turning up for both clubs, with over 250 members from little kids through to swimmers in their 70s. This is creating a very important racing culture and learn-to-swim culture in our community. Let me encourage everybody to get on down to the Hornsby Aquatic Centre.
I call the member for Macquarie.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I have seen how valued the local Anzac Day service is for Emu Plains, Emu Heights and Leonade residents, and I'm so pleased to be supporting the community and the 2026 committee in organising this year's ceremony. Both my grandfathers served in and survived World War I, so it's a really important part of my family tradition to remember their sacrifice and those who did not come home, having defended our freedoms. So stepping up to make this community service happen are representatives from Penrith RSL Sub-Branch, Emu Plains Girl Guides, the Lions Club of Emu Plains, Nepean District Historical Society, Emu Plains Junior Rugby League Club, Emu Plains Anglican Church and the National Servicemen's Association, as well as many local residents who volunteered on the committee to ensure that the service at Melrose Park Cenotaph runs smoothly. We also look forward to local students playing a role in the ceremony. The service will begin with a march through the park to the War Memorial, and afterwards there'll be the Lion Sausage Sizzle and the Historical Society providing morning tea and an historical display. I'd like to acknowledge the State Member for Penrith, Karen McEwen OAM, who's working alongside me and the committee, and Penrith Mayor Todd Carney. This will be a fantastic community event with generous support from local businesses to help make it happen.
I call the member for McPherson.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise today to commend the outstanding work of Oz Harvest and the enduring positive impact that they continue to have on my community on the southern Gold Coast. Across Australia each year, an estimated 7.6 million tonnes of food is wasted, while at the very same time, 3.4 million Australian households experience food insecurity. Oz Harvest's incredible work reduces food waste while ensuring that surplus food is delivered to those who need it most. Their model not only feeds people, but strengthens communities like mine, whilst benefiting our environment. In 2025 alone, Oz Harvest delivered over 400,000 meals to people in need across the southern Gold Coast. They rescued more than 164,000 kilos of food from landfill, partnered with 18 local charities, and prevented over 164,000 kilos of CO2 equivalent emissions from entering our atmosphere. Just as importantly, Oz Harvest invests in the future, working with more than 10 local schools to deliver their Feast program, empowering young people with food education and life skills. As an Oz Harvest volunteer, I've previously been involved in their incredible work in the garden at the Currumbin Community Special School. They embody the very best of community spirit, and I thank their staff, volunteers and partners for their tireless efforts, and I commend their work to this place.
I call the member for Swan.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Managing health, caring for our children and supporting loved ones through illness or ageing is difficult enough. After a year of neglect of the healthcare system, Australians were getting used to the idea that wealth could determine access to something as basic as seeing a GP. That's not what Medicare was created for. In my first term, my community told me that bulk billing was disappearing and that seeing their local GP was challenging. I'm proud to say that this government is turning that around, and we are deliberately investing in Medicare. Last year in November, bulk billing incentives were expanded. GPs now receive funding for every patient they bulk bill, not just children and concession card holders. Also, practices that choose to bulk bill every patient receive additional incentives. And we are seeing more clinics becoming fully bulk bill clinics. We're also making medicines affordable, $380. That's how much women were paying for contraceptions like Yasmin and Slender. This was before it was listed on the PBS. Now it's $25 a script. In just 1 year, over 600,000 women have saved more than $70 million. The thing that makes this job really rewarding is when a mum at a barbecue says across the aisle, "Thank you." And that's what we're trying to do, change lives for women.
Thank you. I call the member for Flinders.
Peninsula Link connects the Mornington Peninsula community to work, services in the city every day, and over the last year the incompetent Allen Labor government has turned Penlink into an obstacle course, with inexplicable speed limits, phantom roadworks, unpredictable lane closures and enough orange cones to be visible from outer space. Last year, there were months of roadworks with southbound lanes closed between September and November. My community was completely baffled. We have a long list of roads that desperately need to be fixed, but not that one, and not as we head into the summer blitz. Last month, I got a flyer telling me major works would again resume in February, with southbound lanes closed this month and northbound closures next month, which also said we will undertake these works in sections, rebuilding the freeway from the ground up, replacing layers of pavement below the road surface to make it stronger and better suited to local road conditions. So why have we suffered closures causing traffic chaos and reduced speed limits for months so that in February they can start rebuilding the freeway from the ground up? Today's commuters are spending an average 10 to 20 minutes each trip stuck behind cones and lane drops, and while that doesn't sound like much, when it's your lifeblood, your connection to work, family, health service and education, an extra 40 minutes driving a day really impacts your commute. Businesses are bearing the cost, local roads are bearing the load and residents are bearing the poor planning. The Victorian Government is nothing short of a disgrace. Responsible road planning, respecting the commercial calendar of the peninsula, is just not too much to ask for.
I call the member for Banks.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise to recognise the service of Councillor Kora Karl Saleh, OAM, who is retiring from local government after more than 20 years of service to Canterbury Bankstown Council and one of its predecessors, the City of Canterbury. Kora, or Karl, migrated from Lebanon to Australia in 1985 and was elected to local council for the first of 5 terms in 2004, representing the communities in Beverly Hills, Kingsgrove, Roselands and Punchbowl in the northeast of my electorate. Karl has gone on to lead an incredible career in local government, including rising to the deputy mayoralty on 4 separate occasions. Always one of the characters of our Labor family locally, his time in public life is a demonstration of service and dedication to the community and to Australia more broadly. Kora, Karl, thank you for all the hard work you've put into our community for so long. Enjoy your well-deserved retirement from council and congratulations on a wonderful legacy in our area.
Thank you. I call the member for Barker.
Madam Deputy Speaker, many farmers across South Australia have endured now 2 years of relentless drought. Meanwhile, Premier Peter Malinauskas has splashed cash on major events and photo opportunities otherwise, but regional communities have been crying out for help and they've been ignored. Only now, in the shadows of a state election campaign, is the Malinauskas Labor government taking meaningful action. Now, don't get me wrong, any support for farmers is welcomed, but the timing of this announcement raises serious questions. Producers across Barker and indeed right across South Australia have been calling for help while conditions deteriorated. They watched while low-interest loans that they were calling for were made available to farmers interstate as a matter of course. Droughts don't operate on election cycles. Support should be timely, it should be practical, and it should be driven by conditions on the ground, not by political opportunism. The delay matters because drought assistance works best when it's delivered early, when it keeps farms viable and prevents hardship, not months later when the damage is already done. Farmers deserve support when they need it most, not months later when the damage is deeply cutting. But sadly, Madam Deputy Speaker, they get from Party Pete, all they get from Party Pete is interest only when it suits him and the interests of his party. Shame on him.
Call the member for Sturt.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Strengthening Medicare was a key focus of the Albanese Labor government's election platform. We committed to make significant investments to make it easier to see a GP, to reduce the costs of medicines, to promote and give women's health the urgency and attention it deserves, to open more urgent care clinics and Medicare mental health centres. And we committed to train more doctors and more nurses and to take steps to encourage those doctors and nurses from the bush to stay in their communities. As a former volunteer director on the board of the Royal Flying Doctor Service, the announcement on 6 February this year that the Albanese government will invest more than $1 billion to train more doctors in more communities was something I'm particularly proud of. This is an historical 5-year grant agreement that will facilitate the continued growth of Australia's GP and rural generalist workforce in the years to come. The record 2,100 doctors who will commence GP training in 2026 includes rural generalist trainees who are vital to serving the needs of rural and remote communities across our vast landscape. The healthcare services provided by rural generalists are vital. A rural generalist is the first port of call for an incredible range of issues, the link between home and other required healthcare services. Regional communities rely on their rural generalist doctors for both their health but also as leaders in their communities, where they are part of the foundation that makes a sustainable, thriving community.
Thank you. I call the member for Bowman.
Deputy Speaker, I want to rise to pay tribute to a formidable advocate for the Southern Moreton Bay Islands, Dan Gollan, who recently stepped down as the president of the Simbi Chamber of Commerce after 2 years of outstanding leadership. Dan's tenure will be best remembered for his heroic efforts in the face of Cyclone Alfred in 2025. As the islands copped the brunt of the storm, Dan acted as a true community champion. Before ferry and barge operations could safely resume, Dan led a dedicated group of local business volunteers, utilising their chainsaws and heavy machinery to clear the way. This selfless work was essential, allowing Energex teams to reach critical damage sites and begin the urgent task of restoring power to residents of the islands. Beyond his crisis leadership, Dan has been instrumental in reshaping the island economy. Since arriving on Russell Island, he has fought to break local monopolies, provide greater consumer choice and establish vital employment opportunities for locals. One of his most significant legacy projects was commissioning the Simbi Economic Development Strategy. This comprehensive research provides a clear snapshot of the challenges facing the islands and a vision for attracting strategic investment. Under Dan's guidance, the Chamber has flourished, fostering strong partnerships between small businesses and all levels of government. On behalf of the Redlands community, I want to thank Dan for his tireless dedication. He leaves the Southern Moreton Bay Island Chamber stronger than ever, having done exactly what the community requires of him and demonstrated visionary leadership.
Call the member for Maribyrnong.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise to provide a further update on a matter I first brought to this House late last year, the future of CoHealth's general practice services in Kensington. When CoHealth management made the sudden announcement that they intended to close their doors just prior to Christmas last year, our community was rightly shaken. This clinic isn't just bricks and mortar, it is part of the very fabric of Kensington, providing a lifeline to our most vulnerable, from refugees and families on low incomes to residents living with chronic illness. From the moment that announcement was made, I stood shoulder to shoulder with my community in Maribyrnong in Kensington. I told this House then our community cannot lose these services, and I took that message straight to Minister Butler. I'm proud to say that our community advocacy delivered. Before the end of last year, the Albanese Labor government committed $1.5 million in interim funding to enable the services to continue to July 26. This pause has meant families didn't have to scramble at the end of last year just to find new doctors before Christmas, and it's given us the space to find a permanent solution. An independent review is well underway, supported by both the federal and Victorian governments, and I want to thank those local residents and healthcare workers who have taken part in this process. To the people of Kensington, I heard you last year, I hear you now. My focus remains unwavering. Working with both the federal and state governments, we'll ensure that we don't just keep the doors open for now, but we'll make sure that we keep community health model for the long term.
I call the member for Durack.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Australians are rightly concerned by the clear deterioration of social cohesion in this country. We've seen it in the shocking acts of violence unleashed at Bondi Beach. More broadly, we are seeing it in the vandalism and desecration of war memorials across Australia, including the 100-year-old St Helens Centre in Tasmania. We also saw it on Australia Day, where there was an alleged act of terror driven by racism at a protest in Perth, with a dangerous device thrown into the crowd. Australians have a fundamental right to protest peacefully, and they equally have the right to feel safe when exercising that freedom. Violence, intimidation and terrorism have no place in our democracy. These are not isolated incidents. They reflect a deeper problem, a growing sense of division and grievance that is pulling Australians apart. This must be confronted early, and it must start with education, teaching young Australians to love this country, to honour our veterans and to learn how to disagree peacefully without resorting to hatred or violence. If we fail to act, we are headed down a dark path. We must set clear standards for what is acceptable. Burning our national flag, desecrating memorials and terror attacks should never be excused, and we must introduce strong consequences. Australia is at its best when we are united, one people, proud of who we are, respectful of our history and committed to a shared future.
I call the member for Braddon.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I want to acknowledge a fantastic community celebration held in Smithton over the Australia Day weekend, the fun-filled Day on the Duck. This annual summer event once again transformed the West Esplanade into a vibrant and welcoming gathering place for families, visitors and locals alike. From midday through to the early evening, children were treated to a huge range of free entertainment, everything from the mini Ferris wheel to face painting, laser tag and even Scottish snakes made an appearance. Throughout the afternoon, local performers filled the foreshore with music, adding to the festive atmosphere. Food vendors and community groups served up crowd favourites such as mini Dutch pancakes and waffles. The highlight was the duck race at 6 p.m, where 600 colourful ducks were released onto the Duck River near the bridge navigating that river and the occasional rebellious competitor. A special thank you goes to the dedicated volunteers, especially the stray duck catchers in kayaks who keep the race running smoothly every year. I extend my warmest congratulations to the sponsors, McCain Foods and Circular Head Council, along with others, and to every volunteer who played a role in bringing this event together. Their hard work, creativity and commitment are what make Day on the Duck such a standout feature on the local calendar. It really reflects the true heart of Circular Head.
In accordance with Standing Order 43, the time for members' statements has concluded and I call the clerk.
Private members' business. Next order of the day, resumption of debate on the motion moved by the member for Warringah relating to migration policy.
The question is that the motion be agreed to.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Australia's success as a prosperous and successful democracy is inseparable from the contribution of migrants. Migrants strengthen our economy, enrich our social fabric and increase the resilience of our communities. In seconding the member for Warringah's motion, I recognise that migrants are not only central to our national identity, they are key to Australia's economic and cultural prosperity. Australians understand this. The Scanlon Institute's 2024 Mapping Social Cohesion report found that 85% of Australians agree that multiculturalism has been good for this country. 82% believe that immigrants improve Australian society. In recent years, real and urgent economic strain, a national housing shortage, international conflicts and an increasingly polarised public debate have rendered migrant communities more vulnerable to negative and harmful political narratives. Politicians like Pauline Hanson have repeatedly chosen the low road by politicising immigration for their own ends. The Coalition has proposed to cut permanent and net migration, but without a coherent plan for how we could do that without hurting our economy. And Labor's approach has been to fail to specify migration targets while allowing others to imply that immigrants are at fault for the policy failures of successive governments. The reality is that net migration has fallen significantly in the last 2 years, after significant, albeit belated, tightening of student visa policies. But we do still have a significant issue with onshore backlogs for both permanent and temporary migration. For the first time, we have more than 400,000 individuals in this country on bridging visas. This is an issue which started when Peter Dutton and Mike Pizzullo oversaw Home Affairs. It worsened after COVID, when the Coalition stomped on the immigration accelerator, and then it consolidated under the first term of the Albanese government. Deputy Speaker, we do need to discuss immigration levels in an open, honest and transparent way. Australia's birth rate is at a record low. Immigration is a major driver of population growth. Migration is playing an increasingly critical role in maintaining our quality of life and supporting Australia's long-term economic stability. Without ongoing migration, our workforce will shrink, threatening our capacity to deliver essential services like aged, child and healthcare. Jobs and Skills Australia data from 2025 shows ongoing unmet labour demand in key sectors such as healthcare, education, construction and utilities. These are shortages which can be resolved by careful, targeted migration intake. Migrants increase our economic productivity and resilience. They tend to be younger and more educated than the general population, contributing to productivity and to wage growth. They diversify our labour market. And they often demonstrate great entrepreneurship. They own about 1/3 of all Australian small businesses. These enterprises translate into job creation, community investment and new enterprise development. And our universities and TAFEs also develop clarity around overseas student numbers, which have a huge impact on institutions like Swinburne University, which is in my electorate of Kooyong. Deputy Speaker, some Australian media outlets, think tanks and politicians avoid honest debates and conversations about immigration. They prefer to mislead and to foster discord. Their narratives oversimplify complex issues, unfairly target migrant communities and risk undermining the mutual respect and shared identity that underpin Australia's multicultural success. They create division and they distract from the evidence-based policy solutions needed for the real challenges that face all Australians. I'm very proud and honoured to represent an electorate in which 1/3 of constituents were born overseas, from 150 countries of origin, and as many as 1 in 6 speak a language other than English at home. I celebrate each and every one of those nations and those cultures, and I thank those who have come from overseas and who choose to make Kooyong their home. And that's why I'm pleased to second this motion, calling for careful, responsible, evidence-based immigration policy that risks rhetoric inflaming division, which recognises that multiculturalism enriches both our culture and our democracy and the richness and freedom of our society.
I call the member for Moreton.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. And Deputy Speaker, I want to thank the member for Warringah for bringing this important motion here today. It speaks directly to one of the core strengths of my culturally diverse community on the south side of Brisbane, our multiculturalism. And all of the wonderful festivals, the traditions, the foods, the languages and celebrations that word evokes. However, the motion also reflects something more sombre, the need for some parts of our society to be reminded about the power of language. The power of language, in this case, to harm and to divide. There is no doubt that Australia is a multicultural success story. We are a nation proud of our diversity, and we are made up of a rich tapestry of cultures. The challenge we have right now is that people are seeking to pull at the threads of that tapestry. When Australian communities are blamed for people's and society's challenges, it deepens divisions. It diminishes the important and hard-working contributions that migrant communities have made over, as the member for Fairfax would say, scores and scores of years. It strikes at their worth. Deputy Speaker, none of these sentiments were in evidence at the 4 most recent local Australia Day citizenship ceremonies I attended. These joyous occasions were full of optimism. They were full of pride, they were full of commitment, they were full of enthusiasm, and they were full of patriotism. And I want to say that patriotism is not for the exclusive use of those who sit opposite, because patriotism does not see skin colour. Patriotism does not see religion. Patriotism does not see those things. Patriotism only sees the love of this country, of Australia. And every new citizen at each of those ceremonies had it in absolute spades. And it's that approach that so many migrants bring to starting, supporting and sustaining our economy, and particularly our small businesses. In fact, the positive impact these communities have on Australia's economy is significant. The Australian Industry Group states that migrants fill critical roles across key industries such as healthcare, construction, information technology and education, addressing skills shortages and enhancing the nation's productivity. This government's approach to migration has been to ensure that policies genuinely serve the country's long-term interest, genuinely serve the country's skills needs and drive the national interest. We are guided by the migration strategy, which was released in December of 2023, and this drew on the conclusions of the Nixon Review. It outlined 44 new and existing policy commitments, along with areas flagged for future reform. Labor is taking deliberate and responsible steps to repair the dysfunctional system that we inherited from those opposite. And this means restoring integrity. It means strengthening safeguards and guiding the system back to a sustainable level. Crucially, we've already delivered the majority of the strategy's reforms. And this includes establishing the National Innovation Visa to support growth in industries of national significance. It also includes rolling out the new Skills in Demand Visa, which features a core skills pathway designed to meet specific workforce needs and a specialist skills pathway to support innovation, to help and to generate new jobs. And when you consider that, Deputy Speaker, Australia is such a special place, it's important to remember that it's home to the world's oldest continuing culture, and that over half of all Australians were born overseas or had a parent who was born overseas. Some of us, like my family, can trace our migrant roots back to the 1800s. I've heard Australia described as a melting pot, and I've heard it described as a mixed salad. But whatever analogy you choose to use, it's recognition that there are a myriad of histories, of languages and cultural traditions that form the Australian story. This is something to celebrate. Our community is made all the stronger and all the more resilient because of it. This is the national interest.
Thank you. The time allotted for this debate has expired. The debate is adjourned and the resumption of the debate will be made an order of the day for the next sitting, and I call the clerk.
Private members' business, notice number 6. National Skills Agreement. Motion standing in the name of the member for Holt.
And I call the member for Holt.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I move the motion relating to the National Skills Agreement in the terms in which it appears on the notice paper. Deputy Speaker, TAFE is fundamental to the future of our nation. It is a vital component of our tertiary education system, equipping Australians with the hands-on practical skills our economy depends on. As a proud graduate of TAFE myself, I know firsthand how vocational qualification can empower people and unlock opportunities that may once have felt out of reach. TAFE changes lives. It opens doors because, let's be honest, university does not suit all of us. For many Australians, learning practical, job-ready skills aligns far better with how we learn than sitting in a lecture theatre all day. And there should be no hierarchy when it comes to education. A skilled tradesperson is just as vital to our nation's prosperity as any other profession. The Albanese Labor government recognises this. After a decade of underinvestment in vocational education by the Liberal and National parties, Australia faced growing skill shortages in crucial fields such as construction, aged care and nursing. Communities felt the consequences. Housing supply fell behind demand, infrastructure projects slowed, and vulnerable Australians struggled to find qualified care workers. That is why we were elected. We committed to rebuilding TAFE and restoring it as a national priority. In 2023, we delivered this National Skills Agreement, a landmark 5-year partnership with every state and territory to invest $12.6 billion into vocational education and training. And the results are already clear. Skill shortages have fallen every single year since then. from 36% in 2023 to 29% in 2025. Labor has also committed more than 100,000 free TAFE places each year across the country. While the Liberal Party dismissed this as wasteful spending, the more than 725,000 Australians have enrolled know how life-changing this can be. Research shows that students who complete a vocational education can earn a median income $11,800 higher in the year after finishing their course. This is not wasteful. This is transformational. This is the difference between getting by and getting ahead. Deputy Speaker, we have also strengthened the pipeline of construction workers through support for apprentices. More than 11,400 apprentices have already commenced trades under our $10,000 key apprenticeship program. Each of these apprentices is just not training for a career. They are the very workers who will build the homes Australia is so urgently needs. Every apprentice represents another step forward, addressing our long-standing housing shortage. So I ask those opposite, how can you stand in this House and call opportunities wasteful? How can removing barriers to education, helping Australians secure stable employment possibly be anything other than responsible nation building? But perhaps this is the difference between the Liberal Party and Labor. Those opposites see cost, we see investment. They see spending, we see opportunity. They look at the past, we are building Australia's future. The National Skills Agreement is about ensuring Australians have the skills our nation needs. It's about productivity, it is about prosperity, and better yet, it's about fairness. And that is why I am so proud to stand with a party that will always invest in our TAFE sector.
Is there a seconder for the motion?
I second the motion and reserve my right to speak.
Thank you. The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Wright.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. When we left office, there were 415,000 trainees and apprenticeships in the system. Today, after 4 years of Labor, there's over 117,000 less.
Shame.
That's the reality
That's shame.
of bringing this motion to the House. The track record of Labor in apprenticeships and training is so appalling, and I'm going to spell it out for each and everyone in the room. Before I do, the Speaker just before said she was proud of her productivity rates under Labor. Can I say they're some of the lowest in the country, the lowest in the world, OECD? The productivity rates in Australia at the moment are nothing to be proud of. But Labor will, of course, take credit for that, and of course she spoke about they saw TAFE investment as responsible spending. I'm going to share with the room some of the completion rates and in the TAFE system as opposed to the private sector, and they are in stark contrast, Mr Speaker. I've outlined that we had 415,000 trainees and apprentices in the system when we left, 100,000 less, 117,000 less today. By 2027, it is forecast that will be 300,000 skilled tradesmen short to meet the infrastructure requirements, not only for our Olympics bid, but just to meet the day-to-day infrastructure required. Look at our housing, the housing situation we've got at the moment. When we were in office, Housing Industry Australia state that house construction was around 200 to 220,000 a year. Simple Google search will confirm that. Today, under Labor, 170,000 on average. And if you listen to their ambitious targets about housing constructs, on average they need to be around 255,000 now to meet their target. And without the skilled tradespeople coming into the system, We'll just never get there. We will never get there. So, rightfully, the Labor have they've taken on a very aggressive immigration position where they've got 1.2 million extra migrants in the country, not to mention we're not too sure where all of them live, and that is putting pressure on our housing sector, but that's not a debate for the day. I want to stay in the skills shortage area. You would have thought with all those extra migrants coming in that would have dealt with the shortage, but it's only exacerbated, it's only expanded the problem. So we need to have migration, but it needs to be a targeted migration. But the unions, they will not have it. They won't bring the electricians in. They won't bring the chippies in. They won't bring in any of them into the country. Instead, we have this inflationary pressure where the RBA was forced to push up interest rates the other day because the cost of housing is going up. It factored in 21.7% in the private sector demand on the RBA's data the other day. So we've got skills down, immigration up, and these guys, Labor, come into the House and say, we're going to fix it all with the TAFE system, we're going to throw a bucket load of money. I asked one of the peak bodies today before coming in just to send me through what they thought the issue was. And they were quite adamant. They said whenever either government, us or Labor, and Labor do this more often than we do, when they take the incentives, the financial incentives, away from the employer, the apprenticeship numbers and training numbers fall off a cliff. Fall off a cliff. So we used to subsidise or partner with small business to the tune of around $8,000 for to help subsidise a skilled tradesperson, apprentice or a trainee. Labor were at 4,000 and we got them up to 5 kicking and screaming. But the only way we're going to fix this skilled labour is to partner with small business, and everyone knows Labor hates small business.
The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Ford.
Maribyrnong.
Maribyrnong.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I want to acknowledge the member for Holt for bringing forward this motion for debate. I'm proud to speak on a topic that is not only close to my heart, but is absolutely foundational to the communities I represent in Maribyrnong, the future of our national skills and training system. When I'm out in my community chatting with locals, the conversations are almost always about two things: cost of living and the pressure that people are under, and opportunity. People in people in Melbourne's northwest are aspirational. They want to know that their children can access a secure, well-paid and fulfilling career. They want to know that if they need to pivot mid-career, the door to retraining is open. They want to know that the bridge between education and a better life is strong. But for 10 long years, under the previous coalition government, that bridge was allowed to crumble. We didn't accidentally inherit a skills shortage in 2022. We inherited a decade of deliberate ideological neglect. We saw TAFE campuses stripped of their funding, instructors pushed to the breaking point, and a vocational system that was treated like a second-class option. Those opposite sat idly by while the National Skills Agreement lapsed and our workforce planning fell into disarray. They viewed TAFE as a line item in a budget to be cut rather than an engine to be fuelled. Deputy Speaker, this government has stopped the rot and started to rebuild. We recognise a fundamental truth that those opposite have never been able to grasp: that you cannot solve a housing crisis without the carpenters, plumbers and electricians to build the homes. You cannot ease pressure on our healthcare system without a steady pipeline of nurses and carers. And you cannot navigate a global energy transition without the workforce that's capable of rewiring the nation. And you cannot build Australia's future with a weakened vet sector. That is why we are backing our future tradies with real, direct support. Through our key apprenticeship program, we are providing $10,000 incentive payments for apprentices in the construction and clean energy sectors. This is a $2,000 boost every year of their training and a final payment upon completion. It is designed to help our young people stay in their trade, to manage cost of living and get the tools they need to build the 1.2 million homes Australia needs. This work it goes hand in hand with our landmark 5-year National Skills Agreement. This is a historic reset. For the first time, we have a unified national plan, a shared stewardship model that ensures the Commonwealth and the states are finally moving in the same direction. The result of this serious, methodical approach are already visible. Under our watch, workers and occupations that were once in short supply have steadily increased. This is what happens when you treat TAFE as an essential cog in our economy. By legislating free TAFE as a permanent fixture of our education landscape, we have removed the financial barriers that once locked capable Australians out of the workforce. We have delivered close to 600,000 places, ensuring that fee-free isn't just a slogan, but a permanent statutory right for Australians. In my election of Maribyrnong, the Cangdon Institute in Essendon stands as a shining example of this transformation. I have visited the Essendon Health Hub many times and the energy there is infectious. The campus is a vital pipeline for our healthcare sector, training the nurses and health service assistants who will look after us and our families. But our success requires more than just a classroom. It requires a sense of security. For too long, students in high-pressure fields like nursing and social work face the crushing reality of placement poverty. They're expected to work hundreds of hours in mandatory clinical placements while somehow still paying the rent and putting food on the table. That is why our Commonwealth prac payment is a landmark reform. As of this year, in 2026, we are providing $338.60 per week to eligible students while they are on prac. This isn't just a payment, it's a statement of respect. It ensures that a nursing student at Cangdon isn't forced to choose between completing their degree or being able to afford their groceries. Deputy Speaker, the contrast in this place is stark. Those opposite spent a decade taking a sledgehammer to TAFE. We have restored it as a vital part of our economy and education system. We are training the tradies who will build our future suburbs and towns. We have moved past the years of neglect. We are now in an era of delivery. I commend the motion to the House.
The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Mayo.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Well, national agreements are important, but national action is what is needed. The Jobs and Skills Australia occupation shortlist in October 2025 saw that 29% of assessed occupations are in shortage nationwide. Half of occupations in shortage were technicians and trades relating to construction, engineering and automotive trades. Infrastructure Australia said that the construction workforce shortage for major project pipeline is 141,000 short of what is needed. And this shortage is expected to peak at 300,000 in the year 2027, only a couple of years away. The shortage in regional areas is forecast to quadruple between last year, 2025 and 2027. Apprentices and trainees, and a report that was released in December 2025, said the number of in-training contracts decreased by 11.3% on the previous year. So did the number of trade contracts by 7%. And this should be ringing alarm bells for every single person in this place. Commencement in trade occupations declined by 29%. Surely we must do better. This is going to affect every single Australian. Young people leaving school, they face a 10% unemployment rate and an underemployment rate of 17%. So there's lots of them in casual roles and baristas, not enough being plumbers, being electricians, being sparkies. Past governments in past years were the largest trainer of apprentices. Now we expect the private sector to do this. Back in the 90s, it was government, federal and state, that would be the largest apprentice employer, not anymore. But we've made it so difficult for small businesses to take on an apprentice. It is just too cumbersome and the rewards aren't there. It costs money for a small business in those first couple of years to have an apprentice. It's a massive investment on that business, and businesses are really struggling right now with so many expenses, they just can't take them on. So no wonder why we have a 29% drop. Now, if we look at the Morgan research in last November, they said the real unemployment rate in Australia, which included people looking for work, not just those currently counted as underemployed by the ABS, was approximately 1.63 million Australians, and an underemployment rate of around 3 million Australians, those who just don't have enough hours of work and would like more. In 2024, according to ACOS, over 550,000 people who were receiving income support have been receiving it for over a year, and 417,000, around 45% of them, were aged 55 to 66. We know that for every one job, entry-level job, there are 25 long-term unemployed Australians who are competing. And yet, we are not addressing this. Workforce Australia, they won't even, most providers won't even work with a person to get a Certificate 3 to get into those entry-level jobs of aged care that we desperately need, or in childcare work. You can't just walk into those jobs. You can't just say, I'm keen. You need to have qualifications. And yet we have a system to work with unemployed Australians that doesn't fix the two together. There's a massive disconnect. And then with COTA last week, they reported that Gen X, my generation, are experiencing discrimination in the workforce, and 25% of older Australians are living in poverty. We have aged pensioners, many of which would love to be continuing in the workforce, and we discourage them by charging them 50 cents on the dollar over a very low threshold when they're on the pension. This is contributing to the culture of ageism, and we need to address this. National seniors say a 5% increase in older people working would increase our GDP by $47 billion. So what do we need to do? There's a few things government need to do. We need to focus on employing Australians of all ages first, not focus on importing people for roles. We need to invest in our own people. We need to provide real incentives for small businesses. We don't do that at the moment. If we want them to have trainees, if we want them to have apprentices, we need to help them. We're not doing it. We need to address the ageism discrimination, and this starts with government. We need to change the narrative. We need to allow pensioners to work without penalty. They have so much to give and they are being shortchanged by us, and we need to invest in training and skills that will ensure people gain meaningful employment, ensure that we don't just have this churn of unemployed people. We have jobs, we have the people, we need to marry the two together. We need to do much better than what we're doing now.
The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Ford.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I think I'm going after a couple of contributions there. I think the member for Mayo, even though I disagree with a lot of, I guess, a lot of what you were saying there in terms of that we're not doing things, I think I appreciate the constructive contribution that you made there, and I think that Australians just want to see us working. Australians just want to see us working together, which is, I don't think, what we got from my neighbour, the member for Wright, who I think displayed a spectacular lack of self-reflection by blaming all of the problems in the system, by blaming all of the problems on housing on this government when they had 10 years and they did absolutely nothing. In fact, all they managed to do was they left us with the biggest skill shortage in over 50 years. And I know that because I was out there working in the community when the housing crisis really hit while they were in government. So for them to try and say that it was us that was responsible, I suppose in many ways shows really that skills is, may not be the most interesting area of government, but it is one of the most clear examples of the difference in values between the government and between the coalition, between a government that believes in free TAFE as being a force to liberate the entrepreneurial aspirations of future carpenters and plumbers, compared to how the opposition sees it when the member for Cook in this very chamber, the Federation chamber, described free TAFE as virtue signalling. I think that the problems that we have today are different from the problems that I had when I was living in the member for Parks's electorate in Broken Hill, where I come from, where I desperately wanted to do an apprenticeship as a fitter and machinist. Unfortunately, I only ever got to the level of breaking things and not being able to fix things at Procraft. I'm not sure if Procraft still exists, a mining contractor. But I desperately wanted to be an apprentice fitter and machinist. Didn't make the grade, and because unemployment in Broken Hill during that time in the 90s was running at about 20%, I was easily replaced. Well, we've got a completely different economy now. There is no way that you can easily replace somebody that is, I guess, has the will to become an apprentice. And so there is an opportunity here to train the people for the future. And I think that there are two things that I'd like to say here. One is that I believe very strongly through my own experience in small business, which is that there are two ways to run a small business. One, you can invest in your plant and your people, you can improve the productive capacity of that business, or you can run it into the ground, you can strip the profits out, you can delay the investment. And it is just as you run a business, so you run the country. Whereas the government believes in investing in that and to improve that productive capacity, the opposition has believed in delaying those investments and stripping the profits out. And unfortunately, we have seen the country run into the ground. And so it is, I think, when you look at this motion, I find impossible really to disagree with. These are facts here. Facts that we were left with the biggest skill shortage in more than half a century. Facts that we have secured a landmark 5-year national skills agreement. Facts that we have reset how Australia plans, funds and delivers vocational education and training. Facts that you can see that now the proof is in three statistics there. From 2023, 2024 to 2025, we have seen the shortages falling from 36 to 33 to 29%. These are measurable returns on the investment that we are making in the National Skills Agreement, the heart of which really has to be free TAFE. Again, showing the values differences between the government and between the opposition, knowing that we can invest in our people through free TAFE, that it is not a cost, that it is certainly not virtue signalling. And when you look at the areas that people are focusing on, in housing, that the government is focusing on, in housing and care and support services and clean energy, that really does, I think, sum up the other thing that I'd like to say, which is that Australia's post-war economic miracle was an investment in public health and an investment in public housing and an investment in public energy. And by getting those skills together in those two critical areas are not only going to give individuals a great future, a secure job, but it is also going to secure the productive capacity of our economy and Australia's future.
The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Monash.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I passionately believe that your postcode shouldn't determine your potential, and there's no more important area in my electorate of Monash than higher education skills and improving higher education outcomes for my community. In 2011, I had the privilege of serving on the Gippsland Tertiary Education Committee, and that followed on some very important work that was initiated through the Gippsland Tertiary Education Report, which was chaired and undertaken by Kwong Lee Dow, former Vice-Chancellor of Monash University. And I reflect back on that time to now, and some of those findings and imperatives remain just as true today as they did in 2011. There are barriers to education and higher education outcomes in my electorate that existed back then, which still exist today, and they centre around a lack of access, so public transport, particularly for those communities in South Gippsland and Bass Coast, which are not on the train line, act as a real barrier to university and TAFE. In the Gippsland region, lack of access to childcare for a lot of young people trying to further their education and skills outcomes is something that we still desperately need to address. And for small businesses that want to give young people a go through apprenticeships, those cost barriers are still prohibitive. So those things today are areas which this federal government need to better address in my region, just as they need to address in regional communities right across Australia. I do want to give a shout out to local organisations that are really putting their best foot forward in supporting young people. TAFE Gippsland, I've met with a number of times. They are doing really important work to help drive jobs and skills outcomes that benefit our whole region across a number of areas. They're working very well with local employers to support that I also want to give a shout out to local Lens, the Borbor Len, South Gippsland and Bass Coast Lens. They will go along to local skills and job fairs in Leongatha. I attended one last year from Leongatha to Lardner Park. Those local Lens do a great job of supporting job applicants with CV checking, with their skills forums, and I want to encourage them to continue to do that. But there are a number of other barriers that people in my electorate face, and I just want to read out an email from a constituent that I received recently. Hi Mary, my name is Brett. I'm a 30-year-old plumber studying a diploma of building in construction to enable my career progression and to better provide for my family. My issue that I want to discuss is a lack of critical study material for students, apprentices, tradies and other industry professionals. Brett goes on to say that while there's been a focus on access to TAFE, the cost prohibitive areas actually relate to Brett's study materials, critical information, books and other areas. And he cites some examples: masonry and small buildings, $261, concrete structures, $387, residential slabs and footing, $347. I could go on, but Brett's point is very well made. The other issue that I want to draw as an example to this is an email that I got recently from Trudy, who is a mum in my electorate, who wrote to me about the impact that her kids are experiencing. So Trudy wrote to me, as parents of 3 young adults who are all wishing to move to Melbourne for university, the financial stress is immense. I've looked at the details for both youth allowance and relocation allowance. We had 0 financial assistance for our now 22-year-old, who is now living in Melbourne, hand to mouth in a rental. Our 19-year-old deferred and so won't be eligible for the relocation allowance, and our youngest may be eligible for $3,000 being from inner regional Inverloch. The means testing of our combined incomes needs to be under $62,500 to qualify for youth allowance as a dependent, and I believe it's completely unfair that the same rules apply for Melbourne young people as it does for regional young people. And so Trudy provides a really good example where, unfortunately, your postcode is determining your potential for higher education outcomes and skills access under this federal government, who don't support people from regional communities, who don't recognise the additional burdens and challenges that young people who want to get ahead, want to get skills and education attainment, and they're not getting a fair go under this federal government.
The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Sturt.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Australia is building and growing. South Australia is building and growing, and my electorate of Sturt is also building and growing. Whether it be the Osborne Shipyard, home to the future build of the AUKUS SSN-class submarines, or landmark housing developments in the northern and inner city parts of Adelaide, or the new Women's and Children's Hospital or the Torrens to Darlington road upgrade, South Australia is building. The hospital, houses, roads and submarines do not build themselves. Skilled workers build them, and skilled workers educate the children of those workers who are doing the building, and skilled workers care for the ageing parents of those workers who are doing the building. South Australia may be the beating heart of AUKUS, but AUKUS is a national endeavour requiring effort and dedication across the country, and programs like AUKUS, so critical for our national security and our prosperity, requires a skilled workforce. That is why the Albanese Labor government is bringing states and territories together to improve vocational education and training and build the skilled workforce our country needs for the future. Skills shortages will leave our country behind, and that is why this future-focused government has prosecuted the National Skills Agreement, which was designed to directly target industries with the most critical skill shortages. This 5-year agreement, releasing up to $34 billion to strengthen the VET system, is a landmark investment in productivity and future economic security. The data tells us that the percentage of occupations suffering from a skills shortage has dropped to 29% in 2025 from 36% in 2023. Skills shortages in these critical industries are at their lowest level in 3 years, and these industries are critical, Deputy Speaker. They are housing, care, support services, clean energy, digital capability. The National Skills Agreement is not just a bucket of funding, it is a complete reset of how the future workforce is trained for these critical industries. Since 1 January 2024, $135 million in policy funding has been paid to the states and territories, and $225 million has been announced through the National Skills Agreement to be matched by the states and territories to establish 14 TAFE Centres of Excellence, which are central to delivering a refreshed and strengthened vet sector. In my home state of South Australia, TAFE SA is leading the Centre of Excellence in Early Childhood Education and the National Security TAFE Centre of Excellence in a joint initiative between the Australian Government and the South Australian Government. A key feature of these TAFE Centres of Excellence is the partnerships they are fostering with university, industry, unions, jobs and skills councils and other TAFEs across Australia. Partnerships with industry is particularly important because it is these partnerships that lead to work-ready graduates who are not just highly skilled in their field, but work-ready, ready to hit the ground running from day one. Labor is the party of skills, and Labor is also the party of free TAFE. It is not true that if you receive something for free, you don't value it. Ask the 725,000 students, 62% of them who are women and who have enrolled in free TAFE places, including the 24,000 in my electorate of Sturt, whether they value the opportunity to achieve a meaningful qualification that will lead to a well-paid, secure job in a critical industry. They value it. Ask the students who typically face barriers to education and training, such as women, economically disadvantaged students, and Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander persons, whether they value the opportunity to participate in the education system, then participate in the paid workforce, providing a better life for their families and doing something for themselves. They value it. And ask everyday reasonable Australians whether they value having highly skilled workers to build the houses we urgently need, to educate young children, to care for elderly family members, to assist in the transition to renewable energy and to contribute to the largest defence project in Australian history with transformative, generational opportunity for industrial and strategic advancement. Australians value it. Free TAFE is valued by all who touch it and all who directly or indirectly benefit from it.
The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Fowler.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise to speak on the motion brought by the member for Holt. I understand that the government would like to trumpet its success in securing what it calls a landmark agreement and pointing to percentage drops in national skills shortages. But the young people and small businesses of Fowler are experiencing something quite different. We heard today that the National Skills Agreement supposedly gives Australians easier access to training no matter where they live. But the people in my electorate, one of the most diverse and socio-economically challenged in the country, beg to differ. Deputy Speaker, let's look at one of the blind spots this motion and the National Skills Agreement ignore. This is not just about providing a classroom to teach the next generation of trainees and apprentices. It's about backing the small and medium-sized manufacturing businesses at the heart of our community so they can actually employ them. Manufacturing is the lifeblood of Fowler, employing around 12 to 18% of local workers, roughly double the national share of about 6%. These are not giant government-subsidised corporations. They are small and medium-sized family and migrant-owned businesses in light manufacturing and food production. The places that have given generations of migrants and refugees their very first job. They are the backbone of our local economy. In Fowler, we especially need more trainees and apprentices in manufacturing, construction, care, logistics, and the service sector, exactly the industries that keep Western Sydney's economy running every day. The government talks about billions in funding, yet the lion's share is funneled into institutions like TAFE, which is fine, but our small local businesses are left to defend for themselves. How can a small business in Liverpool or Fairfield take on an apprentice when they're being smashed by rising energy costs, rent, insurance, and of course, other compliance as well? The government might be funding the classroom, but it's failing to support the workshop floor, where the real learning happens in my community. There's a lot of talk about easing skills shortages, and that should absolutely be a national priority. But you cannot fix a shortage with a revolving door. Nationally, almost half of apprentices do not finish their training. That alone tells us that the current system is not working for our young people or for employers. Our young people are facing a cost of living firestorm. When entry-level apprentice wages are so low that a young person can't help their parents pay the rent, the mortgage or the power bill, they walk away. They take casual, low-skilled jobs just to keep the family afloat. This agreement does nothing practical to deal with that reality on the ground in places like Fowler. We also hear a lot about equal access, but this agreement barely acknowledges the unique realities of South West Sydney. Many of our residents speak a language other than English at home. They're not sitting on government websites reading media releases about fee-free TAFE. For them, navigating complex application forms, online portals, and bureaucratic language can be overwhelming. If outreach is not targeted, multilingual, and truly place-based, communities like mine will be left behind yet again. Last year, the Minister announced $20 million for new energy skills centre in Western Melbourne and $35 million to expand clean energy training, promising that apprentices in clean energy and housing construction could be eligible up to $10,000 in support. I welcome that investment, but I have to ask, what about apprentices who want to build a future in other sectors, like local manufacturing, food production, logistics, or care work, which employ so many people in Fowler? And what about those in South West Sydney for whom travelling to those specialist hubs is simply not realistic or affordable? Investment in one sector cannot come at the expense of others, and it cannot ignore where people actually live and work. Training in my community is more than just turning up to a couple of classes or ticking a box on a course. For young people in Fowler, it's about whether they can afford the train fare, whether there is childcare for their younger siblings or their own children, and whether they have the mentor who understands their culture, their language, and their family responsibilities. Deputy Speaker, the National Skills Agreement, as it stands, misses the primary industry base of my electorate and the day-to-day barriers faced by my community. What should be an equal opportunity for anyone wanting to upskill has, yet again, fallen short for the young people of Fowler. So I say to this government, if you are serious about skills, then make it real for communities like mine. Give small business manufacturers the support they need to take on and keep apprentices, lift financial support so apprentices can afford to stay in training, and fund targeted multicultural outreach in places like South West Sydney. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
The time allotted for this debate has expired. The debate is adjourned and the resumption of debate will be made an order of the day for the next sitting, and I call the clerk for the next order of business.
Private members' business, notice number 7, promotion in relation to bushfires.
I call the member for Casey.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I move the motion relating to bushfires in the terms in which it appears on the notice paper. And this Saturday, just gone, the 7th of February, we recognise the 17th anniversary of the tragic 2009 Black Saturday bushfires. It's a day that I remember vividly and lived through like so many in my community. It was after a fortnight of a long heat wave that our worst fears eventuated, when fires ripped through parts of our community, killing 173 people, injuring 414 and destroying 2,029 homes. And that was the physical damage. But the ongoing trauma and mental anguish lives to this day and will continue to live with all of those, myself included, who were impacted. There were over 400 fires recorded across our state that day. Each one was met with courage by the men and women of the CFA, the SES, Forest Fire Management, and so many community members, as well as the police and ambulance services. More than 450,000 hectares were burnt that day, and almost 80 Victorian townships were left completely unrecognisable. And we remember the brave men and women who met the call to protect our communities that day and in the weeks and months that followed. And I'll never forget the way that our community came together in the weeks and months after the fires. As the ferocity of the fire finally extinguished, our community spirit and resilience rose. And that spirit of looking out for one another is something that lives on to this day. And it makes our region the best place to call home. And for myself, as a survivor, Black Saturday's anniversary is the day I take a moment to stop, to pause and to reflect and to recommit every year to make sure I live my life in honour of those that didn't get the opportunity to continue their lives. And the dangers that we saw in 2009 are still with us today. And as part of this motion, I want to pay respect to all that were impacted by the fires recently. And I want to pay tribute to cattle farmer Max Hobson, who tragically lost his life in the Longwood fire near Seymour in central Victoria, just north of my home and my communities across Casey. My thoughts remain with the Victorians who have been impacted by these fires that destroyed more than 400 homes, caused mass devastation to livestock, farmland and agricultural livelihoods. While towns evacuated and adhered to emergency warnings, CFA crews from across our regions turned out in force to support their fellow community members and fellow Victorians. And I've since visited local CFA brigades, spoken to many volunteers and captains across the community who were on the fire front. And I had a particular conversation recently, Deputy Speaker, with the Badger Creek CFA, and they helped protect the township of Alexandra from the oncoming fire. But what was amazing about the conversation, what we talked about, is they've left Badger Creek to go north to Alexandra. They are going to the danger, while others rightly are leaving that danger zone. And the incredible courage that they showed to protect that community, stationed in front of an aged care facility, is something we struggle to comprehend. And they kept Alexandra safe. And CFA volunteers all across the state put themselves in front of the fire front in towns across our communities to keep them safe. And that is what is the community spirit at heart. And the sight of those local trucks provides support to so many people. And what has also been wonderful to see is the community spirit of finding ways to help. And that was evident when a 300-strong crowd recently gathered in Seville to cheer on a convoy of trucks and utes donating hay to farmers affected by the Longwood bushfires. A group of locals who call themselves the Cute Ute Crew have been working hard alongside Aussie hay runners to deliver hay and stock feed where it's needed. And it was heartwarming to see the convoy of 5 semi-trailers and 157 utes make its way through the Yarra Valley up to northern Victoria, fuelled by coffees provided by the team at Branded Burgers. These are locals, some with memories of Black Saturday and others with the drive to help out. And they're making a real difference to Victorian farmers, giving up their time after work and on weekends to support others. And it's this community spirit that makes our regions the best place to call home. And it's why we love this country. We go through devastations, we support each other during the devastation, and we work together as a country, as Victorians, as locals, as Australians, to keep each other safe and help through those terrible, terrible times.
Do you have a seconder for your motion?
I'll second this motion with great honour. Thank you, Deputy Chair.
And reserve your right to speak.
I will reserve my right to speak after the
Thank
next
you.
member.
The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for McEwen.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Every year on the 7th of February we stop and remember that fateful day in 2009. Extreme weather conditions, the long-term drought, record-breaking heatwave, it was a case of when, not if. At 11:47 off Saunders Road in East Kilmore, a power fault between power pole 38 and 39 sparked dry vegetation fanned by 125 km/h winds. Our worst fears became reality. The day changed our lives forever. The new normal became the reality. The landscape in our communities was scarred. For many members of our community, families and friends, those scars will never leave. The day is a day for personal reflection, to take time and pause and remember those we lost during the fires, but also the many more that we lost post-fire because of the fire. We remember and think of the many people still carrying the pain and the scars physically and mentally today from that time. We pay thanks to the thousands of people who came to our aid. The worst of our time brought out the best in our nation. So whatever you people choose to do on February the 7th, reflect, respect and remember. The Kilmarees fire spread quickly and crossed the Hume Freeway at 1:58 p.m. It burnt through to Wandong and arrived at Mount Disappointment at 3 p.m. The fire that was then blown towards Hume Vale and King Lake. We all stayed together, glued to our radios, listening to UGFM, who kept us up to date as the disaster unfolded across our region. They are vital, informed local volunteers, and we thank them for the work that they do every time. Between 3:30 and 7 p.m, the fire entered the King Lake National Park, where it went towards Strathewen, St Andrews, King Lake West, Chum Creek, Steeles Creek, Arthurs Creek, Flowerdale, Broadford, Hillsville and Talangi. At 5:10 p.m, the wind changed from northwest to southwest, and the kilometre-long sides of the fire became the fire front. The Murrindindi fire began at 3 p.m. and spread through Murrindindi State Forest and the Black Range. It reached Narberthong at 4:20 p.m. and Marysville at 6:45, before burning through Buxton and Taggart. The King Lake Fire Complex was the most significant fire which evolved from the merging of the Kilmore East Fire and the Murrindindi fires, early hours of 8th of February 2009. It swept through state forests and national parks with flames recorded at 30 metres high. Other fires began across the state at Bunyip, Horsham, Churchill, Reedsdale, Beechworth, Bendigo, Marysville, Narre Warren, Upper Ferntree Gully. So by the late evening, almost 400 individual fires were burning and Victoria Police had to announce the first fatalities. The following day, as the Kilmore East Fire and the Murrindindi Mill Fire around Marysville merged to create the massive King Lake Fire Complex, hot, dry conditions continued. Despite the concerted effort of more than 19,000 CFA members, the fires continued to blaze. It would take weeks before weather changes, reduction of fuel load and human intervention would make it subside. 173 people lost their life that day, 120 in King Lake area alone. Strathewen was the single most impacted town across that day. Another 414 people were injured. More than 450,000 hectares had been burnt and some 3,500 buildings and 2,000 homes destroyed. The RSPCA estimated up to 1 million wild and domesticated animals had died in that disaster. If you read the Australian Disaster Resilience Hub knowledge, it talks about Strathewen being the leaders in Strathewen seem to be able to bring together people along with them. And that's one of the reasons why they were successful. They invented a way of doing things and they stuck to it. They were strong enough and cohesive enough to stick to what they knew would work. Premier Brumby was criticised by the opposition, who said he was being melodramatic and over the top in the days leading up to that fire. Mr Brumby, I believe, is still owed an apology. He warned us what was going to happen and he was right. Communities paid a heavy toll, particularly people like Ben Hardman, who suffered the biggest impact of the fires throughout his electorate. Ben was actually on a fire truck all that day defending Wandong Primary School and the Wandong community while his community around him burned. The scale and the loss of this distress is tough to grapple with. When we think about all these things that happen, I want to just think about pay tribute to a mate of mine, Cameron Kane. Cameron, as I've said in this place before, top bloke, great police officer, just appalling taste in politics. He was a 2010 candidate against me and McEwen, but he's become a great friend. People like Cameron still deal with the issues today. Friends that have been lost and scars on landscapes that's still there. You think about these people that drive through these areas day in, day out, and they see the same thing happening. They see the markers of where the signs were and what happened. We also think about Arthurs Creek CFA volunteer Joe Shepherd, who died in Melbourne's Alfred Hospital on the 22nd of February from the injuries he received on Black Saturday. Joe's son Danny was 32 and he lost his life in the fires that day. ACT firefighter David Balfour also died in the February firefight. David was in Victoria repaying the debt of honour for those who came to our community from the ACT fires in 2003.
The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Warren.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker, and it gives me a great privilege to stand up and be able to back this motion by the member for Casey on the Black Saturday bushfires. A day which those of us who are in Victoria will always remember. It was the worst of conditions that you could possibly imagine. And we were warned, but I don't think anyone could have quite anticipated how bad conditions were going to get on Black Saturday. And we saw that play out, and it played out in particular around the north and northeast of the state with horrific consequences. And we've heard from the member for Casey, him detail what was done, and in particular the heroic efforts of our CFA volunteers to try and protect communities. But sadly, there was significant loss of life, significant damage to property and to livestock, and many of those scars we are still overcoming today. And I drove through Alexandra recently, and once again it has been the heart of another devastating fire, which sadly is part and parcel of living in regional and rural Victoria, and that is why it is so important we're doing everything we can to back and support our wonderful CFA volunteers. What I'd like to talk about today is put a little bit of focus on one other fire that occurred in my electorate on Black Saturday, and just commend everyone who was involved in putting that fire out. There was a fire in Pomboneet in my electorate, and the local CFA did an extraordinary job there. But the fire at Coleraine on Black Saturday was also a significant fire. It burnt about 700 acres, one home, significant livestock was lost, and sadly one individual was severely burnt. And for that individual, the scars of that day have continued and continue up until this very, very day. But if it wasn't for the absolute heroic efforts for all the volunteers on that day, that Coleraine fire could have been significantly worse. As a matter of fact, what we might have seen in the north and northeast of the state very much could have played out in the west of the state of Victoria. Yet, because of the ability of local volunteers, and not only local volunteers, but farmers who are able to bring their own firefighting apparatus, and many farmers in Western Victoria now have their own trucks and their own ability to fight fires, and they fund that themselves. And this is not a debate where we want to go into politics, but funding our volunteer CFAs has never been more important in Victoria, and it's something that we need to see happen more and more. But what they did on this day, on Black Saturday in 2009, was quite extraordinary, because to the east of Coleraine you have the town of Hamilton, 8,000 population. South, and a fair way south, you hit Haywood, you hit Portland. North, you run into other population bases. So this fire had the potential, if it got out of control, to do enormous damage. Yet the way that the local CFA volunteers were able to hit that fire, protect the community of Coleraine, population between 1,500 and 2,000, and also make sure that there wasn't the damage that there potentially could have been, was extraordinary, And one of the things with the Black Saturday Royal Commission that the communities on the west fought for was to make sure there was recognition of what had occurred in the west of the state. And in the end, to be able to point out, because it was a fault with one of the power core pieces of infrastructure that led to the fire, was to point out the need for us to continue to upgrade our power infrastructure to ensure that these type of fires didn't happen again. Now, the Black Saturday Bushfire Royal Commission handed down important recommendations. One of the things that they pointed to was the need for controlled burning to occur where it can every single year, and yet that has failed to happen. It also pointed to making sure that our CFA volunteers have the fighting equipment that they need, and sadly that is deteriorating too.
The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Jagga Jagga.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Well, this is an important motion, and it is important that we commemorate one of the darkest days in our state of Victoria. Black Saturday was a day of terror. It was a day when too many lives were lost. It is a day that many people still deal with the consequences of, and it is something that has changed forever how we look at bushfires, not just in Victoria, but right around this country. On Black Saturday, 173 lives were lost. More than 2,000 homes were destroyed. Whole communities and towns were changed forever. People, families, neighbours, communities, lives were torn apart in a matter of hours. And for those of us in Victoria, and especially across Melbourne's north and northeast, Black Saturday is still not something that we remember at a distance. It is something that we vividly hold and that many people still carry. In my community of Jagga Jagga, many families have direct links to the communities that were devastated, to Kinglake, Marysville, Strathewen, St Andrews and beyond. Many people locally were in the CFA crews and the emergency services who were on the front line on that day. Some lost loved ones, some lost homes, and some lost the places that, of course, have shaped who they were. And as I said, many are still carrying that trauma today. So today, to the survivors, the families of those who died, the firefighters, the emergency workers, the volunteers, and the community members who stood in the face of that unimaginable danger, we as a Parliament honour you. We remember not only what was lost, but we remember the courage that you showed and what has emerged from the ashes. Deputy Speaker, the events of Black Saturday have fundamentally changed the way we understand bushfire risk in Australia. And we have, in fact, changed the way we talk about emergency management and the way we build, plan and prepare. And as someone who in an earlier life was a journalist who did spend some time training with our CFA crews, who has spent some time on the front line of firefighting, I can say that the messages that went out prior to Black Saturday were very different to the messages that go out to communities now. We have, as a result of that terrible disaster, entirely changed the way that we tell communities to prepare, that we tell people to make sure that they are safe. And in all of that, we are also we are having to change the way that we think about climate, the way we think about weather, and the way that fires do now hit our communities as a result of our climate being warmer and our landscape being drier. The Royal Commission into the Black Saturday bushfires made it clear that really what happened was a warning of what could happen again if we didn't take that seriously. It gave us a new catastrophic fire danger rating, and agencies across Australia came together to build a new Australian fire danger rating system. Emergency services across Australia built the Australian warning system, for the first time creating national consistent public information for fire, flood, storms, cyclones and severe heat. And we have just this past summer in Victoria again faced severe heat waves, faced dangerous fire risks and in fact dangerous fires. And I have no doubt that these ratings and these warnings have provided clarity and no doubt saved lives. And I do hope for all the people who do still carry the effect of Black Saturday that that is some comfort, that as a result of what happened on that day, the Victorian governments around the country took note and said we do need to be very serious and very methodical about how we look at this disaster, how we understand the lessons, how we honour the legacies of those who lost their lives and how we prepare for the future. As we do look to a future where we will experience more frequent and severe weather events, we will continue to recognise Black Saturday as a catalyst for change. It is a reminder of devastation, but it is also a reminder of the strength of community. It reminds us of neighbours helping neighbours, of towns rallying together, and of the volunteers who drove into danger when others were fleeing. I once again thank our local SES, CFA and FRV crews who not only that day but who continue to support our community in the most difficult times and who deserve our deepest thanks. We honour all of those affected, not only with our words but with how we plan for the future.
The time allotted for this debate has expired and the debate is adjourned, and the resumption of the debate will be made in order of the day for the next sitting. I call the clerk for the next order of business.
Private members' business, notice number 8 for a motion in relation to natural disasters.
And I call the member for Bendigo.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I move the motion relating to natural disasters in the terms in which it appears on the notice papers. Deputy Speaker, the motion that is before us does acknowledge that it's been another tough summer for the Australian people, whether it be major flooding in Queensland's north or bushfires that have devastated parts of Victoria. It has been another summer of challenges. I rise today, like many in this place, to express condolences to the Australians who have lost their lives during this period, and to offer sympathy to Australians who've lost property or livestock as a result of these events. I'd also like to thank the emergency services personnel and the first responders for their work and what they've done to help keep Australians safe. Perhaps, Deputy Speaker, it's very fitting that this motion comes after the previous motion acknowledging the loss and the devastation of the Black Saturday event that devastated our home state of Victoria. And I'd like to acknowledge the many speakers that spoke on that motion and the stories that they shared with this chamber. Their legacy was learnt. Their loss was not in vain. Victoria, like all other states, have changed how they respond to days of catastrophic fire. And as other journalists and writers and speakers have commented, their legacy does lie in how many lives we saved this January 9th. January 9th in Victoria was the first day since Black Saturday that a catastrophic fire day had been declared for Victoria. The conditions were the same. And I'm pleased to stand here to say that people in my electorate, like across Victoria, heard the message and got out. Kinders were closed, council services were suspended, people stayed at home as directed, people did what was required. Some people grabbed their go box, ready to go just in case. And as I stand here today, even when we did everything right, we still lost significant homes, land and livestock in the state of Victoria. Over 400 homes were lost and countless properties to that. Small businesses, livestock, and the damage was immense. In my own electorate, the town that was devastated that we've heard most about is the Harcourt area, impacted by the Ravenswood South Harcourt fire. The fire started quickly, and before we knew it, it was on the town of Harcourt, a small town of about 1,000 people. It jumped the Calder, and within half an hour. What I can say as a legacy of Black Saturday was the CFA, not just the CFA, but all the other emergency services were deployed quickly and got there as quickly as they could. The coordination efforts on the day and after need to be recognised. It was the CFA, the SEF, it was Vic Pole, it was Vic Forest Management, and it was also the RFB. How they work together needs to be acknowledged through the Incident Control Centre. The stories from the day are harrowing in the way in which some people just got out, but how people work together. People can remember the names of the trucks that rolled in to help them to defend their homes, and people listened to their CFA when they said, "We've got this, it's time for you to go." Now that the fire has passed and people are starting the recovery, the Albanese and Allen governments are there with support, and the support will continue. So just quickly to outline some of the funding and support that has flowed into Victoria as a result of the Commonwealth State Disaster Recovery Funding Arrangements.
over $15 million towards establishing community recovery offices and recovery hubs, $16 million in financial assistance for prolonged power outages, $40 million for primary producer grants, $10 million for concessional loans, $11 million for council support, $122 million for state coordinated cleanup program, $1.7 million for case support case support work for business, $0.5 for the Harcourt reconstruction. For the reconstruction of the Harcourt cool stores in my electorate, and the list goes on. The Albanese government will continue to stand with communities through this recovery, and it's a reminder every summer another one of us will be standing in this place to move a similar motion, and our government will continue to stand with those members and with the people affected.
I thank the member. Is the motion seconded?
Second the motion and reserve my right to speak.
Thank you. And I give the question is that the motion be agreed to, and I give the call to the member for Kennedy.
Madam Speaker, I think when we talk about catastrophes, there's a terrible story concerning a family, like my own family, the original settlers in northwest Queensland, and the TV crew from the ABC had come out with me, and we went out to visit this person. His entire property had been burnt out, and he was loading the 243 rifle, bolt action, and the interviewer said, "What's the situation?" He said, "Well, you know what happened to my parents, my father and the two stockmen." He said, "Yeah, I know that story. One of the stockmen got tangled up in the barbed wire fence, and his father and the other stockman went back to rescue him, and the fire rolled over all three and incinerated them to death." And anyway, this was the son of that father, and he was loading his rifle, and he said, "So what are you doing now?" He said, "Oh, I've lost all my sheep. I'm gone. The banks will sell me up. I'll walk off this property penniless." And he said, "So what are you doing now?" And he rubbed his eyes and said, "I just got to shoot some more sheep." And as the sun went down, bang, bang. And that is what it's like to live in the Midwest of North Queensland, and I think Victoria, with their fires, probably appreciates our situation. But we also have terrible floods, and we're in the midst of one now.
Order. A division has been called for the House. The proceedings are suspended to enable honourable members to attend the division. The proceedings will resume when the Chair of the Federation Chamber is resumed at the conclusion of the division or subsequent divisions. The member for Kennedy has the call in continuation.
We told the story of a family at Chorley Creek, watching 4 generations of contribution by his family vanishing in front of him, which was somewhat better than his father being incinerated to death, along with his brother and one of the stockmen on the station. Having said that, I mean, we've just had yet another flood, and very prominent, very wonderful young family, 4 or 5 kids. They just watched 3,000 head of cattle. I don't know, what's that, about $6 million, float out to the Gulf of Carpentaria. And I don't know whether they're going to be able to recover from that. And they weren't Robinson Crusoe. So, you know, we keep saying, oh, this is terrible. You know, the government must give us some money because, you know, we've had this terrible happening to us, which is dead right, that we really do need the government to come in. But it would be infinitely better, and I can't talk about fires in Victoria, but I can talk about floods in the Midwest of North Queensland, my homeland, where my family went out there in the 1890s in a Cobb and Co stagecoach. So I can speak with authority there. And look, you know, a few well-placed dams and a few other ameliorative measures, and we just won't have to suffer this. I mean, why haven't you built a dam in Australia in 30 years? And I represent half of every drop of rainfall that falls on Australia. And I have the invidious fate of having to leave politics even if it's 6 years' time or 10 years' time without having seen a single gully with a block of concrete across it. You can say, well, you're a pretty incompetent beggar. Well, I could say that, except that I was told by my tribal leadership in the Midwest of North Queensland that I had to get the Bradfield scheme, and I had to find out what it was. That took me about 2 months to find out what it was. Well, I got it. The federal government announced the building of the Bradfield scheme, and you know, it's sort of like the Snowy Mountain scheme, only bigger and much more effective. The Clarence River diversion would double what the Murray-Darling or the original project on the Murray-Darling. It'll double that production. Similarly, the Bradfield scheme will double that production again. And it diverts a little tiny bit of the waters where it rains all the time, in the heart of my electorate, where you get 100-inch rainfall. And a little tiny bit of that water is sent out to where I come from, the Midwest plains, beautiful, rich, flat, rolling black soil. Now, when we die and we go up to meet Jesus, you're going to say, what do you do with this wonderful asset I gave you? We're growing prickly trees on it. Prickly trees.
The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I give the call to the member for Leichhardt.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. This summer, across Australia, we've seen bushfires, flooding, severe storms and cyclones. My home state of Queensland, the usual story of storms, flooding and cyclones. Yet sometimes it can feel a world away. You see it for a 90-second grab on TV, a couple of minutes here, a couple of minutes there. You spare a thought to remember. But these are people's lives and they're people's livelihoods. Homes gone, not as quickly as in a fire with a flood, but then a couple of weeks later the mould will show up. You might have had it structurally okay, but you're going to have to demolish it anyway. Livestock gone, as the member for Kennedy referenced. Farmers love their livestock, they love their land. To see them go is not just an economic impact, it's heartbreaking. Yeah. They know those cows, they know those sheep, they love them, they've cared for them. Communities are torn apart. The ongoing impacts, the mental toll, young kids trying to go to school, trying to navigate their way through their ATAR, through year 11, through year 12, not sure what their home looks like anymore, not sure where they're going to be living in the next couple of weeks. People hurt, people killed, businesses gone. We've already seen this year lives lost to natural disasters. When we talk about the loss and the damage, I want to make sure that on record my thanks to our emergency service personnel who are on the front line. These are the people who walk towards the danger when everyone else is trying to leave. They put their lives on the line. They help people when their pain and loss is at its most raw. Sometimes they're out responding and helping others when they're losing their own homes. Yet they put that for our community. These people are heroes. They're Australian heroes. And I know in the most recent disasters in Queensland, a lot of them which impacted the member for Kennedy's region, people from my electorate headed to the disasters to help. And that's Australia. And that's Australians. You don't have to ask for the help. It just arrives. It's who we are. We understand that at times, this great country that we call home fights against us, but we always push back together. Disasters are nothing new for Queensland. We face nearly every kind of natural disaster imaginable. What is new is how bad these things are starting to get. We're getting more extreme weather and stronger events. When I grew up, it was called summer. It invoked ideas of the beach, fun with my friends. These days we call it disaster season. And it's putting more people and more places with more risk of these disasters coming. To be clear, this isn't a complaint. We are Queensland. We are the North. We take these sort of things head on. We square our shoulders, and there is nothing more far north Queensland than stocking up in beer ahead of a cyclone, battering down the hatches and sheltering, knowing that you've got your bathtub full of water and that Ergon do a great job of getting the power back on. But that's not what we should have to do. And these disasters are having an impact on our future of our regions. These disasters are expensive. Research from the Insurance Council of Australia suggests extreme weather events, including flood storms, bushfires and earthquakes, cost around $4.5 billion annually. There's money out of Australian pockets, money taken from communities. But I do want to give credit to governments of all stripes, because we know they will step up and provide support for communities when it's needed. This is not a blue thing or a red thing or an independent thing. I think we all agree that responding to a natural disaster is not and should never be a political exercise. It is a human one. And we continue to face these disasters that we need to figure out how better to prepare for them. There's only so much preparation you can do. But there are things that we can do, things that we're implementing right now. Making sure our emergency services are resourced, that the brave men and women who often are out there working while their own infrastructure, lives and homes are at risk have the support and the equipment that they need. Proactive bushfire management down south, and making sure our weather data is as accurate as possible to give communities warning about coming danger. Ensuring that our flood mapping's up to date, limiting building on floodplains, making sure we understand where the water's going to come from and when the water's going to go. We can all be prepared for these disasters. We can do it individually and we can do it as a country. Every year, I am relieved and given a sense of new wonder at Australians as we respond to these together. Thank you.
I thank the member. The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I give the call to the member for McKellar.
Thank you, Speaker. Well, it has been a dreadful start to the year when it comes to natural disasters in Australia. Over the summer, large parts of our country have been hit by destructive storms, floods, fires and deadly heat waves. It underscores the fact that Australia is at the forefront of climate change harms. In Ceduna, South Australia, the temperature reached a record 49.5 degrees on the 26th of January. And across southeastern Australia, communities endured temperatures above 40 degrees for 7 or 8 days straight. These are not isolated spikes, but part of a pattern of longer, more extreme and more frequent heat waves. Intense heat waves like these are now 5 times more likely to occur because of human-induced climate change. What we once considered an extraordinary heat event is now something a primary school student today will likely experience several times before they finish high school. Also last month, cyclone-related intense rainfall led to flash flooding in Queensland, destroying homes, livelihoods and livestock. Then, along Victoria's Great Ocean Road, communities saw their roads turn into swollen rivers in a matter of hours. People watched in horror as cars and caravans were swept away and familiar landscapes were torn apart. 1 week, the region had emergency evacuation orders due to bushfires. Then a week later, they had them again due to this flooding. This summer, Victoria also was seared by some of the most destructive bushfires in its history. A cattle farmer lost his life and 900 structures were destroyed, including 338 homes. More than 15,000 livestock were lost. My thoughts are with the families who have lost loved ones and those who have lost homes, livelihoods, and a sense of security. These events are deep personal tragedies that will be felt for years to come. My own community of Mackellar is also at the forefront of climate change impacts. Recent severe rain events have been destructive and alarming. On the 17th of January this year, torrential rain struck our region, causing flooding in Narrabeen, Newport and Mackerel Beach. 264 millimetres of rain was recorded at Great Mackerel Beach, causing a landslide impacting 3 homes and sending a river of mud and trees smashing into the kitchen and living room of Mick and Sharon's home. It was only by sheer luck and quick thinking they thankfully both avoided serious injury. As a coastal seat, Mackellar has also been badly affected by sea level rise and coastal erosion over the years. Again, at Mackerel Beach, safe access for around 20 households is cut off daily at mid and high tide due to coastal erosion. Residents must scramble over rocks and through waves to access their homes. In June 2016, a severe storm caused massive coastal erosion at Collaroy Beach, destroying several properties and causing an in-ground pool to collapse into the ocean. I want to acknowledge and sincerely thank our emergency service personnel and first responders, the local RFS and SES volunteers and fire and rescue services, who once again stepped up under extraordinary pressure. They are being asked to respond more often in more dangerous conditions and with fewer margins for error. But this burden cannot just fall on them, and it cannot continue to fall on affected communities. Governments and this Parliament must step up. Natural disasters and extreme weather events in Australia are being exacerbated by climate change from the burning of coal, oil and gas. While communities across Australia are paying the price with their health, their homes and their livelihoods, first responders are often made to put their own lives at risk and deal with the aftermath. There are different ways to make polluters pay for the damage their emissions are causing. One option is a climate disaster levy, which would require fossil fuel producers to contribute to the growing costs of disaster response, recovery and resilience. Another is outlined in a recent report from the Superpower Institute, which shows that a polluter pays levy would raise significant public revenue, reduce emissions and help fund both household relief and Australia's transition to a cleaner, more prosperous economy. The impacts and costs to the Australian households and businesses will keep rising as fires, floods, drought and heatwaves become more extreme as a result of climate change, unless we also stop new coal and gas projects. It's time we made polluters pay.
The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I give the call to the member for Petrie.
Deputy Speaker, this motion rightly acknowledges the scale and seriousness of natural disasters that Australians have endured over the summer of 25 and 26. And today we pause and reflect. We pause to reflect and recognise the loss, the hardship and the extraordinary efforts of those responding on the ground. Australians have had a tough summer. Queenslanders have been hit with major flooding and Victorians with fire. Across our country, we are witnessing the impacts of extreme weather. In Victoria, communities have faced devastating bushfires with more than 400 homes lost and a loss of around 20,000 sheep. Families have lost not just their houses, but memories, livelihoods and a sense of safety. In Queensland, communities have been hit with extraordinary amounts of rainfall, particularly across the north and the northwest. The full scale of the damage is still emerging, but we already know the losses are significant, with stock losses of around 50,000. These events underline just how exposed many communities are to severe weather events. For primary producers, small business owners and households, The loss of homes, stock, equipment and income is not only financially devastating, but emotionally exhausting. Many Australians have lost property or livestock as a result of these disasters. We express our deepest sympathies to the Australians who have lost their incomes, their homes or their lives during these events. The Albanese Labor government has been working closely with the Queensland government to activate disaster assistance across 46 local government areas. More than $66 million has already been announced through the joint Commonwealth State disaster recovery funding arrangements. This funding will support communities, farmers and businesses. This includes primary producer grants, emergency fodder support, small business recovery grants, mental health and wellbeing programs, and critical infrastructure repairs. Personal hardship assistance and disaster recovery allowance payments are helping families meet immediate needs while they begin the long task of rebuilding. In Victoria, nearly $330 million has now been committed under joint Commonwealth state arrangements to support recovery from the January bushfires. Assistance includes clean-up programs, emergency accommodation, mental health services, primary producer grants, concessional loans and restoration. These measures are about more than dollars. They're about dignity, stability and giving communities the tools they need to recover. I want to thank the emergency service personnel and first responders for their work in keeping Australians safe. Firefighters, SES volunteers, police, paramedics, defence personnel and the community volunteers that have worked tirelessly in extreme heat and dangerous conditions to protect lives and property. We all share a responsibility to prepare for, respond to and recover from disasters in a changing climate. And the frequency and ferocity of these events is set to increase. As such, the Albanese government has made preparedness a national priority through the establishment of NEMA, the $1 billion Disaster Ready Fund, increased investment in aerial firefighting, upgraded flood warning systems, and the creation of a national emergency stockpile. In Queensland alone, hundreds of millions of dollars are being invested to reduce risk and strengthen resilience, particularly in the North Queensland. We are committed to supporting communities before disaster strikes, standing with them during the crisis and walking alongside them through the recovery. The high-risk weather period is not over yet. I want to encourage everyone in our community to stay informed and be ready to act if conditions change. What matters most right now is we are prepared, informed and connected. Make sure you're getting your information from trusted sources. Download emergency warning apps, tune into the ABC Emergency or your local radio station, and follow emergency service channels online. It's important to have access to critical, real-time information when it matters most. I encourage everyone to take just 15 minutes to make or update household emergency recovery plan. Know what you'll do, where you'll go, and how you'll stay in touch if you need to leave quickly. Don't forget to include your pets, important documents, medications, and an emergency kit with the essentials. Finally, please look out for one another, just as our community already does. Emergencies don't affect everyone in the same way, and a simple check-in with a neighbour, especially someone who may need the extra support, can really make a difference. Strong, connected communities are safer during emergencies and recover faster afterwards. Taking a few small steps now can help protect lives, reduce stress and keep our community safe when the next weather event arrives.
I thank the member. The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I give the call to the member for Fowler.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise today to pay tribute to the families and communities who've had their lives devastated by recent floods in Queensland and fires in Victoria. When natural disasters hit, there's very little any of us can do to control what happens. For the families affected, I know that words we speak in this House can't offer assurances that life will simply return to normal. These events leave a lasting impact. Many people are still standing in what's left of their homes, looking over their paddocks where livestock has been lost, or wondering what the next step looks like. For those who've lost loved ones, no words can ease the pain. We can't take away your grief, but we can and we must make sure your loss is met with real care, real support, and a genuine commitment to recovery. This motion rightly acknowledges the extraordinary contribution of our emergency service personnel, and we've heard already from many members in the House tonight. And I want to shine a light on my local SES unit in Fowler, where there are more than 90 active volunteers. They are our neighbours who've given up family time in the middle of the night, or stepped away from their workplaces and putting their own lives on hold and at risk to help others when it matters most. Under the leadership of Inspector Darren Erlings, the Fairfield SES unit has an extraordinary year. Their work shows exactly why this motion matters. In March last year, Fairfield SES volunteers were on the ground in Tweed Heads during Tropical Cyclone Alfred, carrying out flood rescues and damage assessments. In April and May, they moved from riverine flooding in Wanaring to storm-hit communities across the Hunter region and Taree. In August, they were again deployed to northern New South Wales, Gunnedah, Narrabri and Weewa, ready for in-water rescues. Closer to home, they responded to more than 340 incidents across the Fairfield local government area. These weren't minor call-outs. Many were urgent situations where lives were on the line. I remember constituents reaching out to me during one of the major storms when a huge tree has uprooted and I didn't know what to do, so I knew what to do, so quickly called our local SES, who quickly turned up to remove the tree safely, making sure the family was out of danger. What really defines the Fairfield SES, though, isn't just the scale of what they do, it's the length of service and commitment of the people who make it work. Nathan Lin, a local high school teacher, joined the unit back in June 2003 and has given more than 22 years of continuous service. David Ton first joined in August 1999, served for 15 years, stepped away to raise his young family and then returned 7 years ago. Altogether, he's given more than 21 years of service. Jenny Toe joined in February 2008 and now serves as a trainer and assessor. For 18 years, she's helped prepare others for the front line. She's joined by Frank Seraglio, also with 18 years of continuous service, and Ross Weller, who joined in March 2010 and has given more than 15 years of steady, reliable service. Together, these volunteers represent decades of experience, local knowledge and quiet leadership. They're the backbone of Fairfield SES, passing skills on, setting standards and showing what service really looks like. The Fairfield SES is also a model for the nation when it comes to diversity. In one of the most multicultural areas in the country, communication can be life-saving. Between them, volunteers speak more than 10 languages, helping people feel understood and supported in moments of real fear. Deputy Speaker, we can't stop the rain from falling or the fires from starting, but we can make sure that when disaster strikes, no Australian is left to face it alone. The Fairfield SES unit represents the very best of our country: resilience, service and compassion in action. I joined a member for Bendigo in thanking every first responder who has worked through this difficult summer, and I especially commend the men and women of the Fairfield SES for everything they do for our community and our nation. I commend the motion to the House.
I thank the member. The time allotted for this debate has expired and I call the clerk.
Private members' business, notice number 9, a motion relating to energy costs to be moved by the member for Wannon.
The member for Wannon has the call.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker, and I move the motion relating to energy costs in the terms in which it appears on the notice paper. And for the benefit of the House, I'm going to read it because I think it's very important that this is noted. The Albanese government's energy policies have seen a record number of Australians having an energy debt and facing a 24% increase in their electricity bills in the next 6 months. And it notes that Australians were promised a $275 cut to their power bills by last Christmas and $378 by 2030. Instead, Australians are paying up to $1,300 more. I've got to repeat that, $1,300 more. Electricity costs rose by 21.5% in the 12 months to December 2025. Instead of lower energy costs as promised by the government, Australians are now paying more due to the policies of the Albanese government. Deputy Speaker, what Chris Bowen, the Energy Minister, is doing to electricity prices in this country is nothing short of a disgrace. And he won't be upfront with the Australian people. He won't be honest with the Australian people about what is happening. And we see it in the Parliament day after day after day. He's asked,
what is happening to retail prices in this country. Are you going to be able to deliver your $275 reduction in power bills as you promised to do? And he will not even answer the question. He will never, ever answer the question. He goes on about wholesale prices. He says wholesale prices are doing this. He goes on about batteries. He says batteries are doing this. But he will not address the retail cost of electricity at the household level, where mums and dads are sitting around the kitchen table saying, how the hell am I going to pay this bill again? Where pensioners are sitting around the kitchen table saying, how the hell am I going to pay this power bill? And I challenge anyone on the Labor side who's going to speak on this motion, and there'll be two of them, to just mention the word $275 and be upfront in saying that was a promise we never were going to keep. We were deceitful to the Australian people. We never should have done it, and we apologise. That would be doing the right and honourable thing. Yet I'm sure what we'll get is excuse after excuse, and we'll get example after example of everything and anything except addressing the issue about what is happening to retail electricity prices in this nation. Now, let me give you a sense of how bad things are. We've just had inflation start to peak again, and as a result, interest rates have started to go up. The 13th interest rate under this government. A lot of it is driven by what is happening to electricity prices, and we're likely to see 2 more increases at least in interest rates coming over the next 6 months. And that's because when it comes to electricity prices, we're going to see in the 12 months to June 30 this year a 24% increase in electricity prices. That's what's being forecast. And we've already had a 40% increase in electricity prices since the Albanese Labor government came to office. Now, why? Surely, Minister Bowen, you have to stop, think and go, we're heading in the wrong direction. We're not addressing affordability. We're not even addressing emissions reduction. We're failing on all fronts because at the moment, electricity prices going up, emissions flatlining, electricity prices putting pressure on inflation, which is driving interest rates up, because we all know that energy is the economy. Yet Minister Bowen doesn't seem to get it. And I say this to Minister Bowen, and I say this to those opposite. You can't be a part-time minister when electricity prices are going through the roof. You've got to focus 100% on your day job. So you shouldn't be running around the world racking up telephone bills, which are eye-watering, over $60,000. Meanwhile, Australians are facing a $1,200 to $1,300 increase in their electricity bills. That's why this motion is so important, and that's why Minister Bowen should listen to it.
Does the motion have a seconder?
Yes, I second it. Reserve my right, thanks.
Thank you. And I give the call to the member for Bonner.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. When I talk with Bonner families at mobile offices, community events, schools and door knocking, the issue raised with me as the most pressing is cost of living. We know electricity prices are just one expense that families face when trying to make ends meet. That is why the Albanese Labor government is helping families with real, practical cost of living relief. This includes electricity prices. Through the Cheaper Home Batteries program, Bonner families are taking advantage of solar to reduce their electricity bills. 1,609 batteries have been installed throughout Bonner and counting. The program is such a success that since July 2025, Australians have installed over 200,000 cheaper home batteries. For Bonner families and small businesses, it has brought down the cost of installing a solar connected battery by 30%. This is practical, affordable, clean energy happening in our community right now. By 2030, it is expected that the program will support more than 2 million Australians to install a battery thanks to the boost in funding of $7.2 billion. This will make it possible for more Australians to take advantage of the solar they already have. It could save families $1,000 each and every year. Locals have been telling me they wouldn't have installed a battery but for the cheaper home battery program, making it affordable for them. Just over the weekend, I was chatting with a local family in Cannon Hill who told me that they're installing both solar and a battery this week. They said our incentives just made sense. They would not have installed the battery if it wasn't for the cheaper home battery program. And now with over 4 million solar installations, Australia has more rooftop solar capacity than the entire fleet of remaining coal-fired power stations across the country. There are now more Australian households with solar than swimming pools. Deputy Speaker, this means that the energy market, particularly in the Sunshine State of Queensland, often has more electricity in the middle of the day than we currently use. This is where the solar sharer scheme comes in. It is another piece of the puzzle towards cheaper energy. By encouraging consumers to use the power when it's abundant, taking pressure off the grid, that will be saving Australians even more. From July, Bonner residents who sign up to the new solar sharer offer through their energy retailer will be able to ensure that they are running appliances, air conditioners, swimming pool cleaners, charging electric vehicles and using their home batteries during the middle of the day for free. Deputy Speaker, Australians voted for cheaper, cleaner energy, and the Albanese Labor government is delivering. Since coming to office, we've cut emissions to 29% below 2005 levels, added over 18 gigawatts of renewable energy, enough to power 6 million homes, and delivered $12.7 billion in clean energy investment in recent years. A record number of renewable energy projects got the green light last year. In March 2025, the Clean Energy Council said, and I quote, "The more renewables in the system, the less we need to depend on unreliable coal-fired power and gas over time, which will provide much-needed cost relief on bills." Deputy Speaker, renewables are pulling their weight for our national electricity makeup and reducing the wholesale price of electricity. Those opposite promised a wholesale energy price of $70 a megawatt an hour when they were in government. What was it when they left office, Deputy Speaker? It was $280. And Australians have been feeling that pain. They have been feeling the pain of a decade of neglect from the coalition. And then they come here today and pretend it wasn't their fault. The Albanese Labor government is acting. We're preventing retailers from raising prices more than once a year. We're preventing customers from being charged more than the standing offer price if their initial low-cost offer changes or expires. We're also banning excessive retailer charges for late payments and for retail contracts and ensuring that all customers are entitled to a fee-free payment method. Deputy Speaker, through programs like the Cheaper Home Battery Program, Solar Sharer, Bonner families from Hemmant to Holland Park, Carindale to Chandler can harness the power of the sun and save on their electricity bills. Our government, the Albanese Labor government, is continuing to deliver cost of living relief for all Australians today and every day.
Thank you, and I give the call to the member for Forrest.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. And as the member for Bonner there was seeking to reassure the chamber that the Minister for Climate Change, Chris Bowen, has it all under control. She only needed to lean on the dispatch box the way he does when she talked about 2 million Australians having a so-called cheaper home battery, neglecting to mention somehow that the cost of that program's gone from $2.3 billion to more than $7 billion in borrowed money, at the same time that the number of Australians in energy debt has risen to some 336,615 households. 336,000 Australian households who cannot afford their power bills today. How did we get here? We got here because the Albanese government promised no fewer than 97 times to lower power bills in Australia by $275. Lots of numbers and statistics here tonight from those opposite. Not one mention of $275, because that was the promise that mattered to Australians. But rather than their power bills going down under this government, we've seen them go up. by 24% in the last year alone. That's the real cost that matters to Australians. It's what they get in their bill, not the wholesale cost that Chris Bowen likes to talk about. The fact is that Australians are paying $1,300 a year more for their power bills than the $275 cut that they were promised by this government. And let's not forget, the promise came from the Prime Minister himself. And when challenged by a journalist, at the very first time that the Labor Party announced this commitment to the Australian people, Mr Albanese replied, "I don't think I know. I know because we've done the modelling." Well, that modelling has been thoroughly discredited by the fact that power prices are through the roof. And for all of the talk and all of the numbers and statistics that we hear from those opposite, we do not hear an apology for a core broken promise, and we do not hear a plan to lower power bills for Australians. And that's why some 336,000 Australian households right now can't afford their power bills, let alone stumping up for one of these so-called cheaper home batteries. So to those Aussies out there who are renting, those who are locked out of the property market because the Albanese government has overseen an absolute explosion in migration at the time that housing construction has been limited in Australia, there's no relief for them. There's no benefit in a battery program that's blown out from $2.3 to more than $7 billion already, and the way that Minister Bowen keeps fiddling with the pieces of the puzzle, as we're told, should actually cause Australians to lose sleep at night, because we guarantee, or that guarantees rather, more billions of taxpayer dollars shovelled out the door for higher prices for those Australians left to carry the cost. It is unthinkable that we can continue to do the same thing and expect a different result to what we've seen. And yet that's the plan from our Energy Minister here in Australia. And the problem is that energy is everywhere in our economy. It's not just a household issue, but rather one that impacts our businesses as well. Those small and family-owned businesses who are, cafes and the like, and a corner store. So you walk in to an air-conditioned cafe, which costs money. The lights cost money. The heating elements in the coffee machine cost money. You're paying for that higher power price everywhere you go. Importantly, manufacturing businesses, who are huge users of energy in Australia, are the ones doing it perhaps hardest of all. And as the answer from this government is that you might be able to get a cheaper home battery for your small manufacturing business. Well, in my part of the world, Deputy Speaker, where we've got alumina refineries that are some of the biggest energy consumers in Western Australia, no cheaper home battery is going to offset the explosion in power prices that we've seen in recent years. And I note the crowing about the reduction in emissions from those opposite, completely neglecting the fact that emissions were down 26% from 2005 levels by the time that we left office in 2022. So for all the billions of dollars that have been shovelled out the door in the last couple of years, we've seen emissions tick down. And I think that that exposes the absolute hypocrisy of this government's energy program.
And I give the call to the member for Cunningham.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Renewables are the cheapest form of power, and we simply will not bring down electricity prices without transitioning to a renewable energy future. Only a Labor government will achieve this, and it is already underway. Since we came to government, we have approved 123 renewable energy projects, enough to power more than 5 million households, and potentially reducing emissions by more than 30 million tonnes of carbon dioxide annually. That's the same as taking 9 million cars off the road. For the first time, renewables supplied more electricity across Australia than coal-fired power generation, and the wholesale electricity price in the national electricity market has fallen by 14%. And this is not an accident. It is the result of a government with a defined purpose and a plan to achieve it. Just one of the many programs supporting communities to lower emissions and power bills is the Cheaper Home Battery program. My community in the Illawarra has proven that we want to drive this energy transition, and they have enthusiastically embraced this program. As of the 18th of January, my electorate of Cunningham now has 1,568 new small-scale batteries, which will provide 36,595 kilowatt-hours of capacity. So I wanted to share some of the stories from local people about the difference that it's making to their lives and to their back pocket. Karen from Corrimal says, I took advantage of the Labor government's Cheaper Home Batteries program and added a battery to our existing solar panels. I'm enjoying not paying for electricity and having my bill in credit as a result of feeding back into the grid. However, for Karen, the best thing has been when the Australian Energy Market Operator announced that renewables share in the last quarter rose above 50%. She said, I was proud to contribute to that, albeit in a very small way. Lewis from the George Cross Falcons Community Centre in Cringilla said that 2 years ago our association, under a federal program, received funding for the installation of solar panels. Last October, we ordered a 40 kilowatt battery subsidised by the Labor government. The first bill for 92 days was $117, noting that there was a few weeks of rain during the billing period. The club applauds this government for the subsidised battery, otherwise their association would not have been able to afford it. And Luke, a vet from Fairy Meadow, said, I started a new veterinary hospital in April 2025 in Fairy Meadow and had solar panels installed before we opened. This meant our bills were $350 per month instead of being 2 to 3 times more than that. We had a large battery installed under the scheme in September, and now our bills are less than $100 per month. Even more important for us is that we could still operate normally when we've had 2 blackouts as the battery took over. Normally, a blackout means it's hard to see our patients, which costs the business, but more importantly, makes it hard to treat our patients when they need it. Luke said the battery has been so successful that he's gotten one at home now as well. And then Brendan from Fig Tree said, in September, I installed a 49 kilowatt battery to complement our existing large solar system, and we joined a VPP. Both through the rebate and the market competition, it has created $18,000 on the installation. Our last quarterly bill before the battery was $900, and our first with the battery was a $600 refund, saving them $1,500 over the quarter. Having the battery has future-proofed our home and kept the lights on during several recent blackouts. And then there's David from Woonona, who said, I took advantage of the Albanese government's Cheaper Home Battery scheme in July, and I haven't paid for electricity since. I'm happy to be feeding electricity back to the grid using a VPP, and am grateful for the Minns government support as well. Thanks to both policies, I can make a difference to the environment. Then we have Thomas from Berkeley, who said, I used the program to install solar and batteries for the first time and was really impressed with both how much money I have saved and how much excess energy I have contributed to my local VPP. With the tools they give you, it's possible to see not only how much money you're saving, but also how much carbon you are not contributing to the environment. So I have saved money and reduced my impact on the government, all thanks to the Albanese government.
Thank you. The time allotted for this debate has expired. The debate is adjourned, and the resumption of the debate will be made in order of for the next sitting day. And I call the clerk.
Private members' business. Notice number 10, a motion relating to Victorian bushfire emergencies, to be moved by the member for Nichols.
Thank you. I move the motion relating to the Victorian bushfire emergencies in the terms in which it appears in the notice paper. Thank you. Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Last month, Deputy Speaker, in my electorate, but also predominantly in the electorate of the member for Indi, catastrophic bushfires tore through communities and farmland and bushland. In the area of Longwood, which is a small town, a very proud community situated just off the Hume Freeway, which is the main road between Melbourne and Sydney, a fire started, and the north-westerly winds pushed it into the bushland and farmland, and over 140,000 hectares was burnt, including the communities of Ruffy and Gooram. The Yarrawee fires also happened on a similar day, in the same heat event, in the north of Victoria. Yarrawee is just south of the Murray River, and again, strong winds and hot temperatures pushed this bushfire catastrophe along the roadside, destroying some 10 to 12 houses. When you go out and have a look at the situation after the fire has gone through, you can notice one thing very clearly, and that is that however the fire started, and there's a lot of speculation that it was sparks coming from vehicles on the road, it followed the path of the fuel load on the side of the road. And this fuel load appears to locals not to have been managed in the way it should have been. And you can see, particularly on the Benalla-Tokamal Road, as that wind from the north pushed it to the south, that the roadside fuel load and the vegetation was the conduit for the fire and pushed it, and it would go towards any dry paddock, and tragically 10 to 12 houses, and destroyed those. It has been observed that the CFA recommend that for catastrophic fire events, the roadside vegetation dry grass should not be higher than 10 centimetres, and the CFA volunteers have observed that it was higher than 10 centimetres. So it's very important that we learn from this, and that particularly the Victorian government understands it has a responsibility to manage that roadside fuel load. Now, we don't know whether it would have stopped this fire completely, but those in the know, the CFA volunteer group, Brad Marsden, has said that this makes the situation hazardous and fires are a lot harder to suppress. Now, there's a lot of damage being done, particularly in the Shire of Strathbogie, which is in where Longwood is, and the towns of Euroa and Ruffy and a number of other places. It's critically important that the federal government come to the party and help this community and this shire, which has a very low rate base, rebuild its roads, bridges, culverts and community infrastructure, such as town halls and playgrounds, just to give one example. Now, the reason that this community is a bit desperate to try and get the Albanese government's attention on this is that they had a bridge that was damaged in the 2022 floods called Kerwin's Bridge, and they have applied to every program they can think of to try and get that bridge funded. It'll take $7 million to get that bridge, which connects two communities, funded for the repair after the 2022 floods, and at every point the Albanese government has refused to fund it. So they're looking at a backlog of infrastructure funding from the previous disaster, and now they've had another disaster, the fires, and they're worried that the federal government is not interested. On a more positive note, I do want to commend the CFA volunteers who, with their bravery, courage and professionalism, went out and fought these fires and saved a great number of dwellings and a great amount of farmland from being destroyed. I also want to pay tribute to the member for Gippsland and my National Party state colleague, Annabelle Cleland, who is the member for Euroa, and what she has done for her community in the aftermath of this fires, despite being personally affected herself, has been amazing and shows the community spirit and what a great local member can do. I also want to shout out to the professionalism of Kestrel Aviation, which is located in Mangalore in my electorate, for their work with their helicopters that put out many fires, and encourage the government to continue to fund those sort of fire emergency services. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you. And do we have a seconder for the motion?
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. And in seconding the motion from the member for Nichols, I commend him for bringing the House's attention to the terrible events that occurred in Victoria over the January period. Now, we do live in a very fire-prone environment in Victoria, and the conditions in the northeast and western parts of the state have been very dry. And I want to commend the volunteers, I commend the agencies involved in the suppression work and the immediate relief and recovery efforts as well, and extend my condolences to those who have lost property in those fire events. Deputy Speaker, we need to be doing more to front-end our efforts around prevention, around mitigation and around resilience when it comes to managing bushfire in the environment. We do live in a fire-prone environment in Victoria, and the risk of out-of-control blazes and the damage it can do to properties, to lives and to native animals needs to be properly understood. And I invite those listening to think about the components of these catastrophic events. To have a fire of this magnitude, you obviously need some sort of ignition point. And there will always be ignition points. It could be a lightning strike, it could be an accident, it could be equipment failure, or it could be some idiot with a match. You also need dry, windy conditions. And lo and behold, in Victoria, in summer, we will have days that it's dry and it's windy. But you also need a fuel load. And that is the essence of the motion before the House today, is the question of fuel load and mitigation and prevention activities. The only thing we can really control when it comes to bushfires is the temperature associated with the fuel load. If we manage the fuel load, we can just turn down the severity, turn down the temperature a bit, so the damage to the environment, the damage to properties, the damage to people trying to fight these fires is minimised. We have to do more to reduce the fuel load, particularly on public land in Victoria. I've said it before, Deputy Speaker, to do that, you need more boots and less suits. That's more boots on the ground doing practical environmental work right throughout the year, and less suits in Canberra and Melbourne making excuses for why the work can't be done. So I encourage the Victorian Government, think very, very carefully about this simple proposition: more boots, less suits, and undertake the fuel reduction work to keep our communities safe, because people and native animals die in poorly maintained forests. We've seen it before and we'll see it again because of the neglect of the bush. And one point in the motion by the member Nichols, which is also worth reflecting on. The shutdown of the sustainable native hardwood timber industry in Victoria has limited the capacity to fight bushfires in the state. Bingo. Bingo. Member Nichols is spot on, because these were the skilled workers in the bush with the equipment that we relied on to keep us safe. In an act of absolute political bastardry, ideology gone mad, the Labor Greens in Victoria combined to shut down the native hardwood timber industry, and our communities are less safe as a direct result of that policy decision. So I call on the Victorian Parliament, the Liberals and the Nationals. I wish you all the best in the lead up to next election. I call on you, if you get that opportunity, to restore the native hardwood timber industry to help keep our communities safe. Now finally, Deputy Speaker, I want to reflect just on one other point. I do admire locals who manage to maintain their passion and enthusiasm for practical environmental management, even in the face of all this hostility from the Labor Greens in Melbourne. And one of those locals is a fellow by the name of John Mulligan. John is 94, and he's just launched his new book called Our Mismanaged Forests, which draws on his decades of experience of living and working in the bush. Now, John is a survivor of the 1939 Black Friday bushfires. He's seen it all, right throughout East Gippsland. He's seen it all in terms of the major fire events which have impacted our community over the 9 decades of his life. And in his book, he highlights again the consequences of accumulated fuel loads and the lack of consistent fuel management and fuel reduction burns in our community, and also the importance, Deputy Speaker, of adopting some of the practices of the Indigenous people who were here for thousands of years, long before whitefellas turned up, and were using fire stick technology to actually reduce the fuel loads themselves for thousands of years. So John Mulligan, he advocates for communities to learn to live with good fire in the environment as a means of reducing the risk of these mega fires which do so much damage. So in closing, Deputy Speaker, I thank the volunteers, I thank those who've done so much to help our community recover, but I call on the Victorian Government to please do more to reduce the fuel load on public land in Victoria.
I thank the member for Gippsland. The question is that the motion be agreed to. There being no further speakers, the debate is adjourned, and the resumption of the debate will be made in order of for the next sitting. And I call the clerk.
Orders of the day. Next order, Australia Day Awards. Resumption of debate on the motion moved by the member for Page.
And I call the member for McPherson.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise to support the motion acknowledging the Australia Day Awards and congratulate all recipients. The Order of Australia is our highest national honour, recognising Australians whose service has strengthened our nation and our communities. Australia Day is a moment to reflect on what binds us together as a nation and on the values that have shaped Australia into the country that we are proud to call home. It's a day to recognise that our success has never come from titles or status, but from people who step up, lend a hand and serve others without expectation of reward. The Australia Day Honours and the Australia Day Awards and medals bring those values to life. They remind us that service, compassion and commitment are not abstract ideas. They are lived every day by Australians in our communities. The people we honour reflect the very best of the Australian spirit: service over self, resilience in the face of challenge, and a deep belief in giving back. These honours matter because they tell a broader story about who we are as Australians. They show that a fair go is something we give to one another, and that unity is built through actions, not words. On Australia Day, when we celebrate our shared journey, these awards remind us of who we are when we are at our best, and who we can be when we choose to look after one another. These awards celebrate service above self, often given quietly, consistently and over many years. In McPherson, we are proud to congratulate our 2026 honour recipients, each of whom is highly deserving, and together they represent the very best of the Southern Gold Coast and our national character. In the member of the Order of Australia Awards, I congratulate Mr Alan Finch AM for significant service to higher education through the design and implementation of models of governance. Mrs Lorraine Ledwell OAM for service to community health and to breast cancer awareness. Mr Robert Patterson OAM for his service to the community through his involvement in a wide variety of organisations. The late Mrs Joy Ransley Smith OAM for service to ballet and to the performing arts. Mr Brian Stewart OAM for his service to lawn bowls, who I recently had the pleasure of meeting. And in the Meritorious Awards, Ms Nicole Lockie, who received the Emergency Services Medal. Each of our local recipients come from different fields, but there is a number of common threads: commitment, integrity, and sustained service. That range matters because a strong community needs capability, care, culture, and connection. These honours are a reminder that Australia works best when people step up, not for recognition, but because it's the right thing to do. Behind every recipient is a wider story: families, colleagues, volunteers, teammates, and communities who share the sacrifice that service often requires. That spirit of service is at the very heart of Australia Day, and it's at the very heart of who we are as Australians. It's a day not just to look back at our national story, but to recognise the everyday actions that continue to shape it. Across our country, Australians are volunteering, caring, mentoring, protecting and leading, often without fanfare and often while juggling family, competing commitments, work and personal sacrifice. These are the people who keep our communities both strong and resilient. The Australia Day Awards gives us a moment to shine a light on those efforts and to remind ourselves that our national character is built from countless acts of decency and responsibility carried out at the local level. So I say to all recipients across the country, but especially to those honoured from my electorate of McPherson on the Southern Gold Coast, thank you for what you have done and for the example you set, not only for your peers, for your colleagues, but for future generations. McPherson is proud of you and our community is stronger because of your service.
Thank you, and I give the question is that the motion be agreed to, and I give the call to the member for Bennelong.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Australia Day honours are among our nation's most meaningful acknowledgements. They recognise Australians who've gone above and beyond, often quietly, without expectation, to serve others, strengthen institutions and contribute to the common good. Recipients from Bennelong this year exemplify the values of service, integrity and generosity that sit at the heart of our national story. This year, Bennelong is proud to see 2 constituents appointed as members of the Order of Australia. Emeritus Professor Prem Rambaruth of Lane Cove is recognised for her outstanding contribution to tertiary education. Her impact has been felt nationally and internationally, Deputy Speaker, through her leadership in business and management education across African and Asian communities. Through her distinguished career at the University of New South Wales, she has advanced teaching excellence, research capability and gender empowerment on a global scale. Congratulations to her. Secondly, Christopher Robertson, AM of Hunters Hill, is recognised for his significant service to the law and the legal profession. Across nearly 3 decades in both civil and criminal jurisdictions, Mr Robertson has demonstrated an unwavering commitment to justice. His judgments have been marked by fairness, rigour and humanity, and his long service has strengthened confidence in our legal system. 2 Bennelong constituents have also been appointed as officers of the Order of Australia, Deputy Speaker. Associate Professor David Dossator of Hunters Hill is recognised for his exceptional service to psychiatry. His contribution to neurodevelopmental and child-adolescent mental health research has been profoundly important, particularly for families navigating complex diagnoses. Alongside his clinical and research work, Associate Professor Dossator's dedication to paediatric education has helped shape the next generation of clinicians. Well deserved. Next, Professor Robin Gallagher AO of North Ryde is recognised for her distinguished service to nursing, cardiovascular health and disease prevention research. Through her work at the University of Sydney, Professor Gallagher has been at the forefront of advancing contemporary health technology, rehabilitation and cognitive impairment research. Believe it or not, there's more. 5 Bennelong residents have been recognised with the Medal of the Order of Australia. The late Dr Christopher Armitage of Greenwich is posthumously honoured for his exceptional service to the judiciary. Dr Armitage served with distinction as a judge of the New South Wales Workers' Compensation Court and was appointed to both the Dust Diseases Tribunal and the District Court of New South Wales. His work delivered fairness and dignity to people facing some of life's most difficult circumstances. Mrs Nunziana Basile of Gladesville is recognised for her service to seniors. Over 4 decades, Mrs Basile has been a tireless community volunteer with the Italian-Australian senior groups, fostering connection, purpose and joy for older residents right across Bennelong. We then have the late Mr James Jim Butt, who is posthumously recognised for his outstanding service to veterans and their families. For more than 50 years, Mr Butt volunteered in the Gladesville Ryde community, including a decade, Deputy Speaker, a decade as President of the Gladesville RSL and Community Club. He's remembered for his leadership, his advocacy and his dedication to supporting veterans and strengthening local community ties. We then have Mr Benjamin Gregory of Gladesville, who's recognised for his service to rugby union across junior school, senior and professional levels, Deputy Speaker. His ongoing involvement with New South Wales Rugby and the Hunters Hill Cup reflects a lifelong commitment to grassroots sports. We then have Mr George Moskos of Ryde, recognised for his service to community education, being a former president of the North Ryde Soccer Club and St Michael's Greek Orthodox Church in Crow's Nest. Finally, we've had 2 recipients of the Public Service Medal, Deputy Speaker. Ms Margaret Baker of Marsfield is recognised for her service to public education in New South Wales, and Ms Julie Ravillon of Eastwood is recognised for her outstanding contributions to environmental planning and natural resource management for over 30 years in the New South Wales public sector. Deputy Speaker, to all of this year's Australia Day honorees from Bennelong, let me say this. Your service reflects the very best of our community, from Lane Cove and Hunters Hill to Ryde, Gladesville, Eastwood, Marsfield and North Ryde. You've strengthened our schools, you've strengthened our courts, our hospitals, our education facilities and our community.
Thank you. The time allotted for this debate has expired. The debate is adjourned and the resumption of the debate will be made an order of the day for the next sitting, and I call the member for the Hunter.
I move that the debate be adjourned and the resumption of the debate be made an order of the day for the next sitting.
The question is that the debate be adjourned and the resumption of debate be made in order of the day for the next sitting. All those of the opinion say aye. Against say no. I think the ayes have it. And I call the member for Hunter.
I move the Federation Chamber do now adjourn.
I call the member for Gippsland.
Okay, I second the motion.
The question is that the motion be agreed to. All those of the opinion say aye. The contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The Federation Chamber stands adjourned until 12:30 p.m. tomorrow, Tuesday the 10th of February 2026.